Number four. One, two, two. Cavalier number two, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Okay, we'll use this one. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? I see mostly smiley faces. I like it. Welcome back to day 3 of our Health 2.0 conference, USA edition here in Las Vegas. You know what? Whether you had one overpriced cocktail last night or 10, I'm not here to judge. I'm proud of you because you're here. You made it back this morning to continue the journey, continue the growth, and continue the learning. So glad to have you all here. We've got another fun, field packed day for you. Lots more to learn, some great panels, keynotes. And well, a couple other surprises in between. So it's going to be a great day. Let's move on. Before our first panel, I do want to give a shout out to our sincerest gratitude to some of our sponsors. Our platinum sponsor, Flow Patterns, and bronze sponsor, Zenise Health and Fitness, for the support and partnership, which have been crucial in making this event just a huge success. Also, guys, we want to be brought with you, and it's a great way to really maximize your exposure here with the new friends and connections you've made, colleagues. Please be sure to post your pictures from the conference everywhere and tag us in them. You're going to use the hashtag health, HEALTH, number 2, and CONF, short for conference. So please and thank you. And of course, you never know when we'll be sharing some of your pictures as well on our page on LinkedIn and other platforms as well. So without further ado, let's get this party started. We have got such an interesting panel up for you first. I am so excited about this topic. It just so fascinating to me. It is going to be about unraveling the mystery, showing you how to nurture your mind through your stomach. To keep this conversation going, we are going to invite Dr. Mohita Shrivastava, neuroscientist, founder, and CEO of Cognitome LLC, as the moderator, and she will be bringing up our panel. Let's give her a big round of applause. And the title of this panel is Decoding the Gut Brain Axis, Investigating the Link Between Diet, Microbiome, and Mental Well-Being.
Anna, Laurie, definitely.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A very good morning to all of you.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. And today, in day 3 of the Health 2.0 conference, uh, we would like to begin the first panel discussion of the day on the topic gut brain axis, investigating the link between diet, microbiome, and the mental well being. So, I would like to welcome all the panelists on the stage. And good morning, and I welcome you all. And I will give you 1 quick minute to each one of you for a quick introduction about yourselves.
Okay, my name is Ana Penido, and I'm the CEO and founder of a nonprofit called Home Mind Symphony. And this nonprofit, the goal and the mission is to open the first supportive home model for people with serious mental illness, especially schizophrenia. And I started this because I have two sons with schizophrenia, and one of them is totally recovered after 5 years of changing his diet. But the second one, he has a different metabolism, which we'll talk about here, and he's called treatment resistant. And there's a lot of people like him who do not have a place to go, even after they go to hospitals, institutions, because the medication doesn't work quite well. And so my idea is to open this home so we can have a nutrition that helps them improve. And there are now cutting edge studies about that, that nutrition really helps revert serious mental illness. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lori Ellington, and I am the CEO and founder of Ancient Science Incorporated. And what I do is I integrate ancestral wisdom and practices from our ancients with modern science, such as neurobiology, psychoneuroimmunology, mind body research, quantum physics, flow states of consciousness, and things like that, nutrition as well, and functional medicine. And I take what I call a neurosomatic approach to helping people heal, self master, and really just get on a path of human optimization. And what I mean by neurosomatic, it's a network or systems approach. So it's mind, body, brain, seeing everything as a unit versus parts. We'll be talking a little bit about that today. Happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laurie.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Stephanie Bathurst. I'm the CEO and founder of Bathurst Family Therapy, which is a psychosexual private practice out in Oahu, Hawaii. Our specialties are human psychology, interpersonal dynamics, and I'm also a certified integrative medicine specialist for mental health. So, any kind of holistic and comprehensive treatment plans for anxiety, depression, ADHD, PMDD, bipolar disorder. Great to be here. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Janae Sasso, CEO and founder of Senior Runs. We are a web and mobile platform that connects aging adults to health aides that provide chronic care management, such as transportation, kind of an all-inclusive care model to drive positive health outcomes. And, when it comes to caring for seniors, they are the most vulnerable population. So when it comes to gut health, we really need to make that a focal point.
Hi, everyone. My name is Parmjeet Kaur. I will be doing a test on the pronunciation of my name after this. I am an entrepreneur, but my background is I am a certified global project manager and a certified Scrum Master. I've worked in health tech for the last 20 plus years, and I worked with a lot of government agencies, specifically in the Medicaid space. So again, I'm a government contractor. But moreover, a little bit about me and why I find myself here on this panel. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis when I was 24 years old. And I have seen firsthand how diet is pivotal in the way we manage disease and uh, just the way we are having an interactive approach to health. I was also published in a book called Beating Multiple Sclerosis, and Beating Multiple Sclerosis is a culmination of patient stories, individuals who have used diet and exercise rather than traditional medicine to basically heal themselves of MS. And in these stories, we have found that based on diet, we can sometimes even shrink. So if anyone's familiar with multiple sclerosis, uh, the way it materializes is typically patients have lesions both in their brain as well as on their spine. And we have found that through diet, we can actually decrease these lesions in the brain. And a lot of patients have been able to heal themselves without needing to take traditional medication. So thank you, everyone. A pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you all for your introductions. And myself, I'm Dr. Mohita Srivastav, and I'm a neuroscientist by profession, and I'm also the founder and CEO of Cognitum program. This program aims to uh, uh, provide cognitive training, cognitive rehabilitation, and cognitive remediation therapies to the patients of anxiety, depression, PTSD, TBI, and stroke. So, well, this is all about me. And without any further delay, I would like to begin this panel discussion on a very interesting topic, decoding the gut-brain axis. So, as we all know that gut-brain axis has become a burgeoning field, of research and shedding the light into this, and the connection between the brain and gut is actually a very important topic to discuss about. And this encompasses various fields like neuroscience, research in the field of neuroscience, research in the field of psychology, gastroenterology, and nutrition and psychology. So, aiming to understand how these seemingly different branches or entirely different branches and systems interact and influence each other. So, to discuss further, let's begin our discussion by understanding the very common concept. What do we understand by the term gut brain axis? Nowadays, many healthcare professionals as well as the researchers are using this term very frequently, gut brain axis. So, for a commoner, and this question goes to Anna, Laurie, and Stephanie, 2 minutes each. If you can please explain to our great audience What do we understand by this term, gut-brain axis?
Okay, I'll start because that's what I do is teach to parents and families and sometimes peers, people with serious mental illness, and you have to use a language that they understand. And so I even have pictures. We don't see our gut, but we have billions of living beings in our guts, way more than the universe stars. And you have the good bacteria and the bad bacteria. And whatever you feed it through food is what the bacteria like or dislike to eat. And a big one is sugar, right? So the bad bacteria loves sugar. So the more sugary or carbs that you eat, that population is going to grow. If that population grows, the other good population is going to be in balance. So that imbalance will send signals to your brain through the vagus nerve, and you will feel different. And sometimes people don't realize, well, I'm feeling irritable or I'm feeling depressed or because of something you ate and you have been eating. It's not one thing of a day, it's more like everything you eat throughout your life, because every day you put something in your mouth, it makes a difference. And the good bacteria likes what? They like the fermented foods, they like vegetables, and if you give them the right balance, then you start creating peace in your gut, and that peace will go back to your brain.
Lovely. Yeah. So, when we were forming in utero, in the embryo, we started out as one tissue. And then that tissue, as we developed, it split off. One end went to the brain that we call in the skull, and the other, the gut. And this enteric nervous system developed, which is this mesh like web of brain cells. It's just a brain as well. So it's not like we call it the gut, but it's really a brain. It's got 500 million neurons, brain cells in it, and it can override what the cranial brain decides to do. So these are not separate. And there's this kind of fiber optic bidirectional cord, long as the 10th cranial nerve comes out of the brainstem, that connects these two brains together to really be one. So maybe you're familiar with the limbic system that manages a lot of our emotional responses, right? And then this prefrontal cortex that really separates us from lower primates, allows us to be able to create this conference that we're doing, right? So the gut has connections, deep connections to those regions, particularly that limbic system. Dr. Emmerin Mayer, who's a pioneer in the gut brain axis at UCLA, says that the gut is actually just really an extension of the limbic system. And that's regulating your mood, your emotional responses, your ability to focus, to be able to respond in an email in a way that you feel confident about, to write a report, have a conversation with your child, whatever it might be, sleep, right? So I'll talk a little bit more about that vagus nerve. But I think in a nutshell, we just need to see that these aren't separate worlds. They were one tissue, they just split off, they're totally connected through a cord, and the bloodstream as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think when we go back to like middle school anatomy class, right, we think about how we learned about the organs of the body and how each one of them was depicted visually in very separate ways. Bless you. And what we're wanting to help teach our clients is the interconnectedness of every single thing in your body, right? To help them understand that there are fascia lines, there are byways of communications neurally that are connecting every single thing, every single system in your body, particularly the brain and the gut, right? And we break it down to them and help them understand that 80% of all serotonin and 70% of your entire immune system is actually derived from your gut and the health or lack thereof of that gut. So just providing like the core base knowledge that we have in the last decade of research that hasn't yet infiltrated the rest of public awareness so that we can start thinking about food as medicine again, because it truly, truly is, right? And without that knowledge, without that buy-in, people cannot make educated and good decisions for themselves about what they're ingesting into their body and how that directly correlates with mental health.
Thank you, Anna, Laurie, and Stephanie, for such a nice uh, understanding, giving us the nice understanding of the term gut brain axis. Now, and the other question goes to Anna. Anna, how do you think that prolonged use of antipsychotics or anxiolytics or antidepressants, chronic use of prolonged use of these drugs, as well as the nutritional deficiencies or specific diet plans like keto diet, low carb diet, intermittent fasting, you know, all these have a significant impact on the functioning of gut microbiota? And how does it help in the management of mental illnesses?
Wow. Okay. That itself is a whole
Loaded
talk,
question.
but we'll try to narrow to as quick as I can explain. It was very interesting for me having two sons to see that coming from the same genes, the same family, being raised on the same foods affects people in different ways. And so you kind of question why, right? So when my oldest son developed schizophrenia and psychosis and depression, um, I worked first with him with getting whole foods through collaboration with a orthomolecular psychiatrist, and so we raised a lot of the vitamin deficiencies that generally um, studies show that people with schizophrenia has, but also changing your dietary habits. And we not only the diet, but a lot of other, because it's like a complex situation. You have the therapy, the family, the support. You have to have all of these, the meditation, the practice. But in 4 years, my son achieved stability, and he's well today on a vegan diet. That's his option, and no sugar, no dairy, no soy, no allergens, So it's like he's very careful and very sensitive about what he eats, but mostly he chose to be vegan. And that works for him because today he's on a minimum dose of antipsychotic. I mean, if you guys are doctors and he's like on 0.25 milligrams of risperidone. It's just like so little, it's less than a child's dose. Um, my other son, I tried to apply what the orthomolecular said to my other son, and it did not work. I didn't see the difference. So my son has been in an institution for 10 years, unfortunately, because he's treatment resistant. Like they tried several different antipsychotics. And what happens in these institutions is that they serve processed food, and you cannot even bring some vitamins. And I've been fighting along to get at least something. And so I managed to get him to have probiotics, which really helps to counterbalance the processed food. Um, but over these years, my son, because of the antipsychotic he's been taking, Olanzapine, um, natural name is Zyprexa, um, he has developed fatty liver disease. And so when he did this, I panicked because I says my son's going to die from cirrhosis instead of mental illness, and or so I says, how can we revert this? So I consulted a clinician, a nutritional clinician, and she says, well, if you start him on a low carb, low sugar diet, you could have good results. And exercise. I says, exercise impossible. He's inside a locked facility with 90 people and just a cement courtyard. And she said, okay, if the institution doesn't accept that diet, then come back here. I'll give you a diabetes diet because they will take that. But the place where he is right now is open to listening to families. So I was lucky that they implemented the low carb diet. And I was astounded because I had to have my son on board too. That's a part of education that is very important. You just don't force things because everybody else is eating the gluten, everybody else is eating the carbs. How you get somebody to choose not to eat that? And so I showed him videos of Dr. Berg on YouTube, very simple, showing how it was inside and what was happening to his liver. He got it. And I said, you know, you need to be on board of this if you want to live and if you want to go after your dreams. And he says, okay, mom, I'm going to do that. And so he was in agreement to do the low carb diet. In just 5 months, my son lost 30 pounds, and the doctors were astonished when they did all the tests again because the fatty liver disease disappeared. So this is something that we really need to think carefully, because also another thing that's important to add here, I went to the psychiatrist and I asked, you know what, this medication Ozempine is being said here on the prescription that it says it develops side effects of high triglycerides that can affect your liver. Can you change to something else? So he decided to shift it and take that one out and try clozapine, which is the last of the drugs that they use on the scale for psychiatry because it affects your blood counts. But I said, let's go for that. And my son is doing the best he's ever done with this change of antipsychotic together with the low carb, low sugar diet.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna, for sharing your personal experience. And now my next question goes to Laurie. Laurie, can alterations in the gut microbiome lead to neurochemical imbalances like of serotonin, GABA, or vagal tone disturbances, as implicated in various psychiatric or mental illnesses? And how do these mechanisms operate within the gut brain axis?
Yeah. So the vagus nerve, who's familiar with that? Heard of it? Yeah, some of you have. The longest bundle of nerves really in the human body comes out of the brainstem. It's the 10th cranial nerve. It's two kind of cords. Vagus, think vagabond in Greek. That's the derivative from that word. It roams and meanders. It connects up the three brains that you have. You have three. You have one in the skull, and you got a brain in the heart. That's the cardiac nervous system, and there is a brain in there. It thinks, it feels, and produces neurotransmitters, right? And then you have another brain. What?
Enteric nerve.
And then the enteric nervous system. That's right. And it connects those three up. So it's this super highway that's bidirectional. Here's what's really interesting and unique about the vagus. It's a data collector. It's modulating inflammation. It's also who delivers the pharmaceuticals to the brain. So what happens in the vagus in your body doesn't stay in the vagus and in your body. It goes everywhere throughout the whole mind body brain network because the vagus innervates all of the visceral organs. And whenever we're in connection, we're eating a healthy diet, we're moving, we're sleeping, we're able to regulate our breath and come out of those 20 beats or 20 breaths per minute, right? How we're breathing, what we're thinking, what we're paying attention to. That tones, exercises the vagus and keeps the tonality good. But when we're in, there's a branch of the autonomic nervous system that's like your gas pedal, which is the sympathetic branch, which we're in a lot. That does not, the vagus nerve does not power through the sympathetic branch. So we lose its tone. Okay, the gut, the microbiota in your gut produce your pharmacy. The microbiota in your gut produce vitamins, produce antibiotics, produce all these called metabolites, 500,000 metabolites. That's the pharmacy that you have inside of you. And like the serotonin, 90% of that serotonin is produced in your gut, your mood regulator. Your dopamine, 50% is produced in your gut, right? That's a motivation to make a change in your life, right? If you don't have the bacteria in your gut because of dysbiosis, which is Anna was talking about, the bacteria that does the conversion, that converts your chicken to the serotonin, that's where it's happening, right? Then you don't have any of that to go up through the vagus. And then that's going to cause problems with the tonality of the vagus as well by firing the stress response, the HPA axis, the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, right? So we got all this cortisol, that's impacting your gut bacteria as well, killing off some of the positive ones that are creating your pharmacy for you, right? or not even get, I think maybe Stephanie's going to talk about leaky gut a little bit, but this is upregulating an inflammatory response. Well, your vagus is your anti inflammatory nerve. It's producing acetylcholine that keeps things chill, keeps you relaxed, keeps your heart rate down, and all of that, right? So if you're losing that vagal tone because of a dysbiosis or you're under a stress response, right? Most of the signals are actually coming from the body to the brain. So for approximately every 9 bits of communication between the brain and the gut by way of the vagus is coming from the body and the gut up to the brain. So the brain is not, we think it's the command center, but it's actually gathering data from the body. And it's about 90% coming up from the body, which is why you can move and change your mood, right? But it's really important to pay attention to vagal tone, taking care of that vagus nerve, and of course, managing the composition of the microbiota through diet, stress, and things like that.
Thank you, Laurie.
Yeah.
And Stephanie, question goes to you. What role does systemic inflammation or gut permeability, play in the gut-brain axis, and how does this dysregulation of immune function contributes to mental health disturbances like anxiety, depression, or OCD?
Thank you. Yeah. So we all know that mental health disorders are largely epigenetic, right? There are some populations that are more vulnerable to the onset because of genetic predisposition or gene mutations like the MTHFR mutation, right? Um, Science tells us that about 40% of major depressive disorder is due to the underlying genetics of that, right? 65% for bipolar disorder. That's a huge percent of impact or activation onset from environmental stressors, right? These are things like the chemicals that we interact with on a daily basis, the BPA, phthalates, parabens, xenoestrogens, glyphosate in particular, which is linked causally to depression. And glyphosate is it's a pesticide. It's an ingredient to pesticide on agricultural products. Um, so that was chemicals to the food that we ingest, and I think you've both talked really nicely about like what activates that inflammation food wise, right? Soy, dairy, gluten, alcohol, caffeine, all of these things that we're wanting to really reduce because we've changed the chemical compounds of food so significantly that our body no longer can actually recognize it as food, and so it causes this inflammatory response in an attempt to protect itself. But what ends up happening in a state of inflammation, prolonged inflammation in the gut, is that the lining of the stomach starts to become permeable. It starts to separate. When that separation happens, the parasites and the gut bugs in your stomach start to slip through, get into your bloodstream, make it up to these other microbiomes within your body. And all of them are uniquely different in what bugs they house and how they can accommodate those. So when we get the microbiome gut bugs into our brain microbiome, it causes leaky brain, right? This is a source of environmentally triggered depression and anxiety, right? So we're really wanting to include in our treatment protocols with our clients nutrition. We know vitamin D, vitamin B, magnesium, zinc, iodine, these are all deficiencies, nutritional deficiencies that are linked to mental health instability. And so that has to be a really important component to our treatment protocols, in addition to some of the more traditional psychotherapeutic or meditative movement uh, inclusions, right? So yeah, I think there's so much that we can do to have a holistic process to heal mental health and deactivate those genes if a client does have them.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Jane, do you think that shaping the development and function of the gut microbiome, utilizing personalized intervention approaches such as microbiome profiling or dietary interventions, uh, or use of chronic medications, somehow impact overall quality of life across the various population and especially among the geriatric population?
Yes, great question. Um, I think the common theme, as I have sat through all the different panels, is that we can all agree that personalized and individualized care is crucial for positive health outcomes, right? So we can't treat everybody the same. And I know we have over 1,000 species of bacteria in the gut, and we're still exploring which bacteria supports and optimizes mental health. And I know that I'm glad to know that that is something that is being studied, because that's going to be important for the microbiome profiling of patients and the dietary interventions that are implemented. And so when it comes to seniors, they are a very vulnerable population, because as you age, your systems and body functions slow down. That's just, par for the course. And so we know that, but I think that the challenge has been, from what I have seen with caring for our clients, is the ageism, the discounting that this is just old age, and yeah, you're depressed, or you have anxiety, or you have acid reflux, or whatever the case may be. And so when physicians do kind of get their profile, a lot of it is not being tracked back to the gut. It's being discounted as just getting older. Even happened to me at when I turned 40, and the doctors like flipped the page, and he had all of these questions. He added like a ton of additional questions, and one of them was, do you have acid reflux? At that time I didn't, but I was curious. I mean, I've been studying gut and brain health for years, so I just wanted to know what his perspective was. And I asked, why did you ask me that question at 40? What happens at 40 that you ask that question? Because I mean, when my children were babies, like you said, I'm looking at their digestive system, right? I'm not just assuming that it's just going to naturally, do what it's supposed to do. And he just simply said, "Oh, this is just things that happen when you get older." And that was kind of the extent. And if I had not, if I had said I had some symptoms, I'm curious as to what his response would have been. And the reality is that 25% of older adults, 65 and older, have mental illness and anxiety and depression. And we see it all the time in our organization when we're caring for them. And we really need to be more proactive. I find it very odd that, we will screen for high blood pressure. We will screen for diabetes. We will screen for cancer, but nobody ever talks about the gut health. And when they do talk about diet, it's always give them boost, give them, what's the other one? Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's always a nutritional drink to try to get them to gain weight or what have you, which typically constipates them. So, or there's some antacid that they're going to give them, which we know sometimes that can actually exacerbate the problem. So, I just think that we need to make gut health profiling a key part of how we screen for disease. And if a physician notices, or a clinician, or anybody notices a mental health issue with a geriatric patient, we need not discount it. We should take a deeper dive and do our best to try to uncover what the real issue is. Because as our systems and functions slow down, obviously nutrient absorption is going to be impacted by that. And so, and when we work with a lot of seniors, they're isolated. So sometimes they can't eat properly because they can't get access to the nutritional foods that they do need, or they don't even have the cognitive function to make the decisions to eat make a better food choice. So there's a lot of complexity in serving seniors, a lot of social determinants of health that arise, and that is something that my company has really worked hard to try to bring to the attention and bring to light of the healthcare community.
Well, I think there's also, and because everything that you said is spot on, I think there are a lot of underlying conditions that cause mental health instability that compounds over time the longer that you have it in your system, like heavy metal or candida overabundance, which is linked to like ADHD, right? There's a lot that builds in your cells and in your systems that your body cannot organically excrete. And as we age, this vulnerable population is so underserved because those things are not tested. They're not even talked about, but they're very much impacting mental health stability for this particular population.
Exactly,
Yeah.
definitely.
Thank you. Pam, the question goes to you. how can interdisciplinary collaboration between researchers in nutrition, neuroscience, psychiatry, gastroenterology, psychology, you know, advance our understanding of the gut-brain axis and facilitate the development of innovative interventions?
Sure, absolutely. So I think the number one, the integration of these different modalities, these different levels of expertise from all these different individuals in their respective fields, I think that can lead to innovation in technology in solving the very complex gut-brain axis. It's funny, and I don't mean to bring my personal story into this, but I had a deep conversation with my neurologist, and I talked to him about some changes that I had made in my diet and how those changes in my diet were positively impacting me. But unfortunately, that was just not a conversation that he was willing to have, and that is because that is not what he had studied. And this is not to say, and I do want to preface all this by saying there's absolutely a place for medicine and traditional medicine. I myself have had a chemotherapy-based stem cell transplant, which essentially, in addition to my diet, healed me, and I've been in remission for 7 years. But I think thank you, thank you, thank you. But I think the integration of these different modalities and the expertise from these different individuals in their respective fields, these subject matter experts, I think they can lead to, again, innovation because this is such a complex subject that I think a lot of folks don't understand. And specifically, I'm going to say here in the West, I think in a lot of other countries, right, my family's from India. I think in a lot of countries like India, I think we've long understood the impact of diet on our brains. But I think although we are so advanced here in the United States, I think we still have a lot of catching up to do. And I talk about this a lot also. There are a lot of foods. So I'm born in the UK, as you can tell from my very deep British accent. There are a lot of foods that are allowed here, a lot of processed foods that are allowed here, a lot of ingredients that are allowed here in the United States, which are not allowed in Europe, which are whenever I visit England and I go to a grocery store in England, I'm always amazed. It's remarkable the differences in some of the packaging, the processed, even their processed food, and it's actually alarming. So I think if we brought some of these again multiple modalities together, they could develop a more integrated approach, and I think it would just help us to again better understand the gut-brain axis. I also wanted to comment. I think somebody earlier said something about mental health and the effect of vitamins and supplementation and food on mental health. Again, just sharing a personal experience. So I have really bad anxiety. That's actually a MS symptom. And I think even for someone who doesn't have MS, I think a lot of us deal with anxiety. Um, and so I went to my PCP, my primary care provider, and I asked him for something because the anxiety, and I was also dealing with depression, it was unfortunately causing my IBS to accelerate. And I was having trouble even leaving the house because immediately I would start thinking, okay, I hope I can get to my destination. Okay, is my IBS going to act up? And so he put me on an antidepressant. That was his go-to. And I was on the antidepressant just for 2 days and I realized it made me feel horrible. And again, not to say that there isn't a place for antidepressants, they work miracles for so many people. But I started looking into what else can I incorporate to relieve me of my anxiety and some of the symptoms that I'm experiencing. And I learned that a diet rich in magnesium works wonders for anxiety. And again, I had no idea. And so anyway, I switched to a magnesium and B12 rich diet, and all of a sudden, while not completely eradicated, my anxiety decreased monumentally. So, all that to say, yes, I think we need to have an interconnected, collaborative approach to maybe maybe not solving, but really working on this understanding of the complex understanding of the gut-brain axis.
Thank you, ma'am. So, with this, we have come to an end of our panel discussion. And just one key takeaways, in 1 or 2 lines for our audience from each one of you, very quickly.
Okay. I think it's about your uh, culture and your education and what you are open to do to change your life because we eat every day. That's it goes back to this. It's a practice that you're doing unconscious or you can do it conscious. And my take is like first thing, change to whole foods, fresh foods, more vegetables on your plate, especially the dark leaf vegetables which are left behind. These will change your biochemistry. I also just want to say that I'm doing a course in May, and it's going to be online course so everybody can do it. And it's a course teaching you the foods that make you smile and remove anxiety, depression, and psychosis. Is a preventive and a course for recovery. And all of us have somebody that needs this in the family or friends that we know. So please take a flyer from me later. I'm teaching this with my son who has recovered. So it is really inspiring for people who are going through recovery to hear from somebody who's doing well how diet became the major focus of their lives.
Thank you. Laurie?
Yeah, so you host a rainforest inside of you, and that rainforest produces pretty much everything that you need to be well. Vitamins, like the or the neurochemicals to take care of your mood, to manage your inflammatory levels, which is the lies at the heart of all chronic illnesses, right? And now we know depression and anxiety. And so take care of that rainforest inside of you. You are an ecosystem. And realize that that is impacting every decision that you make, how you sleep, how you rest, how you focus, your health span, your lifespan. It's all interconnected. So respect this ecosystem that you have inside of you. And so we've talked about the food, but pay attention to movement. Take some deep breaths, social connection. Go outside and play in the dirt and don't wash your hands immediately. It actually increases diversity of your microbiota,
And
right?
let the dog lick your
Yeah, let the
hand.
dog lick. We're over hygienated. So um, just pay attention and be mindful of this powerful ecosystem and rainforest that you have inside of you. And take care of your vagus nerve. And I just mentioned some ways to do that with, resting and movement. And beware of the antibiotics and the ibuprofen and things like that. Those are really poking holes and causing some problems with our gut permeability and inflammatory levels. So,
Yes, they are.
yeah.
I know that all of us have many different clients. I know that some of mine don't always live in an area or have the financial means to access good food, right? That's a real legitimate concern. And so we can talk all day, and I love talking all day about good food and what specific foods give you these nutrients. But at the end of the day, if our clients don't have means to access them, it doesn't help them, right? So at the very least, helping them get access to third-party tested nutraceuticals specifically for methylated B complex vitamins, for omega-3s, just like the very core basics, trace minerals that they can drop into whatever drink they're drinking throughout that day. Like if you were to just include those three core things for the majority of clients, I promise you, you will see drastic improvements in mental health, even if they can't implement all the other things that we're talking about today.
Start somewhere.
My,
Yeah.
my my last words is just to encourage you to advocate for yourself and advocate for others. When you're in, I think if we can continue to have these conversations and draw attention to the importance of gut health, we can see some change with people's approach to it. Some people are, lean mostly traditional. Then you have holistic. I would like to see more folks in the healthcare community kind of come somewhere in the middle ground. But I think a lot of that, and my challenge in my business and just having these conversations, is just that we have to have more people having them. So advocate for yourself. If something's going on in your body and the medication isn't working, or you are looking for a more natural way to deal with it, don't be afraid to bring that up. And if you work in a healthcare setting where there's some, in geriatric care or what have you, speak up and say, you know what, you're serving these people this type of food. Is there a way we can get them an apple? Can we chop it up? What can we do to enhance the quality of their diet when they are in our institutions? Because a lot of times we just kind of do our job because we're tired, but we're not really paying attention, and therefore we don't have good, healthy, quality conversations.
So, great points from all of my fellow panelists. I couldn't agree more. The takeaway for me, and I think of a few folks have said it, I think which validates what I've always believed, is there is no one size fits all solution for anyone. I think what will work for one individual may not work for another. And I think, as Anne was saying earlier, whereas one of her sons changed his diet and the impact was positive and tremendous on him, it wasn't the same necessarily for her other son. I think there is no one size fits all approach, but the overwhelming consensus is that that a healthy diet rich in whole foods, potentially supplements if you need them, I think is going to be the best approach. But again, there is no one size fits all solution. What works for one individual may not work for another, but again, a diet rich in nutrients, whole foods, less processed foods. And I actually feel like a hypocrite as I say this because my diet is not the best always, but I'm a work in progress. I think we all are.
Yes.
But yes, that is my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Fantastic. Another round of applause for these ladies, our moderator, our panelists. That was so insightful. Thank you. Thank you. Now, coming up next is our keynote on the topic Empowering Through Understanding, Providers' Vital Role in Autism and Immigration Evaluations. Our keynote speaker is an inspirational figure passionate for increasing access to care for people of all ages. To further her goal, she became licensed under SciPact, allowing her to assist individuals across the country who lack access to resources and providers in their state. Without taking any more time, I'd like to call Dr. Jasmine Burns, owner, founder, CEO, and licensed psychologist of Burns Virtual Psychological Solutions. She will enlighten us on the subject. In her presentation, Dr. Burns will talk about autism and immigration evaluations, emphasizing the pressing demand for expanded provider networks, support systems, and services within our nation. Let's give her a round of applause. We bring her up on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, okay. Give me a quick second. I'm actually going to be doing something a little different and using my laptop. I have to talk up and out. Can you still hear me? I feel like a giraffe, like I'm having to stretch my neck to talk. All right. So thank you for that lovely introduction. So as she said, I will be talking about empowering through understanding and talking about providers' roles within autism and immigration evaluations. This probably is going to be a topic that I'm going to have to fly through, but I just want to provide some basic yet foundational information to start the conversation, to start the dialogue. I am really passionate about these populations for several different reasons, and they may sound very different, autism and immigration. However, a lot of these people within the population, they're going through very similar secondary health conditions like anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation. So I really want to just bring this conversation to the forefront. So, a lot of this was already spoken about. Oh, and I see my picture's probably covering my words. I don't know if we can get that fixed, but so I am a licensed psychologist, and I'm able to see folks in about 40 plus states in the United States at this point. My private practice, Burns Virtual Psychological Solutions, is completely virtual, and the reason why I did it that way is because access to care is just really important to me. And the populations that we're seeing in my practice, they just cannot find any providers. And so, with the telehealth, the virtual world, we're able to provide a lot of these services. But not only do we do, neurodevelopmental and immigration evaluations, we offer, therapy services and the like. I've been able to work in various settings, and within those settings, I saw that there was a lot of just red tape that really caused a lot of issues in families getting the services in a timely manner. Just wait lists that were 2 to 3 years long. And so I'm really proud of what my practice has been able to accomplish. And I just listed a couple of things about me that I like to do, but we can skip through that. So as you can see, my practice offers a wide array of services. We've tried to create one-stop shopping, right? For families to just come to one place and get a lot of different services, and then we refer out. We refer out to psychiatrists, we refer out to nutritionists. We believe in holistic care, so even acupuncturists, right? Because we really find it important to see the person as a whole, right? And so those are some of the things we do, and I've already kind of talked about the things that make us special, but I really want to get into the meat of the presentation, so I'm going to kind of skip through this. So, why this topic? There is a shortage of providers nationwide who specialize in this work. When I first started in the field of psychology, I knew I wanted to be involved in the neurodevelopmental world. That was my training: autism, ADHD, intellectual developmental disabilities. But I recently, probably like 2 to 3 years ago now, fell into the world of immigration and seeing the folks in that population who just really, really need help and they cannot find it. It just made me so passionate to serve that population. um, for providers who do this work, there is still a lack of understanding. So I've met a lot of providers who work with autistic individuals, and yes, I will be using disability first language because that is what neurodivergent individuals prefer. But there's a lack of understanding of what neurodivergence is, right? There's just a lack of understanding. There's a need for training. And as I said, most people don't know that there are many individuals who are seeking psychological evaluations for immigration services, for their, asylum or getting a visa, things of that nature. So it's a great need right now, and we can all play a role. So I'm going to go into just a very basic yet foundational, topic of autism, and trying to just giving you guys a little background in case you don't know what autism is. So it stands for Autism Spectrum Disorder. I'm going to just say autism, or even ASD, probably autism. And it is a complex neurodevelopmental condition that typically, is seen in the early years. We typically start seeing it between 0 and 3, and it is lifelong. Okay. Autism is not something that necessarily needs to be cured, right? It is a part of a person, it is a brain style difference. And there are a lot of amazing people, very successful people who are neurodivergent, who are autistic. And so it does affect a person's social, their social interactions. They may not always pick up on things like social cues, nonverbals, right? It is a spectrum of symptoms. Okay. It is still being widely researched, but we do know that autism is caused by a combination of genetic and environmental factors. All right. So I already talked about some of the characteristics. One of the things that I think with media, autism looks very obvious, right? If we watch movies like Rain Man, for example, it's a very obvious condition. And I'll talk about this in a little bit, but in females, for example, autism is not easily seen. There are a lot of pink flags, as we talk about, within women, autistic women. Okay. So I wanted to just quickly talk about the prevalence of autism because there's been a lot of talk about like it's on the rise, it's spreading faster. So back in 2018 or 2016, excuse me, 1 in 54 children were diagnosed with autism. And then in 2018, it was 1 in 44. Well, now we're at 1 in 36. So what's happening? It's not this giant epidemic. It's something we're actually just getting better at identifying autism at an earlier age. Our instruments, the tools that we use, they're getting more sensitive, and we're just getting better overall at identifying autistic traits earlier. Autism is 4 times more common in males than females. It is more obvious in males versus females. So, males are able to get diagnosed with autism typically at a much earlier age, females, not so much. So, I'm getting a lot of adult women, even older age women, who are seeking an autism diagnosis because they've always felt different, right? They've always felt like they just don't fit in for whatever reason. I won't go into this too much just because of time, but this is just a visual of the prevalent estimates based off the National Survey of Children's Health. There is currently no research that shows that living in a certain community increases the chances that a child will receive an autism diagnosis. However, there are geographic variations that could be related to how early a child is diagnosed, right? If you're living in a state that doesn't have a lot of autism resources or providers, then you're most likely going to receive a later diagnosis. So, the importance of autism providers. So, when I work with families, and again, I see people across the lifespan, but when I work with families and I do give that autism diagnosis, there is a sense of grief that I sense from the families. They're crying, they're saying, my kid will never go to school. They'll never get married. They'll never have a job. They'll never do this. They'll never do that. And I have to remind them that with a diagnosis, a medical diagnosis, that's what it's called in the field, a medical diagnosis, the child has this golden ticket. The family has this golden ticket, and they're able to get access to a lot of services and supports, right? But as an autism provider myself, I feel like it is very important to train the next generation of evaluators because, again, there is such a shortage. We need to advocate for neuroaffirming care. Like I said, there are people who are receiving services right now with providers who don't understand their differences. They shame the children and the teens and the adults for their differences. So we need to have providers who understand neurodivergence and meet the clients where they are. And, we do need to continue to work on creating more neuroaffirming tests and assessments. When COVID happened, there was, we kind of blew up in doing that, which is great. But we can definitely do more, do better. So, what does an autism evaluation look like? In case you don't know, it's pretty comprehensive, or it should be pretty comprehensive. So, depending on the age of the child, it's going to affect, or the age of the person, it's going to impact what the evaluation looks like. So, typically, it's involving, self-report measures from the parent, or excuse me, rating forms from the parent and teacher, and self-report rating forms, clinical interviewing, IQ, developmental assessments, play-based assessments if the kid is really little, and those are so cute to watch, you guys, interview based assessments, and then, of course, collateral information. So, this is talking to the teachers, like interviewing them or interviewing therapists. One of the important things with autism that research has shown across the board is that early intervention is extremely important, right? So, early intervention is 0 to 3 years old, and it's crucial for timely support. It can lead to significant improvements in the child's development. It really helps the child learn how to improve their social communication, those adaptive skills that we use every day, and even reduces harmful behaviors. There are kids out there and adults who stim, right? So they do these stimulating behaviors, and that can be flapping, that can be spinning, that can be body rocking, all kinds of things. But they can also be a little bit more harmful where they're hitting themselves on the head over and over. And those are the behaviors that we want to target, right? But early intervention does promote those long term outcomes and the quality of life. So for adults, again, it's a little bit different, and I would love to. I can do a whole talk about adults and autistic care. But many adults, like I said, do go their whole lives without a diagnosis, especially females. Okay, so many adult women are underdiagnosed or they're misdiagnosed. I have a lot of women coming to me who have been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and they're like, I just don't think that's right. Like that's not me, and there's a lot of shame and it leads to these secondary health concerns, so depression, anxiety, even suicidal ideation, and much, much more. So hopefully this works, but I'm gonna show a quick clip. This woman here, she's doing a TED talk, and she's an autistic female, and she's gonna talk about masking. So let's see if this works.
While my special interests were an autistic trait that was largely ignored, my other autistic traits were hidden because I was skilled at masking them. Masking is a behavior by which autistic people try to camouflage and seem like they're not autistic. Hearing this for the first time, neurotypical people might think that autistic people are insecure or manipulative for trying to hide our symptoms. This isn't true. The real reason an autistic person would mask is because of a natural human desire to fit in, connect with others, and achieve social and professional success. Masking behaviors can include forcing eye contact, mimicking others' behaviors, expressions, and gestures, and even memorizing scripts for small talk and common conversations. Some people are more skilled at masking than others. I'm really good at masking, and people tell me that all the time, whether they know it or not. When someone says to me that they never would have known I was autistic if I hadn't told them, or even that I don't seem autistic, what they're really telling me is that I'm good at masking. A lot of people see this as a really positive thing. It's something that allows me to live a normal life. And while it's true that some things can be easier when people can't tell you're autistic, it's impossible for a person with ASD to not be heavily affected by it. Autism is a part of us. It colors the way we think, interact with others, and see the world throughout our life.
It's a great video, but I want to make sure we get through everything else. So definitely, recommend watching it. So what are the barriers to care? Why is there such a shortage? Well, one, I don't think there's a lot of training programs out there who really that really focus on training on autism work in a neuroaffirming way. Okay, so that's leading to a shortage of providers, especially providers of color, and then again, those providers who are neuroaffirming. There's also geographical barriers. So there are certain states that pour more money into, neurodivergence and regional centers like in California, and just extra supports and services. And there are some states that that's like the last on their list of priorities, right? And so again, we're having families who are stuck in these states without access to care, access to getting a diagnosis, after a diagnosis, getting supports and services. There's just a shortage of all of the things, right? And then there's financial constraints. So getting an autism evaluation, I'm not gonna lie, it's expensive. It can range from $1,000 to I think the highest that I've seen is like $6,500. Okay. Insurance typically does cover autism evaluations, but insurance also dictates which tools we get to use for these evaluations, and they're not the most neuro-affirming. Okay, so if you are an autism provider doing these services, offering financial, flexible financial plans, and other things like that can be really, really helpful for families who are underserved or having financial challenges. So, what can we do as healthcare providers? We can address these challenges and we need to do so in a multifaceted way. So, as I've already said, increased training and recruitment, expansion of telehealth services so that we can overcome those geographical barriers. Advocating for improved insurance coverage. For me, that's a really big one. Educating families, empowering families, telling them about the resources available in their own backyards, right? And creating more supports and services for autistic young adults and adults. There's a lot of focus on autistic children, like school age children and toddlers, but once they reach adolescence and they age out of school and reach adulthood, they don't have any supports in place. Very minimal supports are in the country for that age group. So I just wanted to give a little bit of information on autism, and now we're going to switch over to immigration. Okay. What are immigration evaluations. So these are just, like I said earlier, comprehensive evaluations that master level clinicians can do and doctors can do to, they help evaluate the individual's needs, their mental health needs, the psychological symptoms that they're exhibiting, and it helps them gain asylum, residency, visas. It's very, very helpful. So I want to show you a quick clip.
This is my migrant story. My name is Basilio, a son of a Mayan and a Panjobal indigenous. I had once a beautiful life. That was when I was a baby. I grew up seeing my father work each day to bring bread to our table. It was normal. That was life for my people. One day some people came to our town looking for gold. They destroyed the land and that food didn't grow up as normal. My people fight to protect their land, but the government took them as criminals. I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I learned about corruption. I couldn't live there any longer. My family took a decision that will change our lives. We decided to immigrate. They called USA as a second heaven. They told me and my brothers that we would have a beautiful life there, and so we traveled. We went to the house of a man known as the Coyote. He will guide us on our way to the second heaven. I thought that crossing a country that speaks Spanish would be fun, but it wasn't. Mexico was such a beautiful country, but I had the bad luck to meet bad people. When we were about to enter to the USA, the Coyote left us on our own. He did not tell us where to go. We slept in the house of a woman who gave us posada.
So I just wanted to share that video because that's a pretty good example of some of the stories that I hear when I'm doing my immigration work, right? There are several different types of immigration evaluations. These are the ones that I focus on in particular. This is not a comprehensive list, and I won't go through these in detail, but the ones that I'm focusing on typically have to deal with trauma, right? There are immigrants that I work with who are fleeing their country because of fear of prosecution and death, right? So those are the asylum cases. That's probably one of the most well-known immigration types, right? There's VAWA, Violence Against Women Act, right? So these are women and men who have been abused by their spouse, who's typically a U.S. citizen, and they're seeking supports, right? Extreme hardships. There's U visas. These are typically dealing with a lot of depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And then N648s are medical exemption waivers that I support permanent legal residents, those who are seeking naturalization in the United States, right? And only psychologists and MDs and DOs can do these, but there's an even bigger shortage of providers who do N648s. So if you're ever interested in this type of like immigration training, talk to me afterwards. I would love to connect. So as I talked about, immigration providers were really important because we can provide these thorough assessments, provide evidence for these immigration cases. These reports, again, kind of like golden tickets, they go a long way in these immigration cases. We might also be called to provide expert testimony on how a robbery at a gas station can create, significant PTSD, even though it was just a one-time event, right? And then again, if you're an immigration provider, you can advocate for immigrant rights and access to fair treatment and evaluations and offer training, such as myself, to professionals to create, again, that next generation of immigration providers in the country. I'll kind of skip over this because I've talked about it, but common psychological issues that we are seeing in this population have to do with PTSD, anxiety, depression, substance use. And then there's also like cultural and contextual factors to keep in mind, right? So there are many cultures out there who don't want to seek help because it's a sign of weakness in their culture, right? So this slide should look familiar because it's the same barriers to care as with autism, right? So we're still having a shortage. There's still those geographical barriers and those financial constraints. Okay. So this conference is amazing because we are able to network and collaborate and have a dialogue with different providers in different areas, right? So if you're in tech, you can help with this. You can help develop telehealth platforms specifically tailored to the autistic population, specifically tailored to the immigrant population. You can create these platforms and apps in different languages. You can do it like in a neuro affirming way. Use more pictures, right? Use more animation. Neurodivergent people love that, right? Heck, I like it too. Invest in research and development to create innovative assessment tools and services and supports nationwide. If you're a business or political leader, you can provide funding or sponsorships to training programs that focus on this. Create them in your cities, in your states. You can advocate for policy changes. Talk to your government officials. Say that this is important. Healthcare providers, we are exhausted because we are trying to do so much with limited resources. And some of you guys might be like, ooh, on this next part, but healthcare providers do need to be incentivized. We are humans as well. We have families that we have to take care of. These insurance reimbursement rates these days are abysmal. And so a lot of providers don't want to take insurance. And so a lot of people don't have access to insurance providers who specialize in this work. So the more that we can advocate for each other and the families, it can go a long way. If you're in education, I just spoke on the education panel yesterday, we can integrate training on autism and immigration into the school curriculums, right? This can even be incorporating more social emotional learning, SEL curriculum into the schools, right? Collaborating with community organizations to host workshops and seminars on autism awareness, celebrating neurodivergence, celebrating immigration, the immigration population, talking to them about what they have access to and that they don't have to be afraid to ask for help. Implementing screening and referral protocols, build that into the school curriculum, build that into the school system, and advocate again for more resources and supports, especially for special education providers. Thank you. So we do have about, I believe, 5 minutes for 5 minutes for questions or comments. Yes. Thank you. Hmm. There's definitely a lot of meta-analyses out there, and I can try to find some to send to you directly since I have your contact. But as I said, even 100 years ago, we were not seeing autism in the way that we're seeing it now. There was a lot of focus on mothers. So I don't know if you guys have heard of the term refrigerator moms, but the concept was that moms were so cold toward their children that it was essentially causing autism in their little ones. So there was a lot of shame in mothers for several decades. And it's just now with the research and what causes autism, and again, those supports and services in place that we're again kind of looking at it in a more neuro affirming way, looking at the child and not shaming the mother, right? But yes, there are meta analyses out there, so I'll try to send those to you, okay? Great question. Did you have one? Yeah, so like I said earlier, master level clinicians, so whether you're an LCSW, an LPC, LMFTs, um, there's a lot. LMHCs. It's an alphabet, you guys, like alphabet soup. But if you can if you can do assessment in your state, so I always recommend people talk to their state board, right? But if you can do assessment and diagnoses in your state, then you can do immigration evaluations, right? And again, like I said, doctors as well, psychologists, MDs, DOs. Go ahead. In the far back. Hmm. That's a great question. And I'm sorry, I missed what company, like what line of work you do? Hmm. 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 Yeah, we need to connect. Yeah, we need to connect. You need to connect with everybody in here. So I think what you can do, it goes back to advocacy, right? Like helping insurance companies understand the work that goes into it. Insurance rates tend to be higher for people who do therapy, but they're really low for people who do testing. And I think just across the board, especially in insurance, there's just a lack of understanding of what evaluation, what testing looks like. It's not just plopping someone in front of a computer and having them type something. It's not just these questionnaires. We are doing a lot of comprehensive qualitative work as well, right? So I think the more like companies like you who can talk to mental health professionals and kind of be that bridge with insurance companies and advocate on our behalf so that we can advocate on families' behalf, I think that can go a long way. I think that can be really powerful. Hmm. 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 Yes. Hmm. I'm in Texas, so yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we'll definitely connect. Thank you for asking that question. Do we have time for one more? That's it. Okay. Thank you so much. I would love to connect, and I will be in the front if you want to talk to me. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jasmine, for that enlightening insight on that topic. It's always great to have you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another thought provoking panel discussion on a topic that's all too relatable in today's digital age. Are you ready? Doom scrolling. Are you guilty? You might be without even realizing it. You know how we find ourselves, just maybe randomly on the couch at night when we're at Starbucks waiting in line, just scrolling through our phone, social media, seeing news, maybe lots of negative news or updates that we don't even really realize that our brain is constantly processing and reading and seeing. So This can really have a negative impact on our mental well being without us even realizing it. It's time to talk about it. Get ready to explore the delicate balance between staying informed and safeguarding our mental health. Let's hear it for our moderator, Alicia Hewitt Miller, owner and founder of Alicia Squared HR and Marketing and NOCO Living Water and Wellness, and our panelists who will get us through the topic compulsivity versus responsibility in the age of doom scrolling. Where do we draw the line between being informed and being overwhelmed? Welcome to the stage, guys. Round of applause for them.
We're going to make a semicircle here so we can see
Yeah.
each other and everybody can see us. I'm Ann Summer, PA and Summer Physician Assistant Ann Summer. I'll be your moderator today. And Leisha is right there, and she is amazing. So thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for the panel opportunity. So let's talk about doom scrolling. I'm going to define it for all of us first, which means I'm going to read it. So doom scrolling refers to the act of continuously scrolling through bad news, especially on social media or news websites, despite the negative emotional impact it may have. In an era where doom scrolling blurs the line between staying informed and sinking into anxiety, how do we balance our compulsivity to consume news with the responsibility of mental well being? Our panel is going to aim to dissect this intricate web, offering insights on creating a healthy information diet. I introduced myself, so I'm going to go to Joanne and have everybody introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Joanne. I am the Senior Vice President for Finance and Forum Pharmacy. We do long-term care pharmacy for different facilities, assisted living, different facilities, seniors, and even seniors at home, long-term care at home. My background is really in billing and finance and everything administration. Wear a lot of hats, and I'm happy, really happy to serve our senior population.
Hi, I'm Kim. I am the medical director for maternal fetal medicine at St. David's Healthcare, as well as nationally for Hospital Corporation of America. I'm also a physician coach in the area of leadership and strategic growth. So definitely in the field that I'm in, I see a lot of this, my patients especially, when things aren't going well. So happy to be here and to meet and share with all of y'all.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning on the last day of conference. I can't believe it. It's flown by. It's been really, really awesome. Has everyone been having a good time? Woo! Awesome. Thanks for showing up this morning. So I'm Alicia Hewitt Miller. We did a little moderator switch up, so thanks for tackling that. I'm a serial entrepreneur, so I actually own Alicia Squared HR and Marketing Consulting, but I also own NOCO Living Water and Wellness. You may have seen us exhibiting out here in the hall. So yeah, in my marketing and HR business, my whole goal is to help small business owners and entrepreneurs create a magnetizing culture so that they can attract and retain top talent and top clients. So the marketing piece comes from me helping people plan and host their own events, team building, community events, that sort of thing. And then my living water and wellness business, I am out here introducing everyone that I can to electrolyze reduced water and bringing wellness in business and in the body. So really excited to be here.
Absolutely. Well, Joanne, let's start with you. Let's just get this party started, people. So, Joanne, what's your input about compulsive versus responsible in the age of doom scrolling?
So we just defined doom scrolling. Right? Doom scrolling is the act of continuously scrolling, and we're all, a little guilty of that. Let's talk about compulsivity. So compulsivity is your uncontrollable urge to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, to get more information, to get to know, get to harvest information in the social media or on your tablets, anything that's mobile, on your laptops. It's when you say, when do I need to know, I need to know, I need to know. That's the compulsive nature of that. Now, because of that, there comes the responsibility towards doom scrolling. Now that we are all aware of doom scrolling, that has a negative effect on you. It can lead to mental illness. It can lead to anxiety, depression, isolation, especially.
there comes the responsibility of managing that, knowing that you have to be self aware and you have to manage and limit yourself, set boundaries on how much you consume information, how much you draw yourself into that negative space and set limits.
Mhm. Yeah.
Right. There's two things that influence that. Um, in my research, very short research on this topic, age can be a good is a can bear influence on it. So generations before us, before the age of iPhones or TikTok and all of this vast information instantly that we have, before that, we only saw news at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. or 6 p.m. news, or we wait for the newspaper in the morning, right? So it can be shut off. So these days, especially with the younger generation, they grew up in digital information, digital age. News is all over. Negative news is all over. So age and your maturity level, your experience plays a big factor in your susceptibility to this.
Mhm. And you're specifically referring to doom scrolling on the phone.
Scrolling on a phone or
I
on
get
your
you.
tablets like this, or just on your laptops,
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
So good.
yeah.
Kim, how do you relate doom scrolling in today's world?
So for me, I think there are two segments. So one is just, the general news and scrolling through all of that. And we have to remember that the news isn't really out there to inform us and give us the true story. They're out there to capture a headline and to keep you coming back. And so I think being mindful of that is a really important piece of it. Some people are more resilient than others. I have actually stopped watching any of the news except for maybe once every 2 weeks, just to kind of stay out of it. And you know what? It's the same thing. It's 2 weeks later, I'm hearing about the same thing, just a different perspective. So I didn't miss anything. On the other side of that is where my patients come in. So, as a maternal fetal medicine specialist, there are times where I diagnose an abnormality on a baby on ultrasound. So, the first thing I know those parents are going to do is they're going to go home and they're going to Google. And there is,
WebMD.
and
Yikes.
I mean, really, I'm happy if they go to WebMD.
Better than social media at this
Yes,
point?
yes,
Oh,
much better, much better. But knowing, I mean, there's nothing more scary than knowing that something's going to be wrong with your child. So the first thing is I anticipate that. So I say, okay, I know you're going to go home and Google, and here are the sites that I want you to go to. These are the, children's hospital sites that are going to walk you through what a parent would see and what you can expect and that sort of thing. I know they're not only going to go to those sites, but at least I can kind of direct that conversation. The other piece of it is to really make sure that they avoid blogs. And again, they're not going to fully avoid them, but if I can at least give them some information ahead of time to say, look, if you read a blog, that patient may not actually have had the same thing that I'm diagnosing you with, but those may be the buzzwords that they took with them and decided to publish. And so, one of the most important things humans need to keep going forward is hope. And so if we can give them direction on, okay, remember that the general news that you're seeing, it's not as it's all portrayed. And then when it comes to things with my patients, everything isn't doomsday. There are a lot of really good outcomes. So I think just really kind of directing people and having that conversation.
Mhm. Can you just give us specific websites for those people that are pregnant that have had some words saying, well, your baby may not be normal?
Mhm.
Where would they specifically go?
Sure. So I usually say, so Children's Hospital of Philadelphia has a lot of great ones because they do a lot of pictorials as well, which I think really helps people that aren't medically, inclined. Texas Children's has some really good ones. It also depends on whether what you're talking about. Are you talking about heart or something else? Like somebody's baby has a diaphragmatic hernia, then Johns Hopkins in Florida actually has a program.
And they can get led there from the right website.
Correct.
So the information is
Is
really where do you
accurate.
start and then where do you go? Yeah, thank you. All right, Miss Alicia, where do we draw the line of being an entrepreneur and how to mental check?
yes. So it's no secret that entrepreneurs have a lot on their plates. It's really, really hard to be an entrepreneur. You didn't know that. Surprise. It's really, really hard to be an entrepreneur. So we wear a lot of hats, and specifically when we're thinking about the evolution of an entrepreneur, too, right? We're typically starting off
just by ourselves in most cases, not every case, but a lot of cases we're starting off by ourselves. So we're literally in charge of every part of our business, not just the part we're good at, but all the other things. And so a factor of that is certainly social media. Us entrepreneurs, we know that it's important for us to have a presence on social media, most case scenarios, right? To have a presence there, whether we're actually trying to obtain leads and convert sales on social media, or just to be there to have a presence and awareness and stay top of mind. That's really what social media is a great tool for, to stay top of mind for people. So that can get really overwhelming too, when you come from being, jumping from just your personal social media to your business social media, and then you've just got this constant flow and can get really caught up in it. You can get really caught up in it. I mean, guilty as charged as an entrepreneur. Sometimes we kind of think it's an outlet when we're feeling overwhelmed to get on there and start scrolling, and then we end up, in the doom cycle. So I think as entrepreneurs, one, like our phones are kind of built, and our devices now kind of have built-in checks. Like, here's your screen time report. How much of that is social media? How much of that are you caught scrolling? So utilizing some of the built-in tools to check yourself. Um, Another thing too, part of what I do in my consulting business is teaching entrepreneurs how to outsource. So don't do your own social media. A lot of it is, I've got to be on social media so that I can respond to every comment and I can like, and then I've got to engage with the people that are engaging with me. So outsource that. There are a million, there's probably some really great talented ones here in the marketing conference.
Yes.
Social media managers and administrators that can take that off your plate, still keep your business going, but you're not getting caught in the weeds, because I think it's easy for us to get mentally drained in that regard. And so just lastly, another thing is just the self-care piece and that mental check that was part of the question. So what are you doing to check that? So the screen time check. How do you feel after you sit on social media? Are you feeling good? Or are you feeling overwhelmed and anxious? So thinking about not only how much time you're spending on there, but what outlets are you looking at? Who are you following? Are you filtering what content you're taking in? Also, what content are you putting out?
Right.
What content are you putting out? Are you contributing to this problem?
Right.
Are you putting out something valuable? So
No, it's such good points. Good,
Yeah.
good points. I think that my opinion, from what you've said, just to bounce off of that, is we live in a world of negative news, whether it's on the TV, wherever it is. When I tell people, I want you to look up, for example, the Mirena IUD, intrauterine device, and look for people's opinions, but I need you to scroll about 2 pages down, because that's where you're going to get the truth, because you're going to get all of the bad stories. And if you read the bad stories, you're never going to agree to this. So I need you to scroll a couple pages. The part about social media, I think that you were getting to in that point of entrepreneurs and this point of doom scrolling responsibility is, what is the truth out there?
yeah.
And we have anxiety and mental disease, and it's so easy for somebody to look at somebody's profile that looks perfect and self compare. The responsibility, I believe, is understand you can be anybody you want to be on social media. It might not be the truth. And so that comparison, which is, we live in a world of comparison already, is it a compulsive comparison? You're trying to be somebody that you're comparing yourself to, or understand it might just be a story, might just be a movie that they're
Yeah.
putting out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's move on with Ms. Joanne. What's your opinion on the topic and definition, and how do you relate to the issue?
So doom scrolling for me is more of, I would refer to it like, going back to that age thing, like before you're able to shut off the TV. I mean, right now too, but there is that you need to be your own filter. You need to be your own accountable, externally accountable for what you're consuming. Shut it off, turn it off. Put the phone down. It's time to go to bed. Put the phone down. You have other things to do. Relate to the people around you instead of social media.
No, that's easy to say, right?
Yeah.
So what tactics do you use? Do you set a timer? Do you,
Yes.
right?
So
Because how many hours go by and then you're like,
yeah,
whoa.
yeah.
So what's a tactic?
You have before you go to bed, so an hour before you go to bed, turn it off, because we all know blue light keeps you awake. And then try to get out there. It's spring now. Try to get out there. Go outdoors. Take a walk. Also, have good conversations around dinner time. Do not scroll. Keep scrolling. And if you catch yourself, have that self-awareness. If you catch yourself scrolling continuously and trying, because it's human fascination. It's really human fascination. Anyone here, you're driving on the road and there's this accident. We all slow down. Human fascination. Why? We want to know. We want to know how many vehicles was there. Was there an accident? Was it just a tire that blew off? Did anybody get hurt? So that human fascination, you got to set a limit, set a boundary to that.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Ms. Kim, how do you feel a line can be drawn and define informed versus overwhelmed?
Yeah, so I think that this, comes from all the things we've already been saying. So for one, you have to draw some of your own lines. So, many of you here are entrepreneurs. So I participated in a mastermind recently about, improving your efficacy or that sort of thing. One of the things we did was a time study. I would highly recommend that everybody Google a time study, use whatever, format you want to do, but it's pretty fascinating what you'll see you spend your time on. And you can do it in 15-minute blocks. And yes, it's intensive to do it, but if you do it for 2 days, you would be so surprised. One of the doctors in there literally found that he was spending 10 hours a week on Reddit. On Reddit, just reading through.
Trying to find out what's out
Yeah, and so I think the first thing is going to be awareness. You may think that you don't spend a lot of time doing it, and then when you actually look at it, you do. You spend a lot more. So I think that's one thing, and then I think we need to continue talking about it. With family and reminding. My youngest son, unfortunately, the first year of high school was remote for him because of COVID, and that was incredibly isolating. And so he spent all of his time online and he's on Discord and all these different things. And, those really had an impact on mental health. And so making sure that we have those conversations, especially with the younger generation that's used to being bombarded with all of
They
this.
don't know the difference.
They don't. This is the world that they've grown up in. So we definitely have to keep talking about it.
Yeah, good. Alicia, why don't you just carry on with that? Because it sounds like you have some good input also.
Yeah, absolutely. I just keep thinking of FOMO too. I think that's a big
Oh,
part of it. It's like
So
FOMO.
define FOMO for those.
FOMO, yes.
FOMO.
Fear of missing out. So it's that what you touched on already, the human curiosity piece. It's the part of like, well, if I don't know what's going on, I'm not included. Right. And if I'm not included, maybe I'm missing an opportunity or maybe this or that. So yeah, I think a lot of it is the FOMO. It's a self-preservation tactic too, especially if we're talking about doom scrolling. It's the negative news, it's the negative things. So it's that innate part of us that's like, could this happen to me? But if I know more about it, I can protect myself better.
Yeah, and
Feel safe. Yeah.
for sure. And FOMO, who here has not heard of FOMO? Everybody knows what FOMO is, right? So fear of missing out is just our innate, we don't want to be left out.
Yeah.
But now you're looking at a social media, even if it's negative or positive, and you see that maybe all your friends went out to something and you weren't invited. Now you feel sad. You don't know why you're left out. This creates the anxiety and the mental health issues that are going with doom scrolling for sure.
Yeah, and the perfect perception that we
Yeah,
put out there, right? If we're also putting out everything's great, I only post my filtered life and pictures and all of that, and we're not ready to get vulnerable on the same platform that we're willing to put out the perfectionist piece of it.
and understanding what is the premise of that person's platform,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
My daughter too, she said something to me about something and a fact to her, and I can't remember the exact example. And I said, "Where did you get that from?" She said, "TikTok." And I was like, "Wow, I need you to understand TikTok isn't real." The 10-year-old who defined to you maybe maturity or whatever, that's not reality. It's an opinion. So we have this whole talk about it. And I think that's a good example of people that are like, I don't even know what to do. What do I
She
say?
doesn't know. To her,
She doesn't know.
TikTok is where I go to get
It is.
information.
Right. That's where she gets her products. That's where she gets all of that. Do you guys have any opinion on that, or some
Yeah.
tips that we could give the audience to use specifically?
So, on my end, I would say, like Kim here said earlier, take the information and then move on. You can only control what you can control, right? Do not keep going and going and going and going, because tomorrow you wake up, the news is still there. You should be only be concerned on what's really close to you, what affects you locally or within national. But what's happening 10,000 miles away, it's still going to happen tomorrow.
Good.
It's still there. The other thing is, maybe we should educate, put it in the school system, or maybe just however we teach kids about cyberbullying. This is something that we need to actually make the kids aware of, that this is happening, and with the statistics of suicide and mental illness and how it relates to negative news and being the notion of hopelessness because of continuous scrolling.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to give an example because I want people to have something to utilize. And when my son got his phone, he was, I don't know, middle school, and he wanted a texting app. And I was like, we need to talk about this. And here's the rule is you do not put anything in words on your text on an email that you would not put on a t-shirt and walk through the school with. It's a good rule. And I said, if your friend says, I don't like blank teacher A, but you do, and you said, yeah, he or she's a jerk, that gets back to the teacher. When you didn't mean it, could you put it on a t-shirt and walk through the halls with it? And he was like, I don't want that. And I said, it's a choice, but you need to understand what you might do with it and how it really works. And maybe a year later, he came back.
Yeah. To add to that, so these are all tools given to us. They're all neutral, right? So you have your mobile phones, you have the internet. It's all neutral, but how we use it, it's up to us. How we consume. It's like food. We've talked about food all day,
Too much. No more
too
food
much
talk.
this week,
No more food
right?
talk.
But how we consume food is really up to us. So
Kim,
it's
what
the
do you
same.
think?
It's
Yeah.
the same with information.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, we're just like with my patients, you're not going to prevent people from going onto all of this. And so another thing I think that all of us in each of these rooms, not just in health, are really poised to do is to make sure that we're putting out direct to consumer information that is accurate and is, positive but realistic. I'm not saying that you don't actually discuss the hard things, but you discuss them in a very vulnerable and authentic manner, and you make sure that people have access to areas that are they're accurate. So I do know of a couple physicians that are now doing TikTok videos. And because they know that that's where their patients are going to be. So, therapists that are doing TikTok videos. And so we've got to kind of change with the times as well and make sure that we're putting out content that is helpful, and that takes away from this doom scrolling negativity that swirls around all of us.
Yeah, we have a responsibility to be transparent. So
I
think
agree
that's
with
key.
that
Transparency.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's really, so I'm going to just kind of say, like, what about the people that are out there that are addicted to it right now? The people that are doom scrolling and what is there anything we could say to them to say, I want you to set an alarm? Because it's easy. I mean, when I need to zone out, thank you. I like watching like baby monkeys. I mean, it's crazy, but I love that
But
little
that's at least
sweet
cute
monkey.
and sweet.
But 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. So I find myself doing the same thing. So it's easy for me to say, you should do this, but I need to do it too. I need to set an alarm and a boundary.
I think something to consider is uh, taking note of if is there a certain type of thing that you tend to hone in on. Like,
Be aware.
are you constantly looking at like true crime or things like that? Is there a way that you could integrate that and be proactive and get involved with something that relates to that?
Sure.
And you're able to give back and get involved with maybe a nonprofit that's related to, like, if I look at a lot of addiction stuff because it's something personal, near and dear to me, but that can take you down a really dark, scary, sad hole. And so what I decided to do instead is I started a nonprofit, and I'm going to be helping people families and loved ones of addicts and
Good.
going a different route. So I think getting involved instead of just consuming, like what can you do to get involved to
I love
tackle it.
that.
Yeah.
We're less than 5 minutes, and I want to give the audience a chance
Yeah.
to ask
Mhm.
questions. Does anybody have any questions? Well, this is good. We gave such great information. Nobody has any questions. So, any last comments, please continue on until we're done.
I would just like to just share a little bit really quick of my personal story. So I'm a COVID born entrepreneur, and not in the sense that like in the midst of COVID I decided to become an entrepreneur. I left a 15-year corporate career in February of 2020, not knowing what was around the corner. And so I was just thinking about this today. I mean, it's 4 years to the month right now, that March of 2020, where everything,
Yeah.
we know what happened there. So me being a brand new entrepreneur, my husband was active duty. He was, yanked to go do that. So doom was a very common thing for me for a while. And so I easily could have, jumped back to my old job. They would have taken me. I knew I had a higher calling than that. But I also can tell you it's been a really hard 4 years
Yeah.
mentally. When you first jump out and then my husband's gone and we don't know what's happening. And actually, we didn't touch on this, but doom scrolling, that term actually originated from COVID.
Yes.
This was actually born out of COVID.
It actually got added on 2022 to the dictionary.
The dictionary, yeah, but it originated from COVID. So, I've had to live this. I really have. The anxiety, the fear. This is all fear-based. Doom scrolling is fear-based. So, yeah, I just wanted to touch on that. That it's been very, very real for me. So, very real tactics in checking my anxiety, doing the self-care, doing mindfulness, getting outside, whatever makes you feel better, but not getting stuck in those negative cycles.
Kim, can you comment on medicine? Because you and I are both medical practitioners,
Mhm.
and it's stressful and it's not different than anything else. But how do you think doom scrolling has been helpful? Is
Ooh.
there any element that's been helpful?
So, I guess I would say when COVID came about, nobody could go out and do things. You had so little interaction with other people, and so that increased the consumption of media on your phone or TV or that kind of thing. But there was an opportunity to get information out there for what people could do to help themselves be a little more safe.
Yeah.
And I think it's the hardest part though was just sifting through everything, what's real, what's not. But I do think that there was an opportunity there, and again, like those docs that are putting things out on TikTok,
Yeah.
there is a way for us to make it positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I loved your comment about boycotting the news. I am an advocate because it's very depressing,
Mhm.
and it's hard to find the positive when you're opening the news, you're opening your phone, you're opening something. It seems like we are just hit left and right and top and bottom with everything that's bad. And to find something good and to like throw something good out there and then have somebody kind of believe it or hook onto it without um, finding that negative spin because
Mhm.
we're negative, we have a negative spin world. It'd be nice to like reverse that
Mhm.
and say, all right, you you can't attack me unless you talk to me. You can't make it a negative unless you're going to add a positive,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So it's a flip, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
The onus is
Yeah.
on us as the leaders.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Everything
it's
in
on.
moderation.
Yeah, and everybody is responsible for themselves,
Right.
right? And ultimately, if you need something, oh, a question.
Yes. Hmm.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
That dopamine.
Yep.
It's that fascination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucked into.
Yeah. The hardest part about going from employee to entrepreneur is you are both. And somebody not making a schedule for you. And it's making the schedule for you and a timer. Our phones have the capability of hundreds of
Does.
timers. That would be number one, because I also have fallen into that. And at the end of the day, you're like, what just happened? And I didn't even doom scroll. I kind of doom scrolled my day away. There are groups that you can do. I don't know what it's called. It's like you just get on a Zoom and everybody works for 25 minutes. You don't have to
Co-work group.
Yeah, what is it called?
Co-working group.
Co-working group. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, and everybody just works, and you're on Zoom knowing that there is that support because we're innately we need other people. And then after 25, everybody takes a 5-minute break, and then you come back and you work again. And then there is somebody there to say like, oh, I'm really getting off mark. Could somebody bounce ideas off?
Mhm.
That's also important. I would say those would be my tips. Anything?
I would add one other. So there's a concept of being in a flow state. So sometimes we're so distractible. And so even if you say, okay, I need to get this done, I'm going to set an hour. I'm going to turn off all of the notifications. And there are different apps that can help you do them all at once. And for this next hour, I'm going to be in flow state and I'm going to be focused and get done, and it gets set down. Because also some of us are like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna set a timer, and then that makes me feel anxious. So instead, you reverse the timer of
Yeah.
this is my focus. That goes down for right now.
What app
Scheduling
is
yourself.
that? Do you have
I
an
can't remember the name of the
Okay,
app,
but
but I
there's
know it's out there.
could you share your tips, sir, that you have that you learned?
Oh, okay.
Timer. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do that.
Yeah.
How it's doing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Looking for a timer. We're done?
Yeah.
Are we? I'm not sure what our time is.
I think we're
I've been looking.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
can't see. Are we done?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Great.
really
All right.
good. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ladies, for that. And I like how you mentioned that the iPhone at least does give you a weekly report of how much up or down your usage has been. So every time I get that report, part of me is like, ooh, I get excited because I'm excited to see if it was less. But sometimes if I know I've had a week where I've been on the phone for an extra long time, I think, nah, I'm not going to look at it this week. I'll look at it next week. So thank you, ladies, for bringing that accountability and that awareness for all of us. Now, moving further, we have yet another panel discussion to host before we honor and reward the healthcare all of you recipients. Have you ever wondered how technology is reshaping the landscape of healthcare? Well, I have, and I know most of you have too. Well, thank God, because our next panel will cover the topic of the power of technology in blended care, exploring telemedicine, remote monitoring, and digital health solutions, meaning that we won't have to stay stuck with the question anymore. Help me and welcoming our moderator, Dr. Umar Khan, CEO of iMed Health LLC, and our panelists to the stage. Come on up, guys.
Thank you so much. And this is, I believe, a very important topic. And digital health is what we have been experiencing for the last couple of years on steroids, given that we had COVID sort of lead the way for us. And the global digital health market is valued at was valued at around 200 billion in 2022. Now it is actually expected to reach around 1.5 trillion by 2032. So there is a lot to go forward with. And I would like to introduce my panel, and we have people from different backgrounds. So we're going to be in for an exciting discussion today. So first we have Michelle Di Stefano. She's the co-founder of SOAR Executive Coaching, and she also has worked with various roles to implement different digital health technologies in her leadership roles. Michelle, can you provide a brief introduction?
Sure. I am the CEO and founder of SOAR Executive Coaching for Healthcare Leaders. And what I do is I work with teams and also individuals to empower them so that they can empower their staff to get great positive patient outcomes. And I work with a lot of innovation across the United States, located in San Antonio, but have my practice throughout because of Zoom.
All right. Next, we have Jasmine Burns, who is a licensed psychologist. And as we know, she had a talk a little bit earlier today. She is a autism care telehealth provider with a roaring business. And let's see what you have to say about yourself.
Hey everyone, you know me, Dr. Burns here. And thank you to my friend in the back for the jacket. So yeah, as I talked about earlier, I'm really specializing right now in autism evaluations and immigration evaluations and really just trying to empower families and providers in, supports and services for themselves and for their children. Thank you.
All right, next we have Kramjit Kaur. She is a former health tech government contractor and a patient advocate as a result of her own health issue. Kramjit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan. Hi, everyone. My name is Parmjit Kaur. As Dr. Khan just mentioned, I'm an entrepreneur and I'm a government contractor. I've worked in health tech for about 20 years, mainly with a lot of state agencies. And so, again, but mainly in the Medicaid space. Why I'm here today is I am a patient. So I bring a unique perspective to this panel in that I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2008 at the age of, actually, I won't tell you my age because then you'll do the math. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis when I was 24 years old. And I saw firsthand, not just as a vendor, I saw firsthand as a patient the complexities of our healthcare system. And being that I myself had experienced so many challenges, and mind you, I'm knowledgeable about healthcare, I thought to myself, if I'm experiencing all these challenges, what challenges must the rest of the community be facing who is unfamiliar maybe with the healthcare space? And so, again, so I'm a huge healthcare advocate, I'm an entrepreneur, and yes, I will be doing a test at the end of this on the pronunciation of my name.
I think I scrambled her name. All right, next we have Ankush Khona. He is a healthcare technologist with over 20 plus years of experience working in the healthcare space and working with startups.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Bring it.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Ankush Khanna. I predominantly work in the healthcare tech space, serving health startups. I was a former chief data and AI officer for CityBlock Health, which focused on Medicaid, Medicare, duals population in New York City, and now continue to on the journey, helping the rest of the startups trying to become data driven and really understand the impact of AI and how you can leverage these technologies for the betterment of health outcomes.
All right, great. So telehealth, blended care. So how did we actually get here? So we are in this age right now, but back in the 1940s, there were radiology images actually sent over by a telephone line in Pennsylvania. And then as we move forward, University of Nebraska, I believe, was the first university in 1959 that they actually had video visits. So when I think about that, I started my telehealth journey in 2015. I was advanced, but this was going on much before that. But now we know that telehealth and remote care and digital health has been expanding, and numerous technologies are now that we are noticing. So, Michelle, I have a question for you. So, different devices are now what we are experiencing. One is, of course, Health Logic and the Dexcom continuous glucose monitoring devices. How do you feel that these are actually bringing out a change in chronic disease management?
Sure. Well, I'm going to ask you all a question because when I was preparing for this panel discussion, had a flash from my past. Okay. And so looking around you, I think that you all probably had the same flash as well. But it was even less than 20 years ago. And I remember heading up, I'm a nurse, and I remember heading up a cardiovascular institute for heart failure patients. And we were doing great things then. Now, remember, this was not even when an EHR was implemented in my 555 bed hospital. That was a teaching hospital in Pennsylvania. But we were doing great things. And in this clinic, it was run by nurse practitioners, nurse led clinic. And then I also had to have nurses that were on the phone calling these patients if they if we got through to them, if they had the right phone number given to us, right? And we were asking them what zone they were in for heart failure. And we still thought we were doing innovative, creative things. Well, we were, but that's what we had at the time. We logged all of our data by manually, and then we had to prove our outcomes because we were a costly clinic, administrative above me, right? Very costly clinic. Okay. We didn't know how many lives we saved. We didn't know if we really were decreasing admissions to the emergency department or keeping our beds open, right? Because it was just all manual and we just were doing some great things here, right? So, coming back to now being on the other side, where I actually had the pleasure of working for a med device company and was a consultant for that, it was Boston Scientific. And we were in just about 5 years ago rolling out Heart Logic. And this was now a remote system that was able to detect by sensors the exact red, yellow, and green zones of our patients that were manually documented. But there was a trigger that we could work on and the healthcare provider would get the information, the patient would know exactly what was happening to them, and we would call them back immediately. So this has really improved patient outcomes, obviously. It has given us real time information and data management. And it also has decreased the amount of times individuals are going into our overcrowded EDs, right? And they might not be seen right away, and also decreased some of the bed utilization. So it has definitely been a very positive innovation.
No, definitely. And heart failure patients returning to the hospital within 30 days. Now, some places, I think 7 days readmissions are also being discussed. And hospitals get dinged if the patient comes back to the hospital within a certain period of time. So all these devices need to be worked on, and new data needs to be, gathered so we know what works and what doesn't work. Excellent. So, Jasmine, you are in this space, the autism and the behavioral space, telemedicine. You are doing this. You are on the ground, and you are in the forefront of all of this. But there comes a question that, with regards to behavioral health, and especially with children that you deal with, how does telehealth actually? What could be the pros and cons, and that you can come up with, and what you experienced?
Telehealth is not for everyone. Okay. No one size fits all. We've talked a lot about that at the conference. So, pros. I love working with kids via telehealth because I can see them in their home. I can work with them in a naturalistic setting versus them coming into a clinic or a hospital settings I've worked in and them being like, well, where am I? Like, what is this? Remember, I'm working with autistic children, neurodivergent children. Change is hard, change is scary. And so when I was working in those settings and the children would come in, they would clam up. They wouldn't talk, they would cry, they would be hitting themselves, and I wouldn't be able to get the information that I needed. I would have to, ask the parents to maybe like come back another day so that, the child can basically just try again, if they were in too much distress. So with telehealth, I'm able to see them with their parents. They're playing with their little, Barbie dolls or whatever, and they're comfortable because they feel safe. And because of that, I see them just like, their parents see them. So that's a huge pro. But again, I do work with, individuals across the lifespan. And so there have been older adults, for example, that I work with who aren't as tech savvy. And so if that's the case, we refer to an inpatient, or excuse me, not inpatient, in person provider near them, right? Sometimes people refuse and they still want to see me via telehealth, and that's fine. But being able to see someone in a comfortable setting so that they can just open up where they are, it goes a really long way, and I'm able to really see and hear where they're coming from. And so it's really helped kind of meet the client where they are.
Excellent. A follow-up question for you. One quick tip on how to orient a child via when you're doing a video call. What do you do?
Humor, visuals is really big, and breaks. Build in your breaks to your evaluations. So there's many times that I'm starting my appointments with a clinical interview, and I'm talking to the parents. This is if I have like a little kid, especially a kid who's non-speaking. And so I'll ask the parent to kind of angle their camera so that I can see the child playing in the background. Because for that hour, hour and a half, however long the interview is, I'm getting robust information, right? Both from the clinical interview, but from what I'm seeing the child doing in terms of their play, their communication, if they want a nap, and how they request for those things. So if you can build in breaks and just kind of orient the family and the child ahead of time, that's really, really helpful for these appointments.
Great. Hopefully this helps us out for other telehealth appointments as well for children. All right, Paramjit. So this leads to a question for yourself. Um, from your standpoint, what are the main concerns from the patient experience standpoint by the use of telemedicine?
Wow. Okay. So great question. I so I'm going to share a little bit about my personal experience. So my family is from India, and my father uh, doesn't speak English that well. Doesn't use online banking. He still likes to go to the bank, interact with a human being. He still writes checks. Uh, so if you were to tell him, while telehealth is great, especially right after COVID, I myself had a lot of telehealth visits, and I valued them immensely, and still do. For individuals like my father, or perhaps other immigrant populations, or maybe older populations, telehealth, while it's great, not everyone, number one, knows how to access technology to access their telehealth visit. And then there are some individuals like myself who still prefer to see a provider in person. I mean, how many of us have called, whether it's AT&T or whatever the case may be, and you get that automatic robotic response? How many of us have shouted representative into the phone? I'm one of those individuals. I like that human interaction. But again, what I see again, my father is never going to use telehealth. My mother is never going to use telehealth. And even me as a millennial, I'll use it if I have to, but I much rather have a face-to-face visit. So I think moving forward, I think there is going to have to be a blend. So telehealth, but we're also still need to have these in-person, authentic visits with our providers.
I know, definitely. So I believe that telehealth is here to stay. For just to give you an example, if anybody has had kids, right, and your first child, right, what happened when the kid had their first fever, first rash, first episode of diarrhea, or they're crying endlessly? You are saying, who can I talk to? I need to talk to a pediatrician. What's happening? You're gonna call your doctor friend. Hey, what's happening? What can I do? So there are use cases, some more than others, and we'll figure out as we move forward what are the best use cases. Ankush, so we talked about implementing health systems within populations and hospitals. We talked about autism care. We talked about the patient perspective. All of this technology is at the back end. And now what we're seeing is AI is going to be embedded with all types of technology. So how do you see AI in this landscape of digital health and blended care?
Yeah, I think I mean, if you just take a simple example of all the examples that were given, I think telehealth might not work for urban cities, right? Probably. But I mean, if you look at the value telehealth brings into or the digital health is for remotest areas. And there are a lot of these places where, the providers cannot really physically reach and health is impacted. So, I mean, in the era of AI, and we look at, the number of sensors, the number of devices that are getting connected, um, we actually ran a use case where uh, a patient was stuck in the most remotest area, and had a episode and had to be quickly diagnosed. So we built this entire solution for this organization, where um, with the help of additional capabilities like 5G network, all of these coming together, a patient just calling the doctor, having a video call, taking a look at their episode, immediately getting diagnosed, immediately getting auto select, meaning like, auto authorized to getting admitted to the hospital, airlifted. So an emergency notification going to the helicopter operations out there. So all I mean to say is, look at this end-to-end connectivity of data and being exchanged at different points. AI is now making that more and more achievable, and at a scale and at a speed that previously just wasn't possible. So I do believe that, as we continue to mature some of these emerging technologies, I do believe that it would really help, especially for people in the further remotest areas that unfortunately just do not have access to, quality care, and quality healthcare.
No, definitely. Talking about remote areas, and as we're talking about, there are going to be different use cases. So I remember when we were working with local stakeholders in Nigeria and Pakistan, connectivity was a big issue. But the bigger issue was that there are no doctors in that town. There are no nurses in that town. So we had a system where we had a stethoscope integrated. We had blood pressure, glucometer, everything integrated at a local health unit where there may be a nurse, just a nurse that has little experience, but on being trained, a patient can be examined remotely, and sometimes the patient experience need to be recorded, and sometimes it would even live by the hotspots that we were using to get connectivity through. So remote care and is different from urban care and is needed, and AI will certainly play a role in screening patients moving forward, who needs to be seen when, and when does a doctor need to talk to the patient. Michelle, moving back over to you, since you have so much experience in implementing in a hospital setting, in a clinic setting, what are the biggest issues and that you have faced actually getting things implemented? And one thing is having a product, the other thing is actually having it work on the ground and you get what you need from it in return.
So, what was very interesting in my career, having worked mostly in acute care, and then moving over to medical advice and being a consultant and making sure that patients were in compliance and rolling out these technologies, um, it really did show that some of the challenges were our patient selection, and then also the stringent education of providers and patients about this new technology. But what I did see when you partner with medical device companies is that there is this breaking down the silos where you have the technicians, you have the individuals that actually, um, were the architects of this device, and then you have the clinicians in the medical device space, and then you have the clinicians in the hospital space. But this is definitely flow mapping and definitely having a plan of how you're going to integrate this remote monitoring. So, for example, if the monitor goes off and if a sensor goes off, particularly in heart failure, who's going to receive that signal? You have to map this out and you have to have strategies for Lean Six Sigma projects, those kind of things to ensure that the patients are well equipped. Also, just like telehealth, you have to ensure that the patients are set up. Do they need internet or not internet with remote monitoring? And what are some of the other devices? And also the cost of these innovations, because once again, there is demographics and things that some patients may not be able to have this device ready at their hands. But I really love the integration. And if you really have this as a big project plan and work alongside medical device companies as well as the clinicians that you can really have a great product that's effective for the patients.
Excellent. Yeah, definitely. It has to be set up in a manner to get the results that you need. And so many issues you have to look at when you are exactly looking at the patient experience and the data and how you're going to be managing the patient. Jasmine, so with regards to therapy patients, what change have you noticed, and how has telehealth, given your experience, actually brought about a change that you are seeing?
I'm noticing that patients are showing up to their appointments, right? Um, because I've worked in community mental health, I was working with a lot of patients who didn't have access to a car or money for a bus. They had to choose between, are they going to have a meal tonight or are they going to go to their appointment, right? Um, when I was working with that population where those basic needs were barely being met, there was a lot of no-shows. There was just, they just would not turn up. Um, but with telehealth, because I'm in their car with them, basically, I'm in their home with them, they just pop on camera and they're there. Sometimes I people need to always be dressed for their appointments, right? But sometimes people get a little too comfortable in telehealth, but they're showing up, right? And they're invested.
Pajamas or no pajamas? There's
No, well, the pajamas are fine. It's fine. Just show up. But yeah, so I've been seeing a lot more patients showing up, and because they're in their comfort zone, whether again that's in their car, sometimes in bed, they are able to be present, more present. And because of that, we can go deeper in our work, whether it's a therapy session or an evaluation. I can really go deeper with the patients. And those outcomes are really, really important, right? Because we know that if you're doing therapy and you're showing up once every couple months just because of whatever is going on, you're not going to see the healing happen. But if you're being consistent and showing up to your weekly appointments, that's where the healing starts to happen, right? And so telehealth has been amazing, amazing for that and for that accountability.
right. Excellent. So, Pramjeet, AI, as we are talking about AI as well, so there are numerous challenges, right? And we know from the clinician standpoint that there is AI at the back end, but patients haven't truly experienced AI as a user, at least currently, not in such a vast scale. But what could be the challenges from the patient perspective about AI? Are they okay with the advice given by AI? Do they trust AI? What do you feel about that?
Sure. So I think so it's different things. So number one, I think AI can be helpful for individuals. Again, going back to not everyone's comfortable using technology, but for individuals that are comfortable using technology, I think AI is amazing. Uh, a lot of times, there are a lot of patients, myself included, who maybe don't know the right questions to ask of their physician. So AI is a great tool for that. You can input into the AI tool. So let's use ChatGPT as an example, because I think almost all of us are familiar with ChatGPT. You can input what your maybe diagnosis is into ChatGPT and give it a prompt that I'm meeting with my PCP, my primary care physician today, and these are some of the symptoms that I'm experiencing. What are some questions that I can ask my PCP during my appointment? What are some things that maybe my PCP should focus on? So I think from that aspect, it is helpful, but there are also dangers with AI. So a little bit more about my background. I currently work as a contractor for the city of Las Vegas. And in my work with the city of Las Vegas, I am actually the open data committee lead. And so I read a lot of policies, a lot of legislature around artificial intelligence. And what I'm finding is that AI bias and AI discrimination is definitely a thing. And so AI doesn't always recognize the differences in culture. It doesn't always recognize. Uh, for I'll give you another example. AI might say that for this, again using myself as an example, AI might say for this female that is this falls into this age group from this community, this health plan would be the best fit for her. But again, it may not be the best fit, but AI is relying on discriminatory data. And unfortunately, AI, uh, it affects um, communities of color and oppressed communities more than, let's say, the Caucasian community. So I think AI has its benefits, but there are definitely dangers to using AI. And I think, all right, as I'm reading legislature, as I'm reading policy, I see a lot of hospitals, a lot of physicians are using AI to help diagnose patients, to help treat patients. But again, it's a double-edged sword. You also have to be careful that you are not, that there is still a second opinion. The physician is still meeting with the patient, and the physician is still the one diagnosing the patient, because if you are using just data from AI, you have to remember there's that discrimination and that bias that plays a part in what the AI's output is. So
So,
yeah.
for any entrepreneur over here, and note to myself as well, she is bringing up a problem, and a problem that there is a huge room to improve upon. So anybody can work on that, and maybe get in touch with her about what is she seeing on the ground about this huge problem that we are hearing about, but haven't particularly seen anybody is working towards. So somebody who wants to work on that, that'll be, I hope that will be successful. All right, so Ankush, so we talked about all of these technologies, and with my own experience as well, you have a product, and a vendor could be coming into a hospital system, but they may not be able to communicate with each other. Interoperability is a huge issue in healthcare and has been there for a long while, and legislation is catching up, but it's not there yet, and providers and vendors and entrepreneurs need to work on that. How do you see interoperability still being an issue, or it's much less of an issue right now?
Yes, I think in terms of interoperability, there has been significant progress made, I would say, in the last 3 or 4 years. If you look at the CMS mandates in terms of exchange of information between the payers, the providers, between payers, between tech vendors, I think it's definitely in the right direction of transparency that we unfortunately are all getting hammered by for lack of transparency by most of these organizations. So I do believe that I think there's a lot of progress being made from a regulation front. I think where it starts to break apart is these multiple touch points between several stakeholders within the healthcare journey of a patient, right? So I mean, if you have to compare to a financial organization like a bank, you just go to a bank, or you would go to an ATM that is still owned by a bank. So you fundamentally don't get discriminated by the services. But in healthcare, it's not the case, right? I mean, you have to have a payer provider. There is pharma, there are pharmacies, there are community centers, FQHCs. Just the list keep the list keeps continuing to go on, right? So I mean, if you look at an average patient's touch point across its journey, it's a lot of handshakes of that information that happens today. So I do believe that as we continue to mature these these capabilities, ability to exchange information seamlessly between these vendors and between the key stakeholders, I think that's where the biggest I would say transformation will happen, in my opinion. And I think we'll have to continue to wait and watch in terms of how these mandates and regulations force a lot of these stakeholders to really become more transparent in terms of providing services to the patient.
Right. As a follow-up question to this, so big EMRs such as Epic, Meditech, Cerner, how have you seen, or what has been the progress between connectivity between them?
So I think if you look at EMRs, like Epic is a great example. I think it's one of the most complex. I mean, if you look at Kaiser Permanente, one of the biggest national health network, poured in almost $1 billion to even implement its own EHR system at Epic. Um, but if you look at the complexity in the end to end, I mean, EHRs are complex, but I think again the integration of care management systems with EHR, digital health sensors, EHR solutions. I mean, if you go to an help integrate these data sets. But because nobody follows a standard protocol, I think the integration of these data sets are very complex in nature. And you are continuing to add more and more newer types of, I would say, data sets. That is also increasing in complexity. So, in my opinion, again, just going back to your question around EHR, EMRs, there is a large effort that is taking place right now as we speak within the industry for integrating these digital tools and these devices directly with these EHR capabilities, along with care management solutions and any other that is required to manage the care of a patient.
Right. Michelle, I think maybe you can shed some light on this with your experience in the industry. Um, you have a product, right? And there are multiple EHRs. How do you go about working with them?
Multiple EHRs. The multiple EHR scenario is still pretty much challenging in healthcare organizations, and a lot of times the outpatient is not connected to inpatient, and then all the other outpatient practices. So if you're not within the same healthcare system, and if you're what they call an employed and not employed physician, which I find that fascinating terminology, but if you're a physician that doesn't work for a certain healthcare system, there is a struggle for that. However, one of the things I did execute and implement in my consulting was a health exchange, HIE, and that was bringing in all of the diagnostics and radiology into one platform so that the physicians and practitioners could get the information on real time. But it's still to this day, as far as we've come with these big names, even as Cerner and Epic and everything, they're still working on this to have the connectivity throughout all the system, the providers, because we do have multiple specialists and we also have GPs, and everyone needs to be connected with the patient.
Yeah, there's again a big room for improvement,
Yes.
and and I use Epic, Meditech, and Cerner, and even obtaining records of the same person from a different location, out of state perhaps. It's a visitor to your town, perhaps, right? You don't get the you don't get everything. You get it in piecemeal, and you have to go through the record to actually get what you want. Good point. Um, so Michelle, I do have a question for you. That we talked about these remote technologies, and you talked about Heart Logic as well as Dexcom. And with the advent of AI, how are we seeing these technologies and other technologies change the landscape as we move forward? Can you please?
Sure. So we've talked a lot about AI throughout this entire conference, and so one thing with remote monitoring is that AI can actually help with increasing, enhancing predictive analytics, and so that we would have our data earlier detection. And I also believe that with remote monitoring our sensors, they're going to be developing better sensors now that are going to have a lot more parameters to be monitoring as well. And what I do believe is going to happen is that we are also going to see remote monitoring probably get to other patient populations. We talk a lot about the chronic illnesses of diabetes as well as heart failure, but also can it go into mental health and also post-operatively. But I do have one major, plea that we've been saying throughout this conference, and being a transformational coach as well, it's the same with my clients when I'm coaching them. But if behaviors don't change, results don't change. And so while all of this analytics and everything is powerful, we still have to have those practitioners and providers, nurses at that bedside with that patient to help transform this. I have a very transparent story to tell you. I was privileged to have my 29-year-old who moved to Cali, which I'm really glad she moved that far away because she is a diabetic right now after removal of her pancreas with a benign tumor. So she went into full-fledged diabetes. She is a non-compliant patient, and I had the pleasure of watching her have some sugary drinks when she was with me. And she was just with me for a long weekend. It was long enough for me. And I'm a nurse. I'm married to a physician. And she had her Dexcom on. her blood pressure shoots up. Okay. She then nicely gives herself insulin and then she bottoms out, all within a parameter of maybe 3 hours. So the doctor and the nurse, mom and dad, were at their wits' end. Okay. So when she went to see her diabetes specialist, there was no conversation of watching what was happening to these lab values. Now I'm trying to coach her. Okay. But when she went back, I love her, but I was glad she went back. So we do have to change behaviors. We have to make sure that we're on the forefront changing these behaviors.
No, definitely. Actually, she was talking about compliance. And when I started working in the hospital setting, I noticed, and that's how my health tech journey started, that patients were coming in sick, diabetic ketoacidosis, perhaps, strokes, seizures, forgetting to take their medication. And there comes a point due to certain circumstances that you do need to be on top of your game on this point. So I developed a medication reminder application, and I tried to put in measures that you get alarms, of course, and what were you doing when you're taking this medication, or what was changing, anything you were sleeping, running around, whatever, to try to get a bigger picture of the whole situation and the doctor can later look at your record and see what is actually happening instead of trusting your memory as to what led my sugar levels to rise or drop significantly, and now I'm with hypoglycemia in the hospital. um, Jasmine, so from the blended healthcare perspective and from the collaborative approach, right? A patient coming to you via televisit is probably seeing other clinicians for different matters, right? Um, with your experience, and you probably need to communicate with a primary care physician, or possibly if the patient has been admitted for some reason to the hospital. How has your experience been with actually communicating the whole net for your patients and different touch points that the patient has to go through?
I'm going to be honest. By the time patients are coming to me, they have been um, traumatized by the healthcare system. There's a lot of mistrust in the healthcare system. And I think part of that is because we are still, I mean, there's a lot of things, but one of the issues I think is we're too siloed. We are too disconnected. We are all trying to help the person, right? And we need to start working more together to fully help the person, to fully see the person. And I know that there's many times my patients are like, I've already told my doctor this. Like, can't you just get the records and read it? And a lot of times it's re-triggering, it's re-traumatizing to share their story over and over and over again. And it just leads to a lot of frustration. So what I typically do is I'm like, give me your doctor's information. Give me their email, their number, the records that they've given you. I'll read it, I'll go over it, and I'll explain it. Because that's another thing that I'm noticing is a lot of doctors, I don't care what part of healthcare they're in, they're not communicating results. They're not communicating a lot of things. And so you're having patients jumping through these hoops, not knowing why they're jumping through these hoops, what the hoops are going to lead to. And so when I work with families and patients, I'm really trying to synthesize everything for them. I'm trying to again meet them where they are and I'm like, okay, this is what you've done so far. This is what you should probably do next. Let's create an action plan together. So that's become really important in my work and just again and really empowering the people and educating the people that I'm working with. And then on the provider side, I'm really trying to advocate and be that that patient's voice. Like, hey, they didn't know that, whatever X, Y, or Z happened. And so I think the more that we can talk to each other as providers, the more it's going to help our patients.
No, absolutely. And I'm just remembering something that I worked with a clinic system, all cardiologists out in Florida, and their patients were in and out of the hospital. And it was too much work for them to actually work with the hospital system to get records and to be notified when the patient is in the hospital or the patient relayed their health information with the hospital system. So they has developed a program where the patient will let them know, press a button that, hey, I'm in the hospital, and all the records are on their mobile application. And the doctor knows that, hey, I'm not going to get a call from the physician because the physician may forget or not even bother to talk about their health issues. So yeah, this is a big issue about everybody connecting, and it has to be worked on, definitely. So Pramjeet, so we're talking about AI empowerment to our patients. But there are, of course, huge issues. How much control does the patient get, right? How much value will the patient actually get from all of this? Um, but does this also impart us, or will it impart in the future, a sense of connectivity with the healthcare system and further wellness for the patient with regards to AI and healthcare in this?
Yeah, absolutely. And before I answer that question, I just want to thank you, Jasmine, because the work that you do, I think it's instrumental. And I think, I mean, I think about myself when I first got diagnosed with MS and the challenges that I went through with the healthcare system. And having had I had somebody like you in my corner, it would have made such a difference in my healthcare journey. So I just want to say thank you to you.
Get our contact information.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so, I'm sorry, can you say that last part one more time, please?
So how AI improving wellness for the patient and actually bringing about the change and more control for the patient themselves.
Sure, absolutely. And I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier about using Chat GPT for a patient being able to use Chat GPT to get an output of data as far as questions for their provider. Because a lot of times, and I've spoken to, so again, right, I worked in healthcare for 20 years. I've spoken to a lot of physicians. I've, done EHR and EMR implementations. And what I hear from a lot of the physicians that I speak to is, well, the patients aren't asking the questions. I didn't know so and so. I didn't know this and that because the patient isn't telling me, or the patient isn't asking the right questions. I think it's because the patients don't always know, again, what are the right questions to ask? How should this conversation with my provider go? And I think AI is going to be instrumental in helping patients and providers foster that collaboration, that much needed conversation. I also think that it is, again, going to help patients maybe even understand their symptoms. I will preface with this, but we still have to be careful because, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, AI discrimination, AI bias is a thing. So we always have to verify and validate the output from the AI to whatever technology it is that you're using, whether it's Chat GPT or I think Bard is another one. Uh, I think it is going to be immensely useful, but while also remembering again that we have to validate that information, because a lot of the information that AI is outputting, that's pre-existing data. And it's kind of, I say AI to me is like Wikipedia on speed, right? You have to remember anything you see on Wikipedia, that's data that humans have put in, but that data isn't always it's not accurate. There are a lot of inaccuracies in the data. So yeah.
Yeah, so information is there. I think companies are working on people using AI in a more targeted manner than just Chat GPT right now, and hopefully we have more targeted AI products for individualized patients. Okay, Ankush, very important behind all of this, right? Digital health, blended care, everything else. Now we have sensors, AR, VR requiring higher bandwidth, more connectivity, 5G, maybe 6G. Are we there yet? Is if a startup has 10 clinics, but they are going for 1,000 patients remotely? Is this workable in the current environment? The
Yeah, I do.
scalability and the bandwidth. Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that, I mean, technology has evolved significantly in the last 15, 20 years for organizations to scale much faster, much quicker. I mean, look at pandemic as an example where, in matter of days, organizations were able to create digital health solutions and roll it out across the country, across the regions, across the globe. So I do believe that I think technology is there. I think it's just a matter of time in terms of the how and what's the need in terms of scaling it out. I do believe that when there are major health events like an epidemic or of that nature, I think it will allow more scale very quickly. But um, but I do believe that technology is there, and I think it continues to evolve and become better and better from where we are today.
Excellent, excellent. We have a few minutes. If anybody has a question, please. Yes, the lady in the middle. How much education? Yes, I think it's yeah.
Well, so education is I think it's a concept, and I know that when we do educate patients, it's really about how are they processing, and some of the biggest techniques is teach back. And it's not just about giving brochures and having them sign a form for JACO compliance, you know, all that kind of stuff, but it is definitely ensuring that what they heard and they know how to, you know, by asking questions that they're going to respond back and say, now tell me how you put this apparatus on, how do you use this remote device, that we have to really be assessing that. There's this overarching piece of education. I know that we spend a lot of time on, we think we're educating, but we're not. The other thing about educating patients, particularly in a time of a diagnosis or crisis, they're not listening. And so this is where we really need, what I'm really hoping for AI and all these other great technologies is that we don't talk about removing um, people, and that we take those people and our providers and we put them into now what is needed to take care of these patients and making sure they have an understanding for their healthcare so that they can be in control. Okay, because for me, after you know, when I had stroke and everything else, patients, there was no way upon discharge that they were hearing how they were going to take care of themselves or how their loved one's going to take care of themselves. They're traumatized. And I would have loved to be able to have a system that I could have brought them back into our clinics and like a week later, 2 weeks later, still check in with them, but then figure out where they are in the process so that they can hear and they can change behaviors, like I said.
So for me, education is all about empowerment, right? And Michelle, what you said is it's so important, right? Because we need to teach our patients like what's going on. With my work, I do feedback sessions. Like, okay, here's your report. Let's talk about it. What questions do you have? Do you understand what your diagnosis is and how this could impact you, right? The next steps. Making sure that when you're educating your clients, your patients, you're doing it in a developmentally appropriate way. If I'm working with someone who has a lower IQ, I'm not going to be using big words with them. I'm going to be using visuals. The way I did my presentation today, for those of you who saw it, I put in words, I put in videos, I use certain colors. I did all of that for a reason because everyone learns differently. So if we can educate in a way that the client is understanding, it's going to empower them to know what to do next or not do next. And so I think as providers, if we can do that just a little bit better in the healthcare system, it can really help patients in the long run.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. If anybody has further questions, you can reach out with the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic job, guys. Thank you for your time and energy on that. And now, it's time for our final award show here at Health 2.0 Conference to continue celebrating all of you trendsetters, trailblazers in the healthcare sector. So, first, before we get started, I want to invite somebody to help me give you these heavy, beautiful awards. She's going to be my Vanna White. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Louise Kenzie. Please come on up. I hope I said that right. Oh, there you are. You're like a ninja. You just snuck on up. Dr. Louise is the dynamic owner and CEO of the Institute for Neurosemantic and Socio-Cognitive Learning, INSL LLC, is a vanguard in the sphere of educational innovation. Her journey as an educator spans over 17 years, addressing the diverse learning needs of students with a particular focus on neuroeducation. Thank you so much for being here. We sure do appreciate you. So, guys, this is how this is going to go. I am going to say your name. Once you hear your name, please step on up and stroll on over to the stage. You will grab your beautiful award and we're going to take a picture of you. We have our photographer waiting to take your picture of your shiny mug. If from there you'd like to have a brief 1-minute talk on the mic, thank the Academy, thank your family and colleagues, you are more than welcome to do so. And then we'll be heading off to lunch. Ready? All right, let's do this. Our first award going for outstanding leadership goes to, hey, we know her, Dr. Marian J. Zanuck, PhD. Dr. Marian Zanuck PhD, clinical pathology and orthopedic biomedical scientist, is the dynamic CEO and founder of Zenise Health and Fitness, a multifaceted leader. She excels as a business strategist, product designer, and international patent holder, superheading the creation of cutting edge orthopedic exercise platform solutions. And of course, she is one of our main bronze sponsors, our bronze sponsor. So thank you.
We've had some amazing success. Just finding out this morning's another nice piece of this. Health 2.0 is proving to be very, very beneficial for us. And I've been very, very proud of the female representation at this conference. It's been amazing. That's an empowerment move on their part. So cheers to Health 2.0 and thank you so much.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Lizette Guzman. Lizette is the executive director of Renaissance Medical Group with over 5 years of experience. They're responsible for the daily operations and ensures patients and families receive proper care and services. After gaining several years of experience within various departments of the U.S. government, Guzman was presented with the unique opportunity at Renaissance Medical Group to embark upon a career in the healthcare sector.
Hello, everybody. My name is Roberto. Accepting this award on behalf of Lisette Guzman, who couldn't be here today. But she is our mastermind. She lives and breathes everything of what we're doing today in health and equality, Latina empowered, and she's received many awards. And without her, we would be really lost at our company. But at Renaissance Medical Group, we believe in uniting health and housing together. And so that we want to continue our path and providing a holistic approach for patients that we serve. Thank you.
Our next awardee, he is not here, but of course we'd still like to recognize him for outstanding leadership, goes to David Lyons. David is the director and president of Optimal Body Fitness. With expertise in chronic conditions, MS, and anti-aging, he has transformed thousands of lives worldwide using his unique training methods. He's the only fitness professional with MS to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award from Arnold Schwarzenegger. Congratulations, David. Our next award, this is a fun one. The Young Leadership Award goes to Christopher Buenrostro. Christopher. Christopher is the outpatient supervisor of Elevate Addiction Services. With over 6 years of full-time experience in addiction treatment, Christopher specializes in developing, testing, and implementing evidence-based behavioral interventions in telemedicine contexts.
Just want to share a huge thank you to my beautiful wife, Janelle, to Elevate Addiction Services, to the leadership board, to our clients, and to everybody that's made this possible. Thank you so much to Health 2.0 and to everybody here. And also a huge thank you to Santa Clara University and the faculty and staff that make our work in addiction treatment interventions possible. So again, thank you so much, and thanks for being here.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Sean Chakarami. Sean. I feel like we're best friends, Sean, because we've just talked so much. We've seen so much, heard your story. It's a great thing. Sean is the founder and CEO of Opelio LLC. He has over 10 years of experience in the healthcare industry as an M&A professional, management consultant, and expert witness. Sean has overseen extensive systems integrations and complex M&A transactions with revenue consequences and valuations over $1 billion.
So first, I just want to say thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I thank you all for being here. It's day 3. You're hungry. I get it. It's really uncomfortable for me to brag on myself. I grew up in a shame-based household, and had the pleasure of having 2 keynotes, sitting on 2 panels, and I always try to make my message about the people that I'm speaking to and not myself. And I still want to continue to do that, but I want to say one thing about my story is I know I'm on the right path, not because of the success I've had as an entrepreneur, but because of the adversity that I've had to overcome and that I still face as a young business owner. I've walked away from more revenue than I've accepted. I have sold my car, sold my 401k to help providers, to help other people find success in their life. And I have been rewarded for that. But I say this, sometimes it's the storms and the adversity and the resilience we build that is the bigger indicator of success than any award or achievement. And so, whatever you're going through, I just want to impart, stay the course. If you're going through a lot, it means you're walking in your calling. Thank you so much.
Well said. Thank you. Our next award for young leadership goes to Dr. Clara Pejares de Dios Tarancan. Going once, going twice. We will send the award, I promise. Our next award for Conference Visionaries Award goes to Ronita Bult. Ronita. Ronita is the founder of the Caring with Compassion community. Her work is based on her life experience and more than 10 years of specialized training as a case manager serving vulnerable individuals with intellectual development disabilities. Ronita has become a passionate and respected advocate for compassionately serving the most vulnerable.
Hi, first I want to thank Health 2.0. I missed the conference last year because of personal reasons. I am so happy that I was able to make it to this year and receive this Visionary Conference Award. To be recognized for my work and to be amongst colleagues that's passionate about changing the healthcare system and being a change they want to see. I want to dedicate this award to my parents. Caring with Compassion Community, Legacy of Love is representative of what I was taught from my family: compassion, serving those the least of us. And I just want to acknowledge that and thank my team, our CFO, Gina Pereira, who's been with our organization since we formed in 2019, and the peer navigator advocates, the peer support, the team that have lived experience that we have trained and supported and mentored to become certified peer counselors that's giving back to community and helping those individuals with lived experience to on their journey to health and wellness. So I thank you all for this award. Thank you.
Our next award for Outstanding Organization goes to New Look Smile. And people receiving this award, we'd like to welcome to the stage Christopher Peter Byrne, Managing Director, and Doc Batul Oskuper, Head Dentist and Professor. Please come on up. New Look Smile Dental Clinic is an award-winning and premier destination for comprehensive dental care in Turkey. It's a one-stop solution for all dental needs, offering a wide array of services ranging from cosmetic dentistry to advanced dental surgery.
At first, I am so thankful to take this award to my clinic, New Look Dental Smile. I appreciate to all my team. Try to do our best for all cosmetic dentistry. We are in a few clinics in Turkey doing our job holistically and biologically dentistry. So appreciate to being here. Thank you.
Our next award for Outstanding Organization goes to Special Place. And here to receive the award, Praktisha Gupta. With Praktisha Gupta as its CEO, One Special Place provides the most trusted online speech therapy in India. The organization started online speech therapy in India in 2014 and has served thousands of families worldwide, providing dedicated professional services in the areas of speech language therapy, special education, as well as occupational therapy and mental health.
Thank you, Health 2.0, for this recognition. I'm receiving this on behalf of everybody back home in India. In my team, at One Special Place, we are India's first pioneering organization providing teletherapy services for individuals with special needs. Behind it all is the vision that we've had to make therapy services accessible, and very proud to be receiving this. I dedicate this to all the clients who have given us their faith, and to my mom, who is the wind beneath our wings. Thank you.
Our next award for young leadership goes to Joseph Eind. Joseph. Joseph is the CEO and co-founder of Healy. Their passion lies in neurobiology, particularly in exploring the brain's plasticity and its implications in trauma. Beyond academia, Joe is dedicated to advocating for the worldwide advancement of education and learning. Fantastic.
I just want to first thank my mom and dad. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Secondly, I'd like to thank my team at Healy. I'm a big people first person. Without my team, I also would not be on this stage today. I want to personally thank my mentor, Dr. Julian Mobley, Dr. Antonio Dieva, and Dr. Ero Suero Molina. Dr. Antonio Dieva and Dr. Ero Suero Molina are neurosurgeons that I worked with in Sydney, Australia last summer. They've been pivotal in my experience in advancing this field of healthcare, and I would not be on the stage today without them. Like I said, I'm just super thankful and grateful to be here, and I can't wait to continue doing great things in the field.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Julie Wilson. Here she comes. Dr. Julie is celebrated as one of WXN Canada's 100 most powerful women and serving as a UBC clinical instructor. She's also the medical director of Terra Nova Medical. As a practicing family doctor and a staunch advocate for healthcare excellence, Dr. Wilson has steered Terra Nova to become a model of medical innovation. Her efforts have not only transformed patient care, but have also garnered significant recognition, like being a finalist for Canadian Businesswoman of the Year by Canadian SME.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really want to thank my team, my entire team at Terra Nova Medical, and my husband, Ali, who has been invaluable throughout this entire process. We're really trying to transform primary care. So if anybody wants to join us, any kind of allied healthcare provider or family physician or any kind of secretarial work, we are expanding and we would love to have you. So hopefully this award can show you that we are trying to make a huge difference and that we are someplace quite different to prevent burnout and to improve the quality of lives of all of our workers. Thank you.
And thank you so much, guys, for your continued applause and support as each one of our recipients graces the stage. We appreciate it. Our next award for young leadership goes to Manuel Alvarez. All right. Manuel is the active partner at Heels, where he channels his expertise into driving the business forward, focusing on strategic growth and partnerships. While driving the business forward, Manuel remains deeply engaged in networking initiatives, particularly in Latin America, where he manages extensive connections.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Health 2.0 for giving me this opportunity. It truly is an honor to be standing in front of so many healthcare and medical leaders from all over the world. As you heard, I am a partner of Hills. Hills is a startup based in Spain. In Hills, we collect data from our patients using an application connected to a CGM and also with information recorded directly by the patient. For those who don't know, a CGM is a continuous glucose monitor. With the data we collect, we can develop several treatments that can prevent chronic diseases like diabetes. And if you suffer from diabetes type 1, we have doctors working every day to help you out with your specific condition. All this you can do it through the app. We have patients that have used CGMs but never actually learned about their condition. They're simply giving a number to check if their glucose is high or low. And it's worse for people that don't even have the option of a CGM. Some of these patients have to pinch themselves 7 times a day and they never learn anything about their condition and how to improve it. With Hills, you don't have to pinch yourself more than once every 14 days, and we can actually help you improve your condition working with professional doctors and artificial intelligence. We also offer guided anamnesis, onboarding to the program, nutrition plans, CGM metabolical tests, and consultations with specialists. We also help patients that don't suffer from diabetes and are actually looking for help with more common diseases, overtraining and injuries, or a precise nutrition. As a matter of fact, there are several athletes and sports associations, and even Sanitas, Spain's largest and fastest growing medical insurance company, working with Hills. But anyways, we are working and doing research on how we can help diabetes type 2, male and female infertility, obesity, breast cancer, cardiology, depression, polycystic ovary syndrome, and many more. To finalize, I would like to state my purpose as a partner of Hills. To be honest, I am no doctor. I actually studied food and resource economics and international business at the University of Florida. However, I feel the urge to help society. I am from Nicaragua, Central America, and I've witnessed how diabetes is extremely common in these third world countries and really all over Latin America. Thousands of people don't even have the resources to be diagnosed, and I want to make CGMs and the healthcare technology from Hills affordable for the people that live in these countries. So if you're interested in helping out, you can come to me and I will give you any information you need from us. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Loving all of these young awards, huh? So inspiring. We've got a couple more coming up too. Great job. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Georgia Mitzi, PhD, MBA. Dr. Georgia is the partner and president of US of Y Innovations and PD Neurotechnology. Dr. Mitzi has 20 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry and startup environment with a focus on digital health and innovative technologies. Dr. Mitzi's expertise ranges from product development to business, regulatory, clinical, and market access strategy.
Thank you so much, Health 2.0, for this recognition. I was lucky enough in my career to receive lots of awards, and despite the fact that they can serve as a fleeting moments of joy, they can also be a great moments of reflection. So I would like to share a little bit of a personal story with you while I'm standing here today. As you can tell from my accent, I'm not from around here. I am from Greece and I moved to US 20 years ago. And coincidentally, my first professional conference was here in Las Vegas 17 years ago. And I was full of passion and energy and creativity and hope. And little did I know that this journey is going to take time. So fast forward today, I'm very happy to share with you a little bit of what I have learned. Leaders are just ordinary people, that they happen to have a strong sense of commitment and empathy for other people. And when the right circumstances arise, they just take the challenge and go. And I was fortunate enough to have lots of mentors and great people that I worked with. And if I had to share the three main lessons from all these years and the different things that I tried in my career, these are the following. Failure is not fatal and success is not final. It's all about having this unwavering enthusiasm to go through challenges. That's what it matters at the end. Trust the journey because it's going to take a lot more time than you initially thought. And lastly, it is all about the journey. It's never about the destination, but nobody actually tells you how to enjoy that journey. And what I learned and what it has worked for me, it's all about the people that you surround yourself. Because at the end of the day is working for people and with people. And I would like to dedicate this to my 19-year-old daughter and tell her that she can do whatever she wants in her life and keep dreaming big. And thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Howard Savin, PhD. All right. Howard is the CEO of Global Autism Initiative. He's worked with special needs children and their parents for more than 40 years and has exclusively focused on serving the needs of individuals with autism and their families. Our next award for young leadership goes to Dee Lee. Dee. Oh, Dee's not in here. We will be sure to send that. Dee is the Med Legal Associate Manager at La Jolla Orthopedic Surgery. They are a multidisciplinary, diligent individual who strategically and efficiently problem solves any challenges that are presented. So our next handful of awards are actually all virtual. They are not here, so you may hold your applause. I am going to still read their bio, give them a shout out, and we will continue to move on. Our next award for Visionaries Award goes to Isa Kabir. As a SPED teacher and chaplain at Penn Medicine, University of Pennsylvania Health System, Issa is dedicated to building bridges between people and organizations. Recently honored with the 2022 Advocacy Award at the Hospital of the University of Penn PMX, he works tirelessly to promote understanding and collaboration within interfaith communities. Our next award, also for visionaries, goes to Tracy M. Boss. Tracy M., MSIS, CEO and founder of Healing Fire, FDN, has over 30 years of extensive experience in the healthcare industry in several capacities. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Susan Matz Bastian. Dr. Susan is the Integrative Health Specialist at Dr. PH Integrative Health. She's worked in the educational health field for over 30 years and has spent innumerable hours training in health and fitness. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Veronica Glickman. Veronica is founder and CEO of Autism Behavioral and Educational Services, Inc. She's dedicated her professional career to working with those with autism spectrum disorder and their families. Veronica provides consultation services to other agencies on topics such as proper treatment plan writing, appealing denials, and so much more. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, is for Mimi Barrera. Mimi is CEO of NSYNC Consulting Corp., is a dynamo in the healthcare world, especially known for transforming the end-stage renal disease ESRD market. And guys, we do have a handful more awards left and some video awards coming up. So thank you so much for being here to all 5 of you, and we will be getting to lunch soon. Our next award for visionaries goes to Jessica Brazil, LCSW. Jessica is the founder and CEO of Mindful Living Group. With over 25 years of expertise, Jessica leads workshops, offers talks, and oversees telehealth platforms. Moving right along, our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Dr. PR Philip R. Harbin. Dr. PR Harbin is the Senior Director of Project Management at Aware Recovery Care, with over 25 years of experience in project, program, and operations leadership across multiple industries, including healthcare, consulting, finance, and so much more. Our next award, Outstanding Leadership, goes to Dr. Kazuhisa Matsui. Kazuhisa Matsui is an associate professor at Nagoya Women's University with more than 25 years of experience as a musculoskeletal and sports physiotherapist helping patients and athletes. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Dr. Ravshir Gill. Dr. Gill is the CEO and founder of Field Talk Inc. Dr. Gill experienced mental illness herself, and her passion to help change structure from ground roots has been the goal. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Stuart Brown. Stuart Brown is the Chief Commercial Officer at MediPro Medical Staffing, LLC. Stuart has consistently demonstrated commercial experience and a profound ability to build successful teams. Moving right along, our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Dr. Christy Michelle Hogue. As a dentist and CEO and founder at Mouth Mirrors LLC, a renowned researcher, education, and author. As a dental clinician, she's passionate about patient education and sharing the correlation between oral and systemic health. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to David Gaskin, CRNA. David is the owner and founder of pain management at Republic Pain Specialists. He's over 25 years of experience providing professional anesthesia services across all patient populations. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Mike Crosby. Mike Bing Crosby is the founder and CEO of Veterans Prostate Cancer Awareness, a nonprofit 501 organization focused on raising awareness and educating our nation's heroes about the number one diagnosed cancer within the VA system. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Dr. Nachiketa Sinha. Dr. Nachiketa Sinha is the consultant psychiatrist, healthcare executive, and regional chief of staff at Horizon NB Canada. And a couple more guys, and we'll get into some of our videos and we'll break for lunch. Thank you so much for those of you who are still here. So appreciate it. Our next award for Visionaries Award goes to Dr. Shaheen Kaplan. Dr. Shaheen served as the global head and senior VP of medical affairs for a medium sized biotechnology company where she oversaw a group of doctorate level medical, clinical, and scientific experts across the globe who interface with and help to educate healthcare providers and scientific decision makers so that medicines are used safely and effectively. Now, our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Harat Joshi, and we actually have a video for them. So, if we can please move your eyes up to the screen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Harit Joshi, a business intelligence architect at Great River and a founder of Tech. I'm feeling very excited here to talk with everyone a little bit of. Hello, everyone. I'm Harit Joshi, a business intelligence architect at Great River and a founder of Tech. I'm feeling very excited here to talk with everyone a little bit about myself and accepting this outstanding leadership award. Having more than 14 years working with the healthcare technology, I have always used data to improve the healthcare performance and the efficiency. As well, I'm also dedicated to transforming the health system through implementation of informatics projects. I'm deeply honored to accept this award from Health 2.0. As a founder of Tech, I'm committed to provide the AI-driven solutions which can enhance the project management practices and a use of AI-driven tools to solve the real-world project management problems. I'm very grateful to have this platform which can collaborate the healthcare experts from all around the world. Thanks a lot. Thanks for this award and have a great 2024.
All
Hello,
right.
everyone. I'm Harit Joshi, a business intelligence.
I would like to relieve you of your duties, Dr. Louise. We have all videos next. So big shout out for Dr. Louise for being my Vanna White, helping distribute the awards. Thank you, darling. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Frederick Flessner, and he's not able to be here today, so we will read a quick line from his bio. Frederick COE is the COO of Texas Vision and Laser Center. With a robust career spanning 7 years in the healthcare industry, Frederick has dedicated 3 years specifically to ophthalmology. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Edith Dorsey. And if you can please move your eyes to the screen, we've got a video.
Good morning. It's an honor to be the recipient of the 2024 Outstanding Leadership Award. Health 2.0, please accept my sincere thanks, gratitude, and appreciation for such a distinction.
All right, congratulations. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Olivia R. Ware, and we've got a video for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you from the bottom of my heart for this incredible honor. It is truly humbling to be a recipient of this prestigious award. I'm deeply grateful for the Health 2.0 conference and recognizing my contributions and achievements. This award recognizes my efforts and is a testament of my support and encouragement I've received from my colleagues, friends, families, and mentors along the way. I share this honor with each and every one of you who has believed in me, challenged me, and inspired me to be the best version of myself. I must also express my gratitude to my leadership team and my previous leadership teams who have been instrumental in my success. Their guidance and collaboration and unwavering belief in our shared goals have been invaluable. This award serves as a reminder of the importance of passion, dedication, perseverance, and pursuing our dreams. It fuels my commitment to continue striving for excellence, making a positive impact, and pushing for the boundaries of what is possible. In closing, I would like to dedicate this award to my beautiful mother, Miss Valerie Ware Jones in heaven, who has inspired me and motivated me throughout my career. Thank you once again for this incredible honor. I'm truly blessed and privileged to be part of such an amazing community.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Thank you. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Suchita Sanjay. In just 3 years as certified clinical hypnotherapist, Sujita has positively impacted over 250 lives.
Award from Health 2.0. This honor isn't just about me, it is a celebration of dedication poured into my work as a clinical hypnotherapist. This acknowledgement serves as both validation and motivation for me to push further in my mission to promote happy minds and healthy lives. At this point, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my clients who believed in my skills and are now living empowered lives. I'm also in deep gratitude for the divine grace, energizing my inner strength every single moment of my life. As I embark on this journey, I'm also filled with deep gratitude for my family, for their unwavering support, their love, encouragement, and have been my guiding light. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Health 2.0, sending you all happiness and joy.
We've got a couple more awards left. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Simran Nanda, accomplished professional and associate vice president of a leading home and care company in New York.
Hello, everyone. I hope everybody's having a great time at the conference. I'm deeply grateful to be receiving this award today. I feel this award is not just a recognition to my effort, but also a celebration to everyone in this room today and their achievements. I would like to express my gratitude to my parents. They have been my number one supporters. Without their support and belief, I wouldn't be here today. I feel together in this marketing field, we all can support each other and really make an impactful difference in the world of marketing. Again, truly honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Tim Bearden, the mental wellness coach at Shadow Mind Mental Wellness.
Hey everyone, Tim Bearden here from Shadow Mind Mental Wellness. I just want to say thank you to Health 2.0 for putting on this fantastic conference. While I can be there this year, I hope to be there next year, and I'm deeply honored to accept this outstanding leadership award on behalf of Shadow Mind Mental Wellness, where we think about mental health from the bottom of the process. Thank you again, and I hope to see you guys next year.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Sohimbo Cohn, who is a growth officer at DG's, a world leading IT service.
And I want to take this moment to thank the Internet 2.0 conference for granting me the opportunity to recognize and awarded the Outstanding Leadership Award. This is an astounding testament of my leadership capabilities and my excellent contribution to our industry. So I thank you again. Hello, my name is Specialist Sujimbu Do Tony.
Little dance move there. And last but definitely not least, our final award for our Health 2.0 Conference USA edition goes to Glenn Royal. He is receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. He is the Chief Executive Officer and Consultant of the Royal Group.
My name is Glenn Hall. I'd like to sincerely apologize for receiving a person 2.0 conference in Las Vegas. This was due to circumstances totally not my control. I also like to thank the leadership team for the Health 2.0 conference, two conference, group in general, for the accommodations to allow me to deliver a virtual message to this conference. I'm also grateful to receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award from the healthcare sector for my contributions in my work with the medical sector, current healthcare that exceeds well over 30 years. It's an important topic that needs to be discussed and improved to a matter of pandemic improvements and issue of mental health, social determinants, and loneliness, as described by and articulated by the current U.S. Surgeon General perspective of actives and epidemic. I would like to thank the organizers, the recipients, the attendees, and everybody else part of this conference for hosting. We're enjoying a great opportunity to mingle, network, and learn from each other. Continue to be innovation, leadership, and maturity to improve healthcare for everybody across the globe, as well as for all my fellow Christians. In about 2 weeks, Easter will be celebrated. So I wish you a really happy Easter to them and to all orphans that are celebrating this 20th year. Thank you all very much, and I wish everybody all the very best. God bless you all.
And our final round of applause for all of our award recipients. Congratulations to each and every one of you making changes and growth inside of the healthcare sector. And with that, it's time for lunch. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. I will see you back at 1:20 for our speedy business card networking session. And of course, so many more great discussions. Thanks a lot.
Could you take like a portrait? Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I know that's important. So should I just move? Oh, they're great. Thank you so much. Okay, you're so welcome. Thank you so much.
feeling very excited here.
announcement. Da, da, da. Hi guys. Hello, hello. Hi guys. For my next panel, if you are here, Leah Mix, if you can please make your way to the nice gentleman over there, the audio and AV booth, we can get you mic'd up. I don't think Leah's in here. Also, Ranjani Sampath Kumaran, if you're here, please go get mic'd up for the next panel. Thank you. Also, guys, I did mention before we left for the break that there's going to be a speed networking business card sharing 10 minutes. If you would like to participate in that, there's like 3 of us in here. You're more than welcome to go up and say hi and give your business card. Totally optional. Good afternoon, guys. Let's switch our mics over here. Welcome back. Hope you all had a wonderful lunch. I'm not going to lie, I had like 5 of those tiny mini desserts. How can you say no? And you don't feel guilty because they're mini, right? See, okay, there's a couple smiles. Thank you. And I see nods. Thank you. I feel supported in that. Guys, we've still got a great afternoon for you here. We've got some amazing panel discussions. Also, want to remind you that if you would like to revisit the conference once you get home, if you would like to share the link with family, friends, colleagues who weren't able to be here, you can go onto YouTube and just type in Health 2.0 Conference live stream, and you'll be able to pull that live stream up and relive the magic. So, an option to you. Also, another reminder, we would love to be tagged in your photos, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, everything and everywhere. Please use the hashtag pound health, the number 2 and CONF. And again, it's just going to be so great to look over all of the memories and all the great connections that you've made. So we encourage that. Our next panel is really interesting. It's going to be a brain trauma management, a discussion on brain trauma management, a comprehensive approach to prevention, care, and research. Brain trauma affects individuals and families profoundly, altering lives in an instant. Acknowledging its impact, our experts will guide us through the essential strategies for minimizing risk, the importance of swift and effective care following injury, and the promising avenues of research that offer hope for recovery and rehabilitation. To guide us through the topic, we have our moderator, Leah Mix, as she's going to be bringing up our panel. Come on up, guys. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Okay, come on up, panel. We're going to actually have our panel do self-introductions, and so great to have all of these wonderful human beings who have information for us on traumatic brain injury. Oh, you want to get a picture before we start?
Usually afterwards.
Oh, it's after? Okay. I couldn't see.
These are the candid. So Um, really great to have everyone in the room here today. And I just want to do a little bit of gauging of the audience. And so could we have a show of hands of people in the audience who in some way have some direct connection to TBI, to traumatic brain injury? You treat it, or you work with patients, or you've had it yourself, or a family member has had it. So great, great. That's helpful. So we'll definitely be interested in questions that may arise for you guys. And I really appreciate everyone for taking the time to be with us today. So we're going to just go through a round of introductions, and I'll start with myself very briefly. So my name is Leah Mix. I'm the CEO of Delphi, which is a healthcare consulting firm. We specialize in psychedelic healthcare and bringing psychedelic healthcare into the US healthcare system. The reason that I decided to help moderate this panel, I'm not an expert in TBI. I have worked with patients who have it. However, there is some innovation in psychedelic healthcare related to TBI. So I wanted to talk with some experts about it and kind of be a bridge to other people in the room who might not be experts in TBI, but have an interest in it. So I'm so glad to be with each of you here today, and just want to invite a round of introductions, starting with you, Robert.
Yes, my name is Robert H. Schistel, and I'm Professor Emeritus of Pathology, Environmental Health Sciences, and Radiation Oncology at UCLA, and I have 16 patents. And it's my mission in life to make all creatures in the world healthy, beautiful, and sane. And I can talk about my 16th patent, which is relevant to traumatic brain injury now or later, as you want. And I think I have approaches which could benefit traumatic brain injury.
Thank you so much, Robert. And Sam.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ranjini Sampath Kumar, and I go by Sam. I am a medtech consultant, founder of an S Consulting Group. The reason why I'm here on this panel today is I have my master's thesis actually on brain pressure monitoring. So I thought I would be very curious to discuss my insights along with two experts up here.
Thank you so much, Sam. Andy, to you.
Hi, I'm Andy Quinn. I'm CEO of Between MD. Our objective is to improve people's health in between doctor visits. And specifically, we're focused on those who are having traumatic nightmares, who might have suffered trauma, whether that be physical or psychological.
Great. Thank you so much. It's such a diverse group of specialized expertise. So I think that we're going to get some really interesting answers to these questions. And the first one is really a general question for you all, which is what do you see right now as the major challenges or opportunities or pain points in brain management trauma in terms of what exists and what doesn't exist yet?
I'm going to jump in a little bit. So I think there's an important distinction that I've come to understand better. So there's physical trauma that occurs that it impacts a lot of folks. There's also psychological trauma. So I think that one of the interesting things, especially in the past number of years, is there's becoming more and more data available to help differentiate the two, even though sometimes the treatment protocols might align if the injury has been dealt with. So that's kind of one of the things I see is more and more data being available on this topic. Does that make sense?
That's great.
I think I can rub off a little bit of what he has described. There are two types of trauma. And I think on the physical side of brain trauma management, there's a lot of products that I've seen as a consultant in terms of invasive approaches. But I think one area of opportunity that exists today would be on the non-invasive products, like whether it's brain pressure monitoring or more non-invasive products to know and understand better what's happening inside your brain.
Yeah, excellent. So these are important developments, both non-invasive data, non-invasive technologies, and I know Andy that's a description of the technology that you're working on is non-invasive.
Mhm.
That's great. And Robert, would you like to add to this?
Sure. Actually, it's a very good distinction between physical and mental trauma. So my 16th patent is actually about mental diseases. So what my chemical does, it gives you an energy boost. It increases your sleep quality. I'm now down to 5 hours of sleep. I needed 7 to 8 hours before. It gets rid of overreaction and aggression. It gets rid of addiction. All the craving is gone. It cures anxiety and depression within 1 or 2 weeks, which is the fastest ever. Um, it increases your memory. People become smarter. Um, and it cures Alzheimer's and dementia. And this is what's already patented. Now we're doing ADHD. I had 2 ADHD patients, which are completely fine. Then um, autism, PTSD, schizophrenia, and then PTSD, and also strokes. And that brings me to the physical trauma because my 15th patent is actually um, about inflammation. My chemical is also highly anti-inflammatory, and physical trauma and also stroke is a huge inflammation event in the brain. So it should be anti-inflammatory, and it could benefit from for the resolution of the trauma and also regenerate your neurons. It's actually neurogenic. It does tons of things. Like I had eyeglasses for 55 years in my life, and 4 weeks after I started my own chemical, my eye doctor unprescribed my eyeglasses. Why? Because it completely fixes your neurons and your optic nerve and your retina, which are also nerve cells. So it's neurogenic. So it reconstitutes your nerves, which is great for after trauma, after physical trauma. And it also aids, it gets rid of of bruises. So if there's some bleeding, it might resolve that. And it also aids your vessels. Um, this is my 15th patent, like it varicose veins and spider veins also disappear. So in all these instances, it actually might benefit the physical trauma and of course also the mental trauma.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. And we're going to be circling back around to learn more from you about how this drug intervention specifically, I don't know that everybody in the room has the scientific background to understand exactly how what you're saying relates to brain trauma. So we'll circle back around and ask you more in-depth questions about that. And one thing that I sit with, in preparing for this panel and even now is that I encountered when I was doing direct service as a mental health clinician. I encountered patients with brain trauma, veterans and people who had gone through all various types of accidents and injuries. One of the things that sits really kind of heavy with me is that I know that sometimes it was known and it was caught and it was understood that that's what was presenting, that's what the patient was presenting with, and sometimes it wasn't known. And I have to believe that sometimes I missed it as a clinician, which is hard, but this is a very complex um, treatment. One of the things that I would wonder, and Andy, I'm going to toss this question to you, is if I'm a patient um, and I've been dealing with a traumatic brain injury for a period of time, what should I do to make sure that I'm getting the help that I need?
Hmm. So interesting question. So a lot of the work we do is with veterans. So the interesting thing there is there's usually a event that happened. Let's say it was a explosive that caused a concussion. So there's an immediate known, here's our first, you know, documented traumatic event. But what we've discovered is that, if that event happened overseas, there might have been an evac, there might have been hospitalization, they might have had loss of limb. So there's 4 or 5 other events that have occurred. So there's one event that caused brain trauma. So that probably got treated right away. So the physical symptom was dealt with. Inflammation is a huge challenge. But then those other follow-on traumas typically go undiagnosed because people are focused on the event. So part of what we're doing is capturing data coming out of their nightmares. So why are you having this nightmare? Was it the specific event, or was it when you were in the hospital and strapped down 3 months later? So as we understand that, then that helps get better treatment because the treatment for post physical trauma might be different than the physical trauma treatment. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So pre and post can be very different, and there can be multiple things that result in some kind of trauma, be it physiological or psychological.
Hmm.
So teasing that all apart is part of what your technology is about.
And that's early stages because a lot of, people don't talk about that.
Mm.
It's interesting to see, it's
Yeah.
easy to talk about I watched or, got blown up. It's difficult to talk about those other things that happened because they are not in the physical world. We don't know that that's a problem. Or if we're dealing with first responders who might not have been injured, but saw something very traumatic occur, where, that was the trigger for something that occurred. So I think we're starting to learn all about this.
Yeah, well, that really does resonate with me as a clinician,
Mhm.
because you don't always know, a person can have so many different things going on, and you don't always know which was the thing that impacted them the most. It's so personal, it's so individual. So it's great to hear that there's technology that's going to help to sort that out a bit. And it leads me to a question for you, Sam, because you are an innovator in the medical device space. And I'm wondering what you see as some of the opportunities in medical devices related to brain trauma.
Sure, that's a very interesting as well as broad question. So when you look at brain trauma management, standing a little bit behind, It starts with research, which could go anywhere from the understanding the chemistry to brain-machine interfaces or other device perspective-oriented research. And the next step is prevention. So that could run anywhere from a motorbike accident to wearing a helmet, which is part of the education and awareness that you want to create, as well as sports injury, where you need to follow protocols. So there is the education aspect for prevention. And when you look at the diagnostics and therapeutics, there are various number of devices out there, starting with like brain pressure monitoring to imaging, MRI, CT, functional MRIs, where on the imaging side of things, I see industry has been moving towards better accuracy and better mapping of the cases or studies, which has been done over the years. And similarly, in the therapeutic side of things, like deep brain stimulation, as well as other modalities that's been used to either help, support, alleviate things like Parkinson's and other area of the brain diseases. And then when you look at the psychological side, you do have rehabilitation and whether that's in terms of like using a drug, pharmaceutical things, or it is also going to be encompassing anything that relates to therapies, right? So there is a lot of opportunities out there, and I think we are just getting started.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. And it it sounds like there's a lot of opportunity for innovation in this particular space. One of the things I believe that falls of elderly people is one of the leading causes of traumatic brain injury, right? So there's work related or and that's includes vets, that's their work, sports related, and then elderly populations. And we have an aging population, so we could expect to see more of this. And really there's a lot of reason that that work that you're doing is so important for people who are going, some of us in the room today who are completely without brain trauma right now may experience this in our lifetimes or have a family member who experiences this in our lifetimes. So thank you so much for tracking where we still need to go and what, what could work better. And that brings us to you, Dr. Robert. It's great that you have so much expertise in this area. And one of the things I think would be really wonderful for us to hear about is treatment of uh, brain illness and brain injury from a drug perspective. And a little bit more about the mechanism of action, perhaps, of the drug that you have a patent for in this area, that helps us understand how it would cure or improve the symptoms of TBI.
Sure. So what the chemical does, what we know from the mechanism of action, it induces in our body 244 different proteins. And there's lots of DNA repair proteins and anti-inflammatory proteins, and also 9 neuroprotective proteins. So these neuroprotective proteins actually are that's most likely why it has such a large spectrum of diseases it can address. Now with the DNA repair and anti-inflammatory proteins, it's probably most of these inflammation, and so it supports your own immune system, and thereby it gets rid of all the problems with the immune system. It fights infections. I can cure allergies, um, autoimmune diseases, infections. I mean, all the spectrum, which is and COVID and uh, long COVID, and it protects from COVID. So all the problems with the immune system go away. Um, so that's inflammation, also autoimmune diseases, which are part of this. Um, and then the 9 neuroprotective proteins, uh, it protects your neurons. It's actually neurogenic. it aids your neurons. It makes your neurons to reconstitute and grow. Um, and it benefits your neurons, and thereby um, people see better because of the retina. People, I can cure mental diseases, as I said before. So, and it's very easy to take. The human dose is 1 gram per day. So it's half a gram in the morning, half a gram at night, and it takes 20 seconds to take it. You just put it in your mouth and it goes wherever it should go in your body. Um, and I'm a very unusual pharmaceutical, have very unusual pharmaceutical companies because I think most of the cosmetic and the pharmaceutical companies out there are greedy. Now I'm also in public health, so what I want to do is to cure more people. And I think it's a sad state if the government has to come in to reduce the price of insulin. Um, so what we do, I just give it to my patients for cost, meaning that they pay that it pays for the production and for the shipment of the chemical. Um, where I get my money from is from investors and not from treating people. Um, so so it's $7 per day, which most people can afford, and the minimum, it's a clinical trial, so the minimum sign-up period is 4 months, so it's $840 dollars, and you're set for 4 months um, for this therapy.
Great. Well, thank you so much. So, that it's incredibly interesting. So, what I'm tracking with this is this is a drug that helps flood the body, flood the bloodstream with different proteins
Yeah,
that the body already knows how to use to heal
exactly.
itself. So it
Yeah.
sounds like this is
Supports your own bodily functions. Exactly. Yeah.
great,
To
great,
cure things. Yeah.
great. So
Your immune system, your neurons. Yes, yes,
and there seems like there's multiple mechanisms of action. So you have all of these
yes,
proteins. So it's dealing with, we know that inflammation and also the destruction of neurons are two of the key factors of
yes,
traumatic brain injury.
yes,
So these proteins specifically help in those areas.
yes. And actually, the reason why I call it a chemical and not a drug is because actually it's the only chemical or whatever you call it out there that does not have any negative side effects. Okay. And so far, with all the diseases I cured, sometimes the most serious, like ulcerative colitis, and it's good for cancer, for really horrible diseases, or COPD, asthma. I mean, um, all the people in my clinical trials so far, none of them died, and none of them even developed a second disease so far. And this is since 15 months. Okay, and it's even good for the flu, for it gets rid of COVID, tons of things.
Well, that is very exciting, and it leads me to reflect. And I actually want to ask the three of you about some research that I'm aware of. It has to do with a psychedelic medicine called ibogaine. And this is the research of Dr. Nolan Williams at Stanford. It's only one study, so probably not as far along as Robert is with his drug. But what was found in 30 veterans, special ops veterans that had experienced an average of 39 blast exposures. So they were scoring in the mild to moderate range on the World Health Organization scale of cognitive disability at the start of the study. And all of them were scoring on the PTSD scale as well in the moderate to severe range.
Mm-hmm.
After one session with the treatment of the drug ibogaine, 1 month post, there was a 77% of those study participants were no longer uh, scoring. They had no score of disability on the World Health Organization's cognitive disability scale, and 86% of them had full remission from PTSD. And so I I'm very compelled by that research, like, oh, there's something here that, possibly could be very helpful to people who have experienced at least this kind of brain trauma. It's, very complex. There's a lot of different kinds of brain trauma. But I just wonder, like, this was it just happened, so it was just published in Nature Medicine on January 5th. And I wonder, since you guys have been thinking about traumatic brain injury longer than I have, just how does that land with you? Just hearing that study.
So I'll throw out a couple of comments. So I moved to California about 8 years ago, lived near one of the VAs. And so if you talk to people who had experienced multiple concussions, the treatment protocols in general were suppressive. So they were meant to sort of uh, keep people's suppressed. Uh, They called it zombified, the patients. So that was one thing that existed. And if you go back a little bit further, I think there was a view that, our brain didn't, there wasn't neuroplasticity. There wasn't the recovery of the brain that was expected. So I think that effectively what we've sort of discovered through research and other things is suppressing sometimes is necessary, but not necessarily for 20 years. And the brain has great healing powers. And if we can assist it, that's really a positive thing. So that was kind of my take on it. I've heard comments from some special forces operators that effectively treatment protocols with psychedelics was helpful to them significantly. So I think that there's lots of areas for exploration and improvement there.
Hmm, thank you. Um, One of the things that comes to mind as you're sharing that, Andy, is the possible combination
Sure.
of,
Yes,
starting,
absolutely. Yes.
combining, because what we don't know, the research that I'm citing is only clinical outcomes. They, there's follow-up studies to do the MRIs and so on and so forth, but we do not know that it's actually fully healed the brain, that it's, healed the neurons, and so sometimes it is like combined therapies. This is, I think, very common with TBI, that there's multiple therapies that need to happen in order to fully heal it over time. It, did you want to say
Sure,
something
sure,
about?
sure. I think so. So my chemical one can combine with anything. It doesn't. There's no counter indication with any other thing. And the best thing is if everybody continues to take whatever they used to take in the past, and then slowly they are weaned off all the other things because they don't need them anymore. But it doesn't interact with anything else either. So of course, if anybody is interested in the things I was saying here, I'm happy to send you information, to get your information, your contact information, and send you the information about all my clinical trials.
Great. Thanks, doctor. And he's wonderful with follow-up, by the way. So can take him up on that. You know, Um, I want to shift a little bit to talk about preventative care. And again, we'll start with you, Andy. What type of preventative care can someone do to prevent brain trauma?
So physical was mentioned before. So you can wear a helmet, for certain things. Though I don't think we want our seniors walking around with helmets on. It would mess up their hair if they have it. So, so that's a challenge. But the other is really better mental health would be one area. Better preparation. So those are some things that we can look at, but it's a tough one because if you think about trauma, it typically comes out of some place you didn't expect it to. Even if you're in the military, you're not expecting, a mine to go off. You're not expecting to get hit. You're not expecting if you're playing football for that next interaction to cause damage. So I think that's a prevention probably comes in terms of better mental health or better physical um, protection.
Yeah, Great. I wonder, Sam or Robert, do you have any thoughts on prevention of brain trauma?
Yes, I think there's going back to the question of opportunity, like when Andy brought up the prevention. I think there is, so today when you're hit head on the head, or when you fall down, when you're taken into a screening room, you have 30 some questions to answer before even you are diagnosed with like levels of TBI. I think there is certainly an opportunity if we had like a diagnostic device instead of filling up a form to actually know what's going on, right? Filling a form is the last thing you want to be doing sitting at a medical room when you go through that. So I think that's one area that I do see. In terms of like prevention, I think education is very important. Having protocols like sports injury are the maximum number of cases that you would find in terms of traumatic brain injury out of all other types that could lead to traumatic and brain injury. So I think following protocols and having education around it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So one of the nuances of this is, and the doctor, we do want to hear from you. I think one of the nuances, though, to tease out is that there's intervention that can happen prophylactically, so before the event ever occurs, but it could also happen soon after the event occurs, which keeps the TBI from getting worse, right? So there's a whole spectrum there of different types of interventions, devices, drugs, whatever it might be, behaviors, activities. And it kind of depends on where the person is. We're all in a patient journey of sorts, and most of us are probably pre-TBI. So we've spoken now to things that we could do to prevent TBI if we were to have a type of event that could cause it. And then there's also, after an event does occur, what type of intervention at what juncture can keep it from getting worse, right? And that's a long journey, right? So this probably the sooner we intervene after the incident, the better would be my guess. Yeah.
Sure, in terms of prevention, there's physical prevention, and there can be always a combination of different factors how you to prevent injury. Um, but there's also what I call chemical prevention. And see, my chemical can prevent strokes because strokes, that's kind of an internal traumatic brain injury. Um, and the reason why it does that is because it gets rid of inflammation. And a stroke is a huge inflammation process. And that's also what actually happens during TBI. So um, so it could even be that people, and we haven't had anybody who had a traumatic brain injury on being on my chemical. It could be that somebody is actually chemically more resistant to it because this brain destruction caused by the inflammation is actually inhibited. So that could be an additional prevention factor, of course, in addition to all the physical prevention and other taking care of your own steps and everything what people should be doing.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So I want to riff on this a little bit and just open up that question. So, um, to your point, Robert, you're saying that after the incident occurs, if there was an intervention such that the inflammation was reduced,
Right. If
the
you catch
the
somebody right
trajectory,
after
right,
the TBI, yes, the resolution could be sped up. But what I'm saying is that even before, maybe before you get to that point, you should be actually also more resistant to this.
right,
Yeah.
right. So we're living in a world right now where your drug is or your chemical is not yet available. So I just want to concretize the like the experience of TBI. So I'll ask you guys, if I were to experience a traumatic brain injury tomorrow, what should I do?
Call me.
I just might. But in
Yeah.
terms of what's available
Yeah, anybody who has my information can always and I can send it overnight. So I have it in my freezer, and you can sign a release form immediately. Yeah,
Thanks, Robert.
anybody who has my information can.
And thank you so much, Robert. And what I'd like to do is kind of create some contrast between, what are the things that are available right now? What can somebody realistically do today if they or a family member or patient experienced a traumatic brain injury? We know, and we're so appreciative that the work that each of you are doing is a future state of how traumatic brain injury will be treated, diagnosed, managed. But what happens now?
So I think there's the front line. So, if there's an accident, what happens then? That's up to our medical community. And I think they're pretty good if there's brain swelling, they have protocols to help immediately deal with that. So I think there's a lot of good solutions there. One comment doctor mentioned that I'll tie into. So we've worked with folks with traumatic brain injury. So one of the things we look at is sleep. So one of the key elements around that, when I first met doctor, he said, "Oh, I'm down to what, 5 or 6 hours of sleep."
Mhm.
I'm up from 5 or 6 hours of terrible sleep to now good sleep. So our body does have the ability to heal itself. So getting good sleep is probably one of those both prophylactic and post event functions that we can do to help heal ourselves. So I think that that's an element that is something we're looking at, and so many of us don't know that, or we don't consciously know that. So they think that's an area that we can focus on. And even if we delve into sleep, some people have nightmares, some people have restless sleep. So there's elements of that that we can work on, and stress and anxiety. So, that's another element where, especially in our post-COVID world, we're probably all more anxious than we were 5 years ago. So how do we help work on those things?
Awesome. Yeah. And Sam, I want to ask this question, but I'd like you to maybe speak to us a little bit when you answer this question about like what is now. You have a good lay of the land about the challenges with the existing products. So a lot of the interventions that Andy's speaking to require some kind of diagnostic tool or some kind of intervention, some kind of device, some kind of rate, and occasionally so in terms of innovation and the products that are available now, could you speak a little bit to that in your answer as well?
Yeah, sure. I actually had a comment on what Andy was mentioning. So, just as an industry wide, I feel the device in terms of brain trauma management or in terms of anything related to brain, I believe it's shifting more from the physical side to the psychological. And I don't mean drug in terms of that, but in terms of having an watch or some sort of tool that monitors your, things with your body, whether it's sleep, other functions, and that being integrated into an app. So it's shifting more towards mental health and wellness and other areas. And I think it's an amazing change given having seen and worked with so many companies in terms of like cardiac oncology space. Brain is one area that I've worked on. So I think the I see a trend shift. So that's definitely one. And to answer your question in terms of challenges, so when you look at like medical device perspective, uh, brain related products are very niche, like say cardiovascular or anything. I come from the catheter background in cardiovascular space, so, and as well as in oncology, I worked in biopsy. Uh, and I have about 10 plus patents over there and products in the market. So just from a point of looking at technology, I would say brain related products are in general harder because the innovation takes time. Understanding the landscape of what is out there and what are the opportunity that takes time. Plus, as well as in terms of the development, say I could speak to example in terms of brain pressure monitoring. Say when I was working through it, there used to be a lot of like drifting in terms of sensing. So Efficacy and efficiency are two different things that FDA looks at. So when from an ideation perspective to bring a product out into the market in that particular space is still hard. And in terms of the opportunity out there, like I mentioned before, there are a lot of growth and need in terms of non-invasive device where the penetration is easier.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there's some systemic challenges with actually bringing innovation in this area in TBI. And it's really interesting. You're touching on again what we kind of started with, which is data, non-invasive technology, and so forth. And Andy, you're wearing some of that technology right now, right? And one of the things that really inspires me having the three of you here is that the two of you are working on, how can we identify when these things are happening for people, when these traumas are happening, when there might be something going on with the brain. There might be more people who are actually identified as having these issues than if they're just filling out a form, right?
Right.
And more patients for you to treat, doctor. And I wonder, as you hear, Andy and Sam talk about innovation, being able to use data, use non-invasive technology to um, identify and proactively manage TBI patients, how you feel that that relates to your work. That was the question was to you.
Oh.
I might have been. I was speaking a
No,
little
no.
quickly.
I was thinking about
Have you
what you
taken your
Tell
said.
us what
meds
you were
today?
thinking about. Yeah, no,
What you said
we're having
before,
a conversation.
that the chemical is not available, and that it is available to everybody who contacts me or who gets my information.
Well, thank you for clearing that up.
And the reason why I don't publish this and why I don't publicize it widely is because otherwise I have 200 million people who immediately want the chemical, and I cannot deal with that right now without a license from a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
Because everybody has to sign my release form, and I don't want to have all these unsatisfied.
And here I am saying there's a lot more people coming because
Yes.
Andy and Sam are going to help identify a whole bunch
Yes.
more people, so you could be
Yes,
flooded.
and so Islam, yeah, sure. Um, and we're about 9 months away from FDA approval. So after it's FDA approved, it's going to be in the news everywhere. But before, still everybody has to sign my release form. So it is available to people whom I contact and who have my contact.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Absolutely.
I just want to touch on one more thing before we have kind of a closing round of questions and then open it up to the audience. Is something that you said, Doctor, about public health and accessibility.
Yeah.
And I just want to take a pause to thank you for that and to say how rare it actually is to have people, and I know a lot of people at this conference, in this room, on this panel are thinking in the same way. How do we ensure accessibility? How do we manage cost? How do we make sure that everyone who can benefit from these new technologies has safe and affordable access to them? And I really appreciate that you have oriented your work and yourself to that mission.
It might sound counterproductive for a pharmaceutical company that you don't make money on the product right now, but this is just because of the clinical trial, and because want to make, I don't want my patients to actually pay more than they have to. Where I make my money from is from investors.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much. Well, I just want to bring it back around one more time, and then we'll have a few minutes to see if what the audience's questions or reflections are. Is there anything else that any of you would like to say about innovation in this space? What's needed? What's missing? What you're hopeful for? So forth.
So I'll throw out something. So we're working with some former football players who have CTE. So effectively, multiple concussions lead to long-term problems.
Yeah.
And so basically, it really can't be identified to postmortem when they take a look at the brain, which is sad. So they are looking at measuring both MRIs, devices, and trying different therapies to help improve health while they're still functioning well. So that's exciting because there's, potentially the ability to prevent that long-term issue. Maybe there's other solutions that will help them further as we move forward. So I think there's lots of different therapies from um, traditional therapies, potentially psychedelics, cold plunge therapy, other therapies that exist that hyperbaric that might help these folks out. So that's kind of exciting to me in that there are different ways that we can approach this. And we're looking at qualitative and quantitative data.
Great.
So I think that's important to look at both how people are feeling and what the data says.
Great, Andy. Thanks so much. And I know part of your technology solution is to actually help match people with the therapy that is working for them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Sam and Dr. Would you like to have any other comments about innovation in this space?
Sure, I think, see, yeah, innovation. Since I have 16 patents, I'm highly innovative, of course. Um, and what we need now is just to manage this, to get more people into my clinical trial, and then um, get 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 investors. So of course, you probably know by now that my investors make a ton of money. They My investors make 100-fold ROI, which is 10,000% within 10 years. So anybody who has $10,000 can invest, um, and anybody who gives me their name, number, and email address can get all my information.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Man on a mission. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And Sam.
I think I would want to close off with a comment. I've seen multiple different products in this space. I think I'm curious to see if there's anything out there for neuroplasticity related like devices coming out. I think that's a opportunity area, and I'd be curious.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. Like they have some VR things now that are
Yeah,
really interesting. Shockwave
I
there.
think that would help rehabilitation so much better.
Cool. Great. Well, will we open it up to the audience and just see if anyone has any questions for the panel or any reflections, something that came up for you during this conversation? We would love to hear your share or your question. Yes, please. Hi. Great.
A patient that is dealing with this, but I was a victim of domestic violence. So, are you looking at? 'Cause I heard football and I heard coming out of the military, but what about men and women that are victims of domestic violence?
Sure. Sure. The cause is, yeah, there's all kinds of different causes of traumatic events, traumatic brain injury events. Sure. And yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
we can deal with anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Further comment on that. So it's easy to identify with a veteran that first event. It's documented. One of the challenges with domestic violence is sometimes it's not well documented or it's occurred multiple times. And I think there's that unpacking that occurs. Certainly, from what we've seen of the limited data we have, there's high similarities between the challenges. So our hope is that as the work we're doing, as we improve, that it'll be available to more people. So that's the short answer is we're focused because we can find a singular event that's well documented, but then the other pieces are certainly there. Mm-hmm.
normal things are actually related to that. So this is a very powerful conversation to hear.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your sharing. Really appreciate you bringing that into the room. And it reminds me of something, Sam, that you said about diagnostics. So one of the challenges, and I relate to this as a clinician, and I certainly have worked with people who have had domestic violence, and I think that there's a lot of overlap sometimes in the symptoms of brain trauma and psychological trauma. And so it's not always clear what's being presented. And I think that education of providers in terms of asking the questions around, have you had these things happen? Have you had it? And making it clear to the patient that traumatic brain injury can be a part of domestic violence. And so we need to ask these questions and creating more of a motivation on between the patient and the provider to assess that this has happened. So education, and then Sam, what you said, if there was a diagnostic protocol that involved something that isn't filling out a form, something that isn't a questionnaire, but it actually is looking at are the physical symptoms there, that would reveal itself earlier on, and someone's not waiting, decades to discover that they have something that needs to be treated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Anyone else have a thought, reflection, question? Oh, yes. Thank you. Please, yeah, come on up. Sorry.
Wow. So you've got an event. Did you see physicians? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So some of the things that you want to look for is what was your functioning before the event, and what was your functioning now? What is your functioning after the event? And first of all, so sorry that that happened, and so glad that you are here with us today. We're having a conversation. Yay. Um, so just diagnostically, some of the symptoms are going to be that you might notice are impairments in your cognitive function. So your especially your executive function. So your ability to plan, your ability to reason, your ability to remember information. If there's a dramatic difference before and after, that would be something to pay attention to. The other would be change in your mood. Maybe before you were pretty stable mood wise, and after you've noticed that you have spikes, right? Okay. And then another one to look for is things like physical coordination. So before the event, you were very coordinated and you weren't noticing. Now maybe you drop things, or your body isn't responding as quickly. So that is not to assess you. I'm giving you just a breadcrumb trail of how to look at, okay, that's what you want to look at. How different am I from before the thing happened to after the thing happened? If you're noticing that your quality of life is significantly different, um, that your abilities are different cognitively, physically, then you definitely want to follow up with a doctor, and do a deeper look at that. And every time I'm imagining you have continued to have this conversation with your primary care doctor, I would continue to have it in an ongoing way so that every year at minimum, if the symptoms are something that are coming on gradually, that every year you're going to have the conversation with your doctor. That thing happened back then. I want to make sure that my brain is in good health. Are we doing everything? Have we done all the diagnostics needed to make sure there's not an injury there? Am I doing everything that I need to do to make sure that my brain is going to be healthy long, long into life? Okay. Are there any? Oh, great. Is anyone here aware of the technologies that she's mentioned?
I've got a partner who's looking at that, who's heard of some good initial data. Um, that's, I think that's an interesting area of research. It's probably the best way for me to put it from my comment.
Okay, well, wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Yeah.
To that, just my chemical improves memory, and Alzheimer's patients, you cannot undo the changes that already happened, but you can prevent further negative changes happening. And eventually, since it's neurogenic, eventually Alzheimer patients remember things better.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was our last question. Well, thank you all for your attention and your participation. And thanks to our panelists. This was a really interesting discussion. I learned some things for sure. So thanks and have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. So many great discussions happening these last couple of days, and it takes us getting together, all of you sitting here, all of your great minds working together. So, some really nice stuff. Thank you for your time, guys. So now, for our next panel, do we have Ms. Deborah Simpson, CEO of SeedMex X here? Deborah, are you in? You are here. Okay, wonderful. Well, you, along with Candace M. Butler, Business Development and Relationship Manager at Patterns Hiring, we've got you next for a fireside chat. And you can even make this a little more interactive with the audience if you'd like. These ladies are going to be sitting chatting with us on global accountability, ensuring effective protection for medical workers in conflict regions. Round of applause for these ladies. Just you two.
Hi, my name is Deborah Simpson. I'm the CEO of CMedics. Very excited to be here. I do understand that there's tremendous conflicts, specifically the United Nations passed in 1998 passed a law that said hospitals are no war zones, they're off limits, etc. Well, that in 2014 made a sharp turn because I believe in South Sudan, a group came in and they killed anybody that didn't give them anything. They killed them. So 14 people died. So the reality is, in today's society, we need to do something. We need to have some kind of interference and really help our medical workers and make sure that they're protected.
And I totally, can y'all hear me? Okay. And I totally agree with that. I kind of just wanted to give a definition what a violent conflict is. A violent conflict is when two or more parties use physical force to resolve competing interests or claims. So, really understanding as our healthcare workers are going into these different areas, preparing them for what they're going into physically, mentally, culturally, preparing them to go in, and also when they come out, making sure that they have the resources and the sources that they need coming out because they go into some very hard situations. I also want to highlight that conflict regions are not only in other countries, we have conflict regions here in the United States, such as prison inmates getting out, getting acclimated back to the world. So as we delve into this conversation, I will ask everybody just to keep an open mind and really hear and absorb because this affects everybody. If it affects one person, it affects all of us.
All right. Overall, there's a tremendous conflict within the government's ability to enforce, like the Geneva Convention, the what the United Nations says. There you need to have a alliance between the governments and safety of our medical workers.
Mhm.
I have two doctors and that work with me, and amazing, brilliant people. And they have said one. We've worked with NASA. I was on the board of directors at the NASA incubator, and we met. And he talks about hot zones. Hot zones are where there's violence, there's combatants as well as civilians, and uh, the warm zones and then the cold zones. So there's all three types of zones that you have to go into. And I think one of the key things is what I was stressed. They told me over and over again, you have to have contingency plan A, contingency plan B, contingency plan C. There was one medical worker that I think was in Africa. He was 21. He drove a four wheeler and he drove the four wheeler off the cliff and split it and rolled down several times. And so the medical workers had to get in there, and the process of pulling him out took so long. And many of these things, like crush or sepsis or any of those things, they have to be treated within a very short period of time. I think I was told 6 hours, whether that's right or wrong. Um, I don't know because I'm not a medical doctor. But very important that we get our medical workers out when there is a conflict.
Mhm.
And that's always a problem.
Mhm. And I just wanted to kind of bring some stats into conflict. So, one out of six people are estimated to have been exposed to conflict so far in 2024. 50 countries rank in the index categories for high extreme, high or turbulent levels of conflict. And some of those countries that we've seen increases in 2024 includes the Ukraine, Mexico, and Palestine. Mexico is right close to Texas. I'm from Texas. I've personally seen people trying to get over the borders. If you're in the news, you'll hear they've been trying to cut the border lines down. There are people running, trying to get out of these situations. And our workers, from the time, even from them crossing the border, so the Border Patrol to the people who are running the shelters and the temporary homes, have to be prepared for people coming out of conflict. And if you are a person that served others, you also understand you have to be prepared because it's going to weigh heavy on you. I am not a doctor or nurse, but I grew up in a family where it's healthcare or education. I personally worked in the pharmacy sector, medical billing, coding, like everything that did not involve blood because I don't do blood. But the service piece, right? And so I saw the nurses, and even though I didn't physically touch the patients, I saw the nurses and I had to comfort and talk to the nurses and remind them what they're in there doing it for. So we have to have the mental, the physical, the spiritual, the emotional support. We have to teach them how to how to resolve conflicts, emotional intelligence, empathy, kindness, being able to really understand where somebody's coming from. And sometimes it's just being a ministry of presence. It's just listening to that person, you know, and letting them get that out because there's so much going on. They're running for their lives. A lot of them have to left their homes and they're sick. And like she was talking about all the different medical conditions, we just don't know what we're encountering. And just because it doesn't look like they've been through something does not mean they have not been through something. So we as a community need to make sure that both sides are equipped. We talk about having resources for the patients. We have to have double the resources for the employees who deal with these patients. I remember during COVID, the shortage in the mask. I work in like supply chain, so they didn't have masks. And how do you go into these countries and you don't have the mass COVID, everybody's already having a mass panic attack about COVID and everything. Duly right. So our people have to be prepared in all of those aspects in order to be effective.
Great. Overall, from how do we solve this problem? Like, for example, what did they do in Gaza? They built all the terrorist tunnels under the hospitals because they're not supposed to be attacked.
Hmm.
And so it's a violation of international law, which is generally out there, but it's not followed. And that's the really scary part because it isn't followed. And what we need to do as a society is we need to have accountability. We need to document these attacks. Let me give you an example. I was just in Switzerland. Okay, I'm driving the 7 o'clock train um, uh, from Zurich to Geneva. The next day, that train was taken over by terrorists.
Mm.
Now, you don't see anything in the press about what happened because the Swiss just jumped in. They didn't ask him to drop the knife and the gun. They just shot him in the heart, killed him instantly. You never heard about it in the press. You never heard about any of that stuff, but it happens all the time. So there has to be accountability and everything has to be documented because we're not going to get change unless we can have documentation. In Sudan, they did this. In Sudan, they violated human rights. The ability to, live and help and medical professionals. I just can't tell you, I work with them. They are the most caring, loving, devoted people that you'll ever work with and smart, a hell of a lot smarter than I've ever been. Just absolutely brilliant in their area. CMedics provides a remote, non-invasive solution for heart failure. And so we want to get that in all these areas, but we can't do that unless we go in with the documentation,
Hmm.
support, and there is conflict. There's conflict regions, and everything has to be documented and completely accountable to everyone.
I totally agree. And it's funny that you mentioned Switzerland because actually, in my research, Switzerland is the most freest place to go. But it's because they just take care of it and they don't report it. They just come in and they just take care of it. But we need people to document and report so that we can actively make change. Because if it's not documented, how are we supposed to know about it? Like, how can we take this data and know, for example, how many people to put in an area? What type of areas is, and we can look at trends, like noticing where certain things are happening. But if it's no documentation, then we don't have that information. And if we don't have that, there's not going to be any transformation. You got to have documentation. In order to have implementation, you got to have documentation. You got to have those things, or nothing is. No transformation, no implementation. None of that's going to happen. Like you, I'm not a medical professional, but I grew up around it, worked in the hospital. It's personal to me. In my work, I work for a staffing agency, so I partner with HR. I I've been besides the doctors and scribes because I want to make sure I have a real understanding as I'm staffing roles. In my diversity consulting, I look at the diverse talent pools and where you're getting talent from and things like that. And all of those factors affect all of this.
And overall, the operational research that we create from this. I mean, what are we going to do about it? We're just going to, let people attack hospitals, let terrorists go in or other people go in and kill people left and right. That's just absolutely wrong. So, an intervention of what the risks and the benefits in the conflict area will allow us to pressure governments to live within the United Nations rules and except NATO and everyone
Hmm.
else.
Hmm.
So, did you have something else you want to add, or we can start asking questions?
I just had one more thing to add. So, as we're talking about conflict regions outside of America, we have conflict regions here inside of America. We have marginalized community. I came from a marginalized community. That's a conflict region. So, while we're taking care of everyone outside of America, make sure we're taking care of the people here, people from marginalized communities, people who are victims of domestic violence have to be totally replaced, people coming out of the correctional system, they need that same support that we are providing other countries. So as we take care of other countries, we also must take care of home.
Exactly. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. So, what kind of questions can we answer?
So I'll take that one. So Haiti is in the top 5 where conflict regions that's going on right now. They're in the top 5. Actually, there are U.S. people there. And it's interesting and great that you bring up this point. So, as I was preparing for this subject, um, there are some U.S. people that were able to advocate to have a peace day where people can get their vaccinations and things like that. So, that's another thing we have to prepare our people for because sometimes we are the peace bringer and we have to go into these hard situations, put our lives online. Anybody that works in the medical field, anybody who's in the military, anybody who's volunteering, job corporate, any of those places, they put their lives down every time they step out to make an impact and to make a difference. Because sometimes it takes us to be that peacemaker for those changes to happen. And in one of those situations, they had a peace day where they were able to get kids vaccinations, so kids and seniors vaccinations and things like that before the war started back. So both parties actually agreed. But we do have people in Haiti. We do have programs that you can fund to support the people that are there.
And also, I think one of the issues is when you do send money to Haiti, a lot of times it goes to corrupt,
Mm.
goes into corruption,
Mhm.
and it never gets to the source. Now, there are many ways around that that you can work with and actually make sure that it goes into various organizations. I work with the World Chamber of Commerce. Solange is the CEO and a close friend, and they have trouble all over worldwide, and we're there to help her whenever we can. Again, plans, contingency plans, next contingency plan, next, because it's so hard from a medical perspective to get these people out if they're in. And I talked about hot zones. So they go into a hot zone, but they'll generally probably go into a warm zone. Okay. What happens is sometimes those warm zones immediately turn hot. Okay. And now you have a crisis situation with our medical personnel that really need that help. And and so it's up to us to step in and maybe do sanctions,
Mhm.
something. But we have to have the documentation, the accountability, the risks and the management. We got to have that information so that we can make a difference. And a lot of times it seems like the U.S. is the one that's dropped on it to jump in and make a difference. I think that's because we're an entrepreneurial country,
Mhm.
driven by entrepreneurs, and we know how to think outside the box. I've been a part of many, I guess, 4 medical device exits, and it's all about the people saving lives and making a difference. And to me, it's so appalling that our medical people go out there. They take the risk over and over again, not because they want to, but because they're driven to save
Mhm.
lives,
Mhm.
and they need to be protected by us. And right now, the system's broken.
Yes, it is.
It's absolutely broken, and it's kind of scary because they're not paying any attention to anything that anybody says. Um, when the terrorists come in, I mean, it's not just terrorists, but the governments need to step in and make a difference. And frankly, I was very impressed with the way the Swiss handled the situation. It was no nonsense, quick,
Mhm.
fast, no media. That he didn't get put, up on the press as oh, gee, he attacked, uh, created hostages on a train. He didn't get any kind of glory, any kind of anything. And I think that's one of the mistakes that we also make. So, anyhow, what are some other questions?
Mhm. So I can kind of personally speak to that one because I have family members that were in the military or were did mission work in some of these areas. They do get counseling. One of the things they get counseling, which is great. I don't think they get the time to really just embrace what they've seen. I've talked to several people like they have nightmares and dreams, and it doesn't go away for weeks, months, or years. Or sometimes they black it out to try to forget it, and then it comes up like in all the actions that they're doing. So they do get that support for PSCD. They also get financial support. They do get the mental support, um, getting them back acclimated in the community. A lot of times they have a lot of anxiety, social anxiety, don't want to come outside the house. Um, gain weight from eating or lose weight because they're not eating. Like those traumatic experiences really cause so many issues. And it's important that we take accountability and we fund those things. Like we spend money as Americans funding other things, but what about those people? What about them coming back? And like we ask them, they're all right. They say yeah, and we kind of like leave them go, but they're really not, because nobody who's worked over there is really okay. They just need the time to process it. And when they're open to talk about it, then we need to have that support. We need to have support before they go with the counseling, understanding the culture they're about to go into, the different types of people, the things that go on, like making sure they understand what they're about to walk into. They need the quick response training so they don't freak out, because they got to stay calm to be able to figure out how to work around in these situations. You don't have the mask, you don't have the proper supplies, the surgical tools you may need. You don't have those things. So you got to be able to think outside the box and stay in a place of calmness and stillness so that you can accomplish that. Great question.
So what other questions do we have? What other questions do we have? It's hard to see with the light.
I know it's kind of hard to see,
So if anybody,
but I do want to talk about in the United States. So we have conflict regions here that are marginalized communities, making sure they have access to food, access to health care, access to schooling. Our prison system, when people get out, they're basically thrown just resources and nobody really to just walk them through the system. It's the same when people come into the country. We have to just not throw them a bunch of resources. We have to be able to partner and walk through them. So recently, I actually have the experience working with people who have been incarcerated and coming back out and just listening to them, like simple things, for example, like we're used to everything. Say, oh, here's a phone and here's this, but they've been gone a long time and the world is very different in there than it is here. Just like the people in the other country, it's very different there than it is here. So we have to keep that in mind. We have to get out of ourselves and really just be like a blank slate in order to be able to absorb where they are, meet them where they are, so that we can help them move forward.
exactly. I'm sure we have. There's got to be more questions. Any more questions?
Yes. hmm They have some, not enough. It's not enough, and the funding too. So that's where funding comes in the issue too. Um, I'm looking into like volunteer services, getting people like Jasmine who spoke earlier to come in. She was talking about the autism, and a lot of times people that have been in the military they have autism, and it's not been diagnosed. So like those underlying things too. So this is great that we have this global platform to be able to get with people that we could all come together in unity to make a change because the system is broken. We've all identified that, but we all have to take accountability and not hone on the fact that it's broken, but put all our energy into how we can make it different and then be the change that we want to see. Yes. Different thing, holistic medication, all different types of things. Just not just one perspective. Okay, don't give me just a bunch of pills. Help me walk through these things. There are a lot of holistic medications, holistic approaches that can help people. hmm hmm because somebody takes your security. Like when this stuff happens on both sides, the person that it's happening to and the person who's helping, that security, that trust and that security is broken. It's the same thing as somebody. I'm a advocate for domestic violence because I'm a victim of domestic violence, and I still get nightmares. Somebody gets too close in my space. Like I still have reactions from that. And I know people who have PSTD that still have reactions like that. And I want to say for our elderly people that come out of these situations, some of them have the mindset. They don't ever open up and talk about it, but it's the things that they do. So we have to be sensitive in when we're talking to people. We have to meet them where they are, assess them, meet them where they are in order for those changes to happen because everybody's coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, and we all have to adapt and come together. Great question.
I think too the stigma that's attached to the mental health program that comes in is so um, negative, and we have to get over that. Think about the military. When you come back from a combat zone, you're usually a week, 2 weeks, sometimes even a month, where they decompress you.
Yes.
They go through and they analyze you, and it's required. And our medical workers, um, they don't have that kind of training, and they should. So maybe a program that comes in when they come out of a conflict where they can actually get that care, and they're not going to get the stigma because everybody has to do it.
Yeah. Make it a requirement so nobody feels
Exactly.
singled out.
Exactly.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Do we have any? I can't hardly see this light. It's kind of hard. Do we have any more questions? Any more thoughts? Anything you would like to ask or add?
I think if we work together with the United States, most powerful nation in the world, we can make a difference. And that's what this is all about. The medical people, my cousin was a cardiologist in New York City, died in a fire, and I can tell you he devoted his life 24 hours a day to helping people. And a lot of people sue doctors. We don't do that just because we have doctors in the family, and they do work around the clock, and they do make a significant difference. And so, protecting those medical workers is so important to society overall. And PTSD is very common, even with the COVID conflict. Many of our doctors went through a PTSD. Did they have the mental health, the support group where they had to go through a decompression or anything like that? Absolutely not. They had to figure out how to deal with it themselves, and they did. I mean, they are brilliant, and but it's a tremendous, tremendous challenge for many people to take on the consultant. I mean, the consulting, the decompression, all of that kind of stuff to really truly understand how the conflict is with these medical workers and how we can resolve it so we can still enjoy the tremendous knowledge and benefits that doctors all provide.
And not just doctors or nurses or CNAs or LVNs, our environmental services people, because they're all important. I staff a lot of these modalities, and I ask about mental health. How are they as a person? Because sometimes we get so caught up in what they can do, we forget to ask. Sorry, we forget to ask how are they. And so when I'm talking to different hospitals and staffing, I ask about the culture, I ask about those different things, and I get feedback from the people that I'm staffing. One of my very close personal friends, she's a OBGYN, ex-husband's a trauma surgeon, so I talk to them a lot to just kind of see what's going on and how people are just actually feeling. Do you know that doctors kill themselves? Suicide rates went up during COVID um, between doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, because they had no way to release all of it. They were picking up all of it, but no way to release it. And with the shortages that we have in our healthcare system, we have to do better in the mental, the whole person. The whole person, not just, oh, I'm the doctor, I'm the provider. Remember, they are somebody's parent, somebody's son or daughter, and they are human just like us. We all bleed red. We are all human. Yes. Not much. And I actually research this because I love researching. I like to know. Knowledge is power. And if you don't have knowledge, you can't make an impact or help. So, no, not enough. There was some documentation of things, but definitely not enough compared to some of the stories that we've heard. So, to answer your question, not enough documentation.
And I would agree 100%.
No, this is great. Yes, yes. People were fleeing to the United States before COVID hit, and right when it hit. Now, I do think this is an opportunity where we can use AI maybe to help collect some information, make it easier to document some of this information. So I do think there's opportunity for innovation in this space where AI could possibly help us, make some a device or something that's really quick to like voice document like certain things and be able to take that information, put it in an algorithm, have it where it's in an AI technology to be able to collect it. So I do think there's room for innovation that can help, but that takes everybody partnering together to do so.
Exactly. Go ahead. Did you have a question? I guess not. I think overall, I'd just like to say we can make a difference. We are entrepreneurs in the United States. Um, we do think outside the box, which is highly unusual in other countries, which I've been very surprised at. But there's several things that can make the change here, and that is everyone having tenacity. You make a difference with tenacity, and then you have to be coachable, okay? And to create that passion. And that passion just attracts other people. And together, I believe we can absolutely make a huge difference worldwide.
And as we're closing, I totally agree with that. I will also like to say, remember, one of the things that I say is that we all bleed red. So we have to embrace different diversity, different races, gender, sexuality. Everybody has a space and a purpose that can help. So we have to check ourselves. There's an expression that says, check yourself or you wreck yourself. You got to check yourself before you wreck the nation and wreck this very thing that so many people have died to build. So we must check ourselves, check our perspectives before we can really solidify together in unity and community and make the impact that we are here to make.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I think are we the last? The best came last, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Right.
Great job. I know, right? You can't even see what's going on half the time. It's actually kind of fun. Just kidding. Guys, how's everybody feeling? Great job to all of you for being here. You could be anywhere right now, gambling, 99-cent buffet, but you're here. You're committed to learning and growing and seeing this to the end. I applaud you. Let's have a round of applause for each other, our peers. And let's just get up real quick and maybe just kind of shake it off a little bit, right? Stretch. We've got two more very insightful panels coming up, and then we will we'll finish off and keep networking outside. So very good. Way to stretch it out. Oh, I like that. That was a mighty thing there she did. So moving on, guys, want to remind you as you go home later today and tomorrow and start posting pictures and, of course, sharing in your successes and moments with all of your colleagues and family back home, please make sure that you tag us. Hashtag health, the number 2CONF. We would love to follow along with you and look back at all of your memories that are our memories too. Okay, our next fireside chat, it is a carefully crafted exploration into the urgent need for systemic change and actionable steps toward achieving equitable mental health access for all. It is titled Developing Policies to Provide Accessible Mental Health Resources for Underserved Youth. Such an important topic. Get ready for an enlightening exchange that promises to inspire positive change and promote resilience for a healthier future. Let's give it up for our two speakers, Georgia Mitzi, PhD, MBA, partner and president at Y Innovations and PD Neurotechnology, Yvonne Harvey Williams, with international speaker and best-selling author at Renaissance Medical Group. Round of applause for you both. Please come on up. And Anna, are you being added?
I am. The other
Fantastic.
person's not here.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much for letting me know that. And Anna will be stepping in. We always appreciate when you guys step on up. And I'm going to give you a mic and you can do a little intro for yourself if you'd like.
Yes, that would be great.
Oh, you have a mic?
I do.
Oh, you're mic'd up. Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
so we
Okay,
do not
great.
need that. Perfect. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for um, being here with us while we are trying to tackle this very important topic. Our panel had a little bit of a shaky synthesis, I guess. So Anna is not stepping in. Anna was involved from the very beginning, and I'm very happy that she was able to make it. So Anna, why don't we start with an introduction about you and what you're doing, because they heard mine.
Okay. You can do it again.
I will.
Okay. For those who didn't attend the other panels, I'm Ana Penido, founder and CEO of Home Mind Symphony, which is a nonprofit with the mission to open the first supportive home model for people with serious mental illness that is holistic, that comprehends all the tools to help somebody recover fast from mental illness. And today we have science based evidence that there are so many things that can be done for that recovery to speed up and for people to not linger for years inside the institutions costing millions of dollars to the counties and the stress of the families because I don't think jails are homes for anybody, but that's where people are going because there are not available homes. People talk about beds. We need more beds. Yes, we need more beds. And people need to go through crisis interventions, but then they need to get to a place where there is a continuum of treatment and you can't achieve that on those affordable housing and all those housing projects they're giving because they do not have support enough for people with serious mental illness. So this is our goal to open the first pilot home and create like a blueprint so more homes can be opened all over the United States and change the way that things are done. I know this is a long term, but I hope that we have enough policies that helps to make this speed up and depends on people understanding and listening to the people who have experience, the families. Um, and I have two sons with uh, serious mental illness, with schizophrenia specifically. I've been working for 13 years and I also participated with a group called the Mother Advocates for the Serious Mentally Ill in Los Angeles. And we teamed up 6 mothers to create a document to present to the director of mental health in Los Angeles and the board of supervisors called the Failures and Solutions Report, where we reported 20 years of experience of all the 6 mothers going through all the different parts of the system, what did not work, what worked, and the solutions. And this was for the board of supervisors. They were very impressed. They thanked us very much and said this would help them write motions, which they did, but the process is so slow to implement any changes. And the last director that we had of mental health, Dr. Sharon, he was very frustrated after 6 years in office. She said the bureaucracy was so huge of having to um, write so many papers to explain the costs of hiring a van to do an emergency trip. So things like that. I think there's a lot of good people out there with a lot of goodwill to change. However, the implementation of the change seems very difficult. So, um, yeah,
I would like to share with you some of these obstacles that, as a mother, I faced.
So thank you, Anna, for sharing all this. So I think that you touch upon to a lot of issues. What I would like to add in order to go a little bit deeper is that I come from, I bring the perspective of the pharmaceutical industry. I have been working in the psychiatric space in a big pharmaceutical companies. And what we know is one of the biggest problems that exist with mental health conditions is that adherence is very poor. And lots of drugs, specifically for psychiatric conditions, fail because of placebo patients and placebo effect, which makes the research about mental health issues very complicated. What we also know from the guidelines is that the drug itself, and you touch upon on that, it's not it's not going to solve the problem. It requires a combination of therapies, from exercise to the right diet, to implementing other things as music, healing, and other kind of modalities, if you will. And you almost have to personalize the treatment plan for every single patient. And in order to do that, you need to have a collaborative care model, which exists in paper, but in order to coordinate the collaborative care model and include the caregiver, it becomes extremely difficult in implementation. And I have worked in the space of digital therapeutics. So sometimes having access to a mobile application that has a therapeutic value because they have done the trials, that might be best option for certain patients, where other patients they need to start from medication and then move to a digital therapeutics or have some combination of all this. In schizophrenia, for example, I don't know if you're aware, but there are virtual reality applications that can actually be therapeutic for people who suffer from schizophrenia. However, you're a mother with two sons and they suffer from that, and you do not know. I live in my isolated little world over there with all the cutting edge technology, and that's one of the biggest problems that I have seen, and I wanted to explore that with you. Sometimes there is all this knowledge and all these cutting edge technologies that can be so helpful for certain people, but the people that they can most benefit from that, they never get access to these things. And I'm not talking about the underdeserved youth here. I'm talking about the average person, because if they cannot get access to that, how can we actually help those who are one step away from jail? And jail is not the solution for health and mental health issues. So I would like you to tell me a little bit as we explore about, because policies, it's something that it takes time to change. But on the other hand, we are dealing with a crisis right now. There is a mental health crisis for youth in general. So I would like, maybe, for the sake of our audience, just to walk us through about the burden of a caregiver who has two kids, and how you tried to help them and advocate for them. Because the other thing is that a person in need cannot advocate for themselves. Sometimes they don't even understand what's happening with them. Okay.
That's a big one, because they're just passing now a law, and it needs to be implemented, the SB 43, and so, which is about the right to give people treatment, and if they're not conserved. See, this is the biggest problem. The family only has access to information from doctors, or to say have a say on the treatment when the person is conserved after 18 years of age. And that's what they're trying to implement now, that whoever is in unable to take care of themselves, and that's a definition that everybody is like, oh, what is the tiny, um, somebody needs to interfere and take that person to have treatment. So that's a big discussion that has been happening right now, because there's a whole group with disability rights that thinks that the person should decide on their own, but that person is not in a place to decide on their own. So what are you going to do? It needs to have compassion. I think one person
And it
wrote,
needs, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it needs to have logic. So I'm going
yeah,
to ask a very provocative
right,
question, okay? And I'm sorry for maybe
sure.
actually doing a little bit of, but if one of your sons had a psychotic episode, are they in any kind of the clear mental state to
No,
make a decision about themselves?
of course not. Of course not. And one thing that happened is came to my a point where my oldest son, who's totally recovered now, so I'm very proud of the work we did together with the help of good professionals that were on board of, um, doing the things that he needs for healing and therapy and everything else. But when he was in psychosis, in psychotic state, it came to a point where he was so disturbed. He says, "Mom, I do want to see a psychiatrist." And I says, "Oh my God, that's the opportunity." So I said, "Okay, let's go to the what is I googled what is the closest crisis center, whatever, where I could get a psychiatrist. Okay, there was Exodus. So I went to Exodus 4 blocks from my house with him. We walked in, and the guard there said, "You have to sign." He has to sign a release before seeing the psychiatrist. And it's going to be a virtual psychiatrist, but he needs to sign the release. My son is psychotic. And he says, "I'm not going to sign anything." And I says, "Can I sign it?" "No, because he's over 18. He's 22. And I says, "Well, but we're here in a special necessity, sir." It's like, trying to dialogue with the guard. And he said, "I can't do anything. These are the rules." So I desperately saying, "Oh my God, my son could run out." Because, when you're doing a psychosis, a lot of things are coming. There's a lot of stimulus. And he could be taken out. And I was afraid of losing him because the person can run out and disappear on the street and become homeless. But so far, he was willing to go in the car with me to look for a psychiatrist. So he said, the guy said, "Try Didi Hirsch." Didi Hirsch is a nonprofit, right, with a bunch of important elements, housing, psychiatrists. So I get to Didi Hirsch 2 blocks later, and they interviewed him, and they said, "We don't have a psychiatrist at this moment. We can take every information you have, and we're going to have to assign you." And I says, "Well, but he has a problem right now. He needs to start on medication right now. How do we get this?" She says, "Well, maybe you need to take him to an ER." Actually, because they say you can call the cops and force a 5150, which means hold him in an institution, on a crisis center for 48 hours. Well, she said she couldn't call the cops, so I had to call the cops myself. I called the cops. The cops arrived really quick, and the cops and my son is calm. My son is not threatening his life or the life of anybody. He's not aggressive, but I know he has not been eating for 10 days. And this is not being able to take care of yourself, not being aware of your senses. However, the cop says he seems calm. We can't do anything unless he wants to come with us, and he doesn't want to come with us. So by this time, I'm really desperate, and the people are trying to help me. And the DD Hershey says, "Go to the ER." So another, I go to the hospital, and when I get to the hospital, they say he needs to sign this paper. We have a psychiatrist. He needs to sign. He says, "He's not going to sign." He said, "Can you sign, please?" And he says, "No, I'm not going to sign." And so I lost my temper because I got so frustrated after trying to give my son treatment, and the system was not helping just because a paper needed to be signed, and they were not paying attention to his voice. And I says, "But he just said he wants to see a psychiatrist. Isn't that enough?" And so at that point, I lost my mind. I start screaming myself. I look myself like somebody out of my mind. And they say, "Ma'am, you cannot scream here in the ER." I says, "You know what? I need to see a cardiologist right now because I'm going to have a heart attack." And so I signed it. They say, "Sign the paper." I signed the paper. I was seen by a cardiologist. And my son was so freaked out because I had lost it. I lost it. He ran into the streets, and I says, "I cannot even follow him because I don't have the strength." So, so this is part of the drama, a little bit of the drama that thousands of families go through. because we can't access the services are there, and there's so many obstacles, little obstacles like that that could be removed. Like, say, why don't you videotape the person's will to see a doctor? That would be enough, right? But all these different things that need to be thought and put down and established in hospitals, crisis centers, everywhere.
So I don't know how the audience feels about that testimony, but I am a mother myself, and I know that when your child is in need, let alone having a psychotic episode, um, the mother's health also is online. So having to deal with something like that and feeling that the system is not designed to help patients, it is like gut wrenching. It makes you feel helpless where in the moment where you need the system to support you. And because our topic is about the underdeserved youth, I would like to point out here that you have the knowledge.
Yes.
So there is no stigma around mental health issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had a car
Yes.
where you could drive your son everywhere, and you had the clarity to follow instructions because maybe you understand this language better and you're not an immigrant, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So now let's take that scenario and think a Latina mother,
Oh my
okay,
God.
that has 3 other kids in the house, smaller, that where she's going to leave them in a moment of the crisis if she's a single mother with 4 kids and the eldest has a crisis, right? How this mother, I mean, on earth, I cannot understand how she's going to be able to help her child. Maybe herself doesn't understand what exactly is happening because not every mother needs to be, to has a PhD or be a therapist or be a psychiatrist. It's a mother, okay?
Yeah.
And how you can keep your calm while you're seeing your child suffering, and why in the hell, I'm sorry for that, why you had to call the cops? Your son was not aggressive, was not threatening his life or anybody else's life. So cops, in my humble opinion, definitely they don't have the training of a therapist or a psychiatrist. So why these people are part of the protocol in situations of crisis? And I'm just raising all these questions because although, Anna, we decided that while we were preparing for that panel that we really wanted to leave the audience with a positive thought, honestly, by just thinking about all these things, I want to keep my hope, but honestly, logically, I cannot find a way to get out of it because these policies are outdated. The protocols do not make sense because they don't include the mother's voice, the caregiver's voice, when they're putting this protocol together. All they have to do, honestly, is just hear your testimony and then go back and do the mapping and say, oh, in this situation of crisis, is the mother actually has the strength and the stamina and the clarity to drive her kid around? And why cops need to show up? Just having cops showing up is an enough traumatic event that it could actually push somebody who's in a delicate state to even go further. And when we're dealing about this underdeserved youth, I mean, if we're thinking about how can we make this world a better place, is not by creating more jails to lock them away, is by creating a society that actually does not discriminate against the vulnerable people.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And because I was, I'm very passionate about this topic. As you can tell, I cannot not be passionate. Um, because I was about to start my own company, and the investor that first of all, to every investor that I was talking about, their first question is that, oh, is this non-profit? And I'm like, no, it is a for-profit company, and there is an unmet need, and I have a solution to help these kids because it was mental health and kids, which I have to tell you that specifically to investors, that's not a very attractive topic because it does not have a 10x return. So during that research, I found the following. there is a specific benefit that is called the early prevention treatment and monitoring benefit, that it is Medicaid specific. There are 40 million kids in US who are eligible for this particular benefit, and it's from ages 6 months up to 21. More than 50% of these kids are taking advantage of that benefit, which includes mental health assessment, addiction assessment. And guess what? The age groups that they drop from the map are between the ages of 12 and 21, which are the exact groups that they need to have the mental health and addiction discussions. And there is a prevention part there. And there are CPT codes, which means that from the policy perspective, they have outlined the framework. But if they
Nobody knows about it.
nobody, first of all, nobody knows about it. The families that they need to know about it, they don't know it. Maybe they need to drive their kids there. And again, if they have 4 kids and they have to take time away from work, maybe they cannot do it. So why you put a policy and a framework there when you do not take into account the everyday lives of people and their needs, and you do not make that widely accessible? Because these kids, they have the highest probability of ending up in jail or of killing somebody or killing themselves. So if you had everything that you needed to take care of your child and still had to go through years and years of efforts, and I think emotions wasted, time wasted, money wasted, or dedicated to save your child. Imagine all these families that they may not even have the knowledge about it, let alone the means.
Don't even speak the language.
Or they don't even speak the language and they don't understand. So
And they're immigrants, so they're afraid to really go and advocate like I can advocate because I know of my rights.
yeah.
But they are afraid because they're afraid, oh my God, are they going to throw me back out of the United States if I come forward and demand some response for this? They became silent.
Yes. Yes. So when you silence people, you can control them better, and you do not actually care so much about solving the problem. But because we said that, yes, it's okay to identify all the challenges and the problems in order to find solutions. And it is a big, complicated problem, okay? But for the sake of today's discussion, I would like, because of the effort that you're doing right now and what you're putting together, I would like you to just tell a little bit to the audience about who has access to that and how you make this effort like known, at least in your area, so people they know where they can come and find you, and how do you make that model potentially scalable for the rest of the US?
Well, thank you so much for asking that question because I think that something very useful is nutrition. Everybody knows I'm a big fan of that because it's something that we are doing every day. Every mother has to feed their kids something, right? And if you get to know that, what are the good foods? What are the bad foods? What happens because when you change hormones and they start with 12, 13, 14, that's when they really need, and they become more independent, so they are more in control of their lives, and the parents think, okay, now they're not a little kid anymore, I can leave them alone. They still need a lot of emotional support, but the parents are exhausted because the parents are working so hard. So the schools should be the number one place where this information is going. And I'm saying not information because I know there are National Alliance of Mental Illness does a good job trying to go into the schools and teach them what is mental illness, what are the signs, and all that. But I think it needs another type of education, which is nutrition for prevention. Nobody's talking about prevention. How can we prevent thousands and thousands from going into that? Also, another thing that we don't talk about is the legalization of cannabis, which has absolutely no warning that that can trigger mental illness in any of those ads that are around.
And I have a difficult question for you.
Okay.
There, because I do understand that, I told you I have worked in that space a lot, and I know the value of diet, and which are the good foods, which are the bad foods that you need to stay away. However, some of these good foods that can help you with prevention, or even if you have, like, let's say, depression and anxiety, you can still follow a specific diet. These are kind of expensive.
Not really.
Not really?
Vegetables are expensive.
Actually, but that's the thing. So so if you look like how people are consuming certain food categories based on their zip code, which is are highly correlated with economic status and all that stuff, you will see that people who are in the lower categories, they don't go for the vegetables. And I will tell you a very simple reason, okay? Because the salad doesn't fill you up. So you will go for the potatoes, you will go for other stuff. Plus, so that's the feeling thing. Okay, so if they're hungry, they will go for something that they need to spend the least amount of money to fill the belly. Then those who live in these conditions, they also look for escapes from this life. What I mean is, because we know alcohol is not good for your mental health. That's why they do consume alcohol a lot. I'm not saying that in other, socioeconomic groups they don't, but there is more about, it's more about escape, and there is no pleasure because they are living more difficult lives. So and they have no sense about, okay, because nobody taught them. Okay, so I'm not being critical. Nobody taught them what a healthy diet is. So because you can have the potatoes, but you can put a little bit of vegetables there, and you do not have to eat kale every day. You can.
Georgia, here's solutions, right?
Yes,
We're
let
looking
me
for
hear the
solutions.
solutions. Yep.
So we now, Los Angeles, I don't know about the rest, but we have these community clinics that are free. People go there when they have an ailment, and that's when people go. Like, and everything is bad, they go to the community clinic. Why don't make those community clinics also a learning experience in cooking and nutrition? So people will go there to learn. And also, why not have like entertainment for the youth, like jam sessions, so they can come and feel like they're part of a community. And it's not only about illness, it is about life. And what is the good things of life? To eat, to play, to socialize, right? But if you can change the approach, that have more people go to these clinics, not when they're sick, but because it's a way of life to maintain your body. And because of the immigrants, whatever culture they come from, when they come to the United States, they don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to be discriminated because these cultures have very good traditional foods.
I am Greek,
Mexicans,
Mediterranean diet.
okay, the Mexicans have rice and beans, which is cheap and is very good for you. So what I'm saying is that they drop their original diet and they adapt to the fast food because they want to fit into the society. They don't want to be discriminated at the ones who are different. And that's something that we need to value the people's culture, the original culture, and that needs to be done in the community clinic.
So, and all these are great points. And all I have to say, because this is my first time attending this conference, I attended the Health 2.0 in Japan, which was a different experience there. But I was just like very impressed by the people that I met here and the business are doing, which is far more different from the cutthroat corporate world that I come. And it just fills me, because we said we need to focus on solution. It fills me with a lot of inspiration and positive thinking about the future, because I heard all these different business. So there was businesses that they were focusing specifically on what you said, and how do we embrace the different cultures, and we teach people, simple recipes, and we teach the importance of the healthy diet and maybe growing your own vegetables through school. I heard this amazing woman that was saying that they're doing all these things at their school, and I'm like, wow, I wish I was part of that community. And then there was another gentleman that he had this specific company that he pinpointed the problem of accessibility and transportation, because sometimes the reason why people miss their appointments is that because they don't have a car to go there. So like small steps
Yeah.
from different corners
Yes.
of the world, that they can actually make the change. The change will not happen as soon as we would have thought, and there's many people today that they are suffering from mental health, which is sad, and there is nothing that we can do to bring a short solution. But we, I mean each one of us, you and I, and all these people here, they have the opportunity to just make one small change. So
Right.
if they know somebody that they're
Right.
suffering from, talk about exercise, talk about the importance of your nutrition, talk about, talk about your problem and ask for help, because sometimes people do not even talk about it, right? And then just allow yourself sometimes to accept help.
Yeah, that is a very good point. But I want to say something really exciting for everybody to think about, which is like community gardens, because there's so many empty lots in the city that are abandoned. And I'm so proud of my oldest son, because he's an organic farmer working voluntarily for a community garden, and he's teaching now kids from the Boys and Girls Club, like, how to connect with the earth, the plant, and then the good thing about nutrition, right? So having that interaction with seeing a plant grow or knowing how to care, you feel more interested, in putting that back in your diet. You understand and you be part of it. And it's amazing how many empty places are in the city. If you go around, and it just takes a few people to say, can we create a community garden here and make like a picnic for all the families on the weekend or something? It needs incentive from all of us, but a lot of neighborhoods have been transformed by community gardens, so that's something beautiful to go out with and think that connecting back to the earth, will give these people um, the possibility to make savings for their own budget, right? And also give more value to what they're eating and pay attention and be proud of it.
And of course, it gives a huge sense of accomplishment when you were there and you were watching your own seeds grow and see that, and then bring it back to your kitchen. It's an amazing feeling. Plus, working, I mean, being next to Earth, it has a healing energy, and that's why people sometimes they do gardening and all that stuff just to ground themselves. So it's a great opportunity, and there are many chances to bring people together and allow these beautiful energy and healing to happen. And I will say simply is that we do not need for the big guys and girls to decide about when they're going to change the policy, because they might, you told me about your own experience. Yes, they told you great about the report, and then it has so much red tape for anything to change that almost defeats the purpose. So we, each one of us, we have the responsibility of making this world a healthier place for all of us.
Yeah.
So I guess that we continue to our mission, each one of us, the way that we can contribute.
Thank you.
So do you have any last thoughts before we ask questions?
Yeah, I just, I'm a very positive person, so it's like all through all these 14 years, uh, I always thought,
How did actually I need to ask you that.
yeah,
How did you manage to keep your positivity despite the challenges that you were dealing with?
love, it's one word. When you love your kids and you have one. So it's like, you can go over the major obstacles and get it done because it's about love. And once, it's one story, but it's quick. My son was to be discharged of a hospital, and being with me, he knows that food is important because they grew up with that idea, see me
cooking, and we cooked together, making cakes and things like that. And so when he was discharged, he said to the social worker, I want to go to a home where I can use the kitchen and do my own food because I want to be vegan. And the social worker said, I'm sorry, there's no place like that. And I said to her, you have to find a place, and she says she got anxious, and she said to me, you know what? If your son wants to be homeless, that's his right. And that shook me so much. I says, what do you do when somebody is saying that in the hospital and she has the power, right? Because they're going to be discharging him, and they could discharge him to the street without a place to go because he might refuse to go to another place. So how do I do? And I came back to her, and you have to have some be bold, and came back to her, and I said to her, look, if you discharge my son, he goes to the street and he commits suicide, I'm going to come back here and make you accountable for that. And immediately she says, I will look again. So she came back, she called me a day later. She says, I found a place outside of the system. They're very resourceful, social workers. It belongs to a church, but you can put your son there and he has access to the kitchen. He loved that place because he could cook. He was cleaning the kitchen. The manager loved him. It made him feel good about himself, and it didn't matter that he was in a room with 8 people, on bunk beds, because he started to build his self esteem up. So I'm saying there are solutions, there are resources, and everybody has a bunch of resources out there. It's just that nobody's pushing them beyond the boundaries. And that's what I do. Every place I go, I push beyond the boundaries because there's no harm in asking. You can get a no. And I says, is there a way around that no? You know. It's like, and I try my best. I have gotten no's that there was no way around, but also there's ways that you can go through.
Okay, so that tells a lot about the mother's love. It's endless and heroic and doesn't take no for an answer.
Exactly.
Okay,
All right.
perfect. So at this point, I would like to just ask the audience if you have any particular questions or stories that you would like to hear.
Mothers with adult kids with mental health, and they were needing them to stabilize in the hospital, but they were told to call the crisis stabilization team and that and so forth. But what the families was never told that they can get a mental health advance directive where their son or daughter, adult son or daughter, can say, when I'm in a mental health crisis or I'm not right in my stable mind, you can make mental health decisions on my behalf. So I start empowering the parents with that information so they can know, no, you pull this out to that doctor or whoever so they can stabilize your son or daughter. And then it would aggressive advocacy is what's needed. Because sometimes the providers, well, no, we don't have this or that. We can't find a bed. And I would say, no, you can find a bed for this one right here. This is my son or daughter. I'm not worrying about everybody else in the system. I need you to find one bed for this one right here. So that was some empowerment and aggressive advocacy. Another thing I found was as a provider. When a provider have knowledge and state on behalf of that individual, no, we don't have capacity. We cannot support this individual, but you have capacity and you can find X, Y, and Z for this individual that now they're doing their job. This is what they have been paid for and trained to do. So again, families feel disempowered when they don't have the right information and they don't have a provider that can back them up and advocate with them. So these are the things that myself and my colleague we are going and kind of helping families, giving them information and doing outreach events to empower them and make them aware of resources that can be useful in helping them advocate for their adult kids, where they have to speak up for themselves and say this or that. But if they're not in their right mind at that moment, they can't. So I see a lot of providers try to hide behind that and they don't want to do what they're supposed to do. But with aggressive advocacy and the providers stepping up and supporting that family make a big difference.
That's amazing. And actually, I'm going to use that term moving forward, but because apparently that's the only short way to solutions that I can see. Aggressive advocacy.
Yes.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
name is, yeah, my name is Livia Mitchell, but I have a comment on the other side of that. Coming from my background, I can understand that we want advocacy, we want what's right for our families, but you have to understand that the government have their own issues, not just voting, but in general. There are hospitals and there are providers that are being sued because an adult is forced and they did not sign and they should not have been there. I know well-trained professionals that have had an issue with a hospital. Maybe they had a mental break for a various reason, cancer. They wind up in the facility thinking, oh, I'm just getting a little bit of help. And they wind up in an insane asylum when they shouldn't have been there. So you have to understand there are two sides to the story. I do sympathize with you, but there also needs to be more compassion on your side too, because there are other organizations that really do have their hands tied. And because they have their hands tied, the law is the law and it's to protect all of us. And you wouldn't want say, if you were not a good mother and you were like one of my friend's mothers that wanted her kids in a facility, she signed, she illegally put her child in because she didn't want to deal with her child. What if you were a bad mother and he could not have gotten the care he needed? There are two sides to every story.
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree with you. There are always two sides, and in my humble opinion, every time that the law gets in between of care, this is where things get messy, because healthcare has always needs to have at least the the patient's benefit as the most important thing. But unfortunately, um, and I'm an immigrant, so I have seen a very different healthcare system where I come from, and that's why I feel comfortable saying that, because I have this other experience that in US American hospitals are being run by under the threat of a lawsuit all the time. That's not how healthcare should be. There should be a trust that the provider is there to provide you with the best care, and the patient believes that the first, the Hippocrates oath, which is a Greek word, which is all about first, do not harm. And I feel, very discouraged by just repeating the same words that I have heard many times before, that we do have a broken healthcare system. And in situations like this, I do believe in the power of the aggressive advocacy. So you have to stand up for yourself, and you have to protect your child or your loved one, and just never take no for an answer. Just push and ask again and again and again till you get your, you know, the help that you need. So, are there any other questions? I hope we can all solve this big problem together. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't say. You're good. Yes, I heard you, and I saw you in your panel earlier.
I'm not sure if, oh, there we go. I'm going to sit back down. So one of the things that was coming up for me, there were several things coming up. One, I really love that you both talked about the immigration situation, right? So that is something near and dear to my heart. And I think it is really important for providers to remember, like you were saying, if there is a mother whose child is going through X, Y, or Z, there is going to be a fear of calling anyone in authority, whether it's the police or, an EMT, because one, there's a lack of understanding of the healthcare system in America. You're not from the country, you don't know what's going to happen next. And then there's a fear of deportation, right? So in my line of work, when I'm working with my immigrant clients, there have been several situations, whether it was a child or the parent, and they just had to treat themselves at home because the fear was just so much that they did not want to risk losing whatever they have in America because they're afraid of being deported. So that was one thing that came up. The other thing that came up for me is I feel like in terms of policy, there are a lot of people making decisions, healthcare decisions, who do not have a healthcare background. They do not have lived experiences. They are just making decisions willy nilly for money, right? And putting pressure on hospitals and other agencies. And under threat of lawsuit, these hospitals are having to act in a certain way. Right now, healthcare is not healthy. Healthcare is not healthy. And we really need to work together, like you both were saying, in continuing to advocate aggressively, right? And creating a dialogue and then just having these really important conversations of what we can do to change it from the ground up. And no, it's not going to happen overnight. So I appreciate that you guys talked about this short term because in our day-to-day and our work, we can make a huge difference, for at least one family. But I do appreciate the conversation. Thank you both so much.
Thank you so much.
We're done? Okay.
Great job, ladies, and thank you all for participating in that. Our fireside chat, so many great views. And now for our very last session, we are going to dive into the latest advancements and research that are revolutionizing the way we approach wound management. These breakthroughs not only offer faster healing times, but also significantly improve the quality of life for patients, reducing the risk of infection and long term complications. Our experts will explore how these innovations are being integrated into clinical practice, the challenges of making them accessible to broader populations, and the future directions of research in this field. I would now like to invite to the stage Samyata Saxena, CEO and founder of the Garden Recipe and the Garden Pooch. Please come on up. Round of applause. And do we have Dr. Tracy Kimball in house to also participate? All right, both ladies, come on up. Excited to have you as you wrap up our final day of Health 2.0 conference.
Well, thank you for hanging out with us to the end of the day. I'm Dr. Tracy Kimball, founder and CMO, Chief Medical Officer for the Wish Clinic. It is a whole person restoration center in Denver, Colorado metro area. We opened doors in November of 2023 and are rapidly growing by the day. This is a huge economic burden in this world. The economic burden for wound healing in this world is actually close to $90 billion. And there in this country, there are well over 6 million Americans with a chronic wound who have lack of access. There is one wound care specialist, certified wound care specialist of multiple scopes, either clinician specialist, nursing specialist, physical therapist, podiatrist, even internist, do wound care. One wound care clinical wound care specialist for 3,000 Americans with a wound. So massive gap. Certainly job security for anyone who is interested in the space. And of course, one of my advocacies and passions is actually introducing wound care specialty to the youth and future workforce of our country.
Thank you so much. I'm the owner of the Garden Recipe, and I have a background in cancer research. in oncology. So I used to work for top cancer research institute in Methodist Research Institute as well as University of Texas oncology, and was really involved in clinical trials, publications, and you could find some of my publications on NIH and PubMed. So when I quit my job, I didn't like the sight of chemotherapy and radiation because to me it was very like doubtful. Like how can a cancer patient come, even though they have cancer, they look very healthy still. They're able to walk, eat, breathe, and laugh and enjoy life. And then they come to these centers to heal themselves, paying huge amount of money, selling their arm and leg, and then they are walking out of the cancer center looking like skeletons, losing everything that they have and not able to eat anything, not able to digest anything, and having bleeding wounds and not able to heal their body, and ultimately dying most often. So I didn't like the sight. And when the patient dies, it's not only is a loss for loved ones, but they are left to pay the debt, the huge, humongous debt of cancer treatments. So ultimately, I just quit, and it would be my destiny. I had cancer. So when I had cancer, I was very clear that I would not go in that route because I had seen it all, and I let my body guide me, let my wisdom guide me. I let it grow, and I didn't listen to anybody in my family or relatives. I didn't even discuss it with them. I didn't even tell them. I was aware it's coming, and my body would, give me a clear hint. I don't want to listen to people who don't really know about health and listen. We have become so detached from our mind, body, and soul, where we just see something and we just say, "You need to go to doctor. You need to do this." But when you actually remove all of those narratives, the route that body is taking is towards healing, pushing towards healing, not pushing towards death. Our body's natural state is of well-being and being healthy and not being sick. So I knew it's pushing me to heal. And the time would come, and I had surgery. After the surgery, I did not want to do any chemo or go to doctors. I didn't even go back. Was like, say, no, they wanted me to do on chemo, radiation, drugs. I was like, no, I want to live my life, so I'm not going to do any of this. I'm going to pass. And after that, I started cooking my recipes, Ayurvedic style recipes, whole food, plant based, vegan diet. Just going back to what my grandma had taught me, how she had raised me so well. Going back to, literally and metaphorically, going back to the girl that I was the first 10 years of my life, how my nanny, my grandma raised me. Just going back to my Indian wisdom. So it worked. My body came into balance, as I shared in yesterday's panel. And I said, I have to teach people about this. Nobody should be selling their arm and leg for this. And I launched my business, The Garden Recipe. Started with website, teaching people about herbs, heal people on cancer, inflammation, diabetes, and things like that. And progressing towards spirituality and healing sexual trauma, mental and emotional wellness. We're all connected. So it's all of it. So this is how it came to be. And it's really an honor to be with you, Dr. Gracie, on wound healing, because this is a topic that really comes across a lot when you're working in cancer research. And also, it crosses with the diabetes because for cancer, in the field of cancer, sugar is, extremely a potent marker of cancer diagnosis. Usually, you will see cancer survivors or cancer patients when before the cancer becomes full force, they would have fluctuating sugar, and diabetics usually have very prolonged process of wound healing. And when we have cancer patients where we're still in the conventional arena, who are doing chemo and radiation, their wounds do not even heal because the chemotherapy kills the immune system completely. It's more detailed than that, but it really kills the immune system and suppresses it. And if your immune system is dead, what make any doctor think that you can heal the wounds? So the cancer patients often suffer with chronic wounds. And if the cancer was to go in remission and come back, guess what? Some cancer patients would have fungating wounds that start bleeding. They have chronic bleeding. So now they are losing blood and nutrients and iron that is required for, oxygen breathing and walking in life. Losing nutrients through bleeding. It has odor, it has pain, and it is very chronic, and it does not go away for cancer patients who follow the conventional route. So they live with these wounds. So the work you're doing is extremely phenomenal. If you would like to share more about what you do and how you provide that to people.
So So to take it back to the basics of a chronic wounded state, you mentioned inflammation being a big piece of your cancer patients, and I've actually kenned many times the demand on the body for wound healing as similar to the demand on the body for healing or fighting cancer. Um, we just spoke about the economic burden of disease and wounds, but inflammation being a big piece of chronic wounds, a wounded state. So basically, when the body is no longer healing, it needs to be retrained and reprogrammed into actually the mechanisms of which we were programmed to naturally return to a healthy state. And diabetics specifically have metabolic derangement, so they have senescent cells, they don't have the physiology of healing. And so reversing the chronic comorbidity state and getting them to a balance with their glycemic control is a big piece of what we do as wound care specialists. Another piece of it is chronic infection, not necessarily the kind of infections that we all think about that cause pus or pain um, or tissue loss. These are basically critically colonized wounds with bacteria and something called biofilm that enhances the metabolic demand and the utilization and dysregulation of oxygen and nutrients at the wound bed, such that the body cannot do what it's supposed to do, and that's stay in a whole state of healing and health. And then another third pillar here in this basic science of wound chronicity is obviously the chronic pain that's associated with these boring wounds, especially well, obviously if they still have some level of sensation. Diabetics tend to not feel their wounds very well, so we don't necessarily understand or see the toxic effects of chronic pain in the skin and the dermis and the tissues that the wound is existing in, but chronic pain being a significant issue with these patients. And so, as wound care specialists, we definitely take a full on holistic view of the patient and trying to control some of these more significant processes, such as inflammation, pain, and infection or sepsis. And our particular company and program do like to focus on those and engage modalities that will treat those things. So we obviously work with the primary care teams to metabolically optimize patients from a micronutrient level. We have dietitian nutritional referrals to do the management of the diet. We work with the diabetic care and the provider's diabetologist or primary care geriatrician who's managing the diabetic regime and trying to get that under better control. But again, it's all a function of what you're eating. So we do take a very proactive approach in addressing the consumption of both macro and micronutrients for wounds. Um, we also deal with the chronic infection, the biofilm standpoint. And so the technologies that have come out that manage either mechanically or chemically the biofilm, and it's not just slapping on topical antibiotics because we all know that that's overused, and also the emollients and excipients of these ointments can be toxic to the skin in general and these cells that are actually trying to replicate and heal. But things that are actually saponifying or actually breaking down the biofilm, glycocalyx or matrix or extrapolymetric substances, or mechanistically removing it with debridement or um, hydrotherapy or even sound waves and cavitation are things that are out there that we have at our disposal. And in Denver at the Wish Clinic, we've deployed an ultrasonic vaporous hyperoxic therapy called Vaporox, which creates an ultrasonic water vapor that then that alternates with the delivery of topical oxygen to address not only the the oxygenation of the wound and the wound bed interface in terms of providing moisture for those cells to actually thrive, but also we believe has some mechanistic effect right onto the layer of the biofilm right on these wounds. And then, of course, we pair that with aggressive management of wounds, similar to a dentist taking um, a device to actually scale around your gum line to remove bacteria. We do the same thing with a curette or other topical agents that we can actually mechanically remove biofilm, which exists both macroscopically but also microscopically inside in the depths of the initial depths of the wound bed. So removing that tissue serially over weeks is something that helps to control that. And again, remove the metabolic demand and energy sink that is created when it's overburdened with bacteria. And of course, these bacteria exist in colonies and they talk to each other and they're sort of fighting the body. And of course, in an immune compromised state, for example, in your patients or a diabetic patient or anybody on anti rheumatologic agents or have connective tissue disorders, they cannot fight that fight. And so the wound care specialist has to make the intervention. And we have these modalities to do that. Um, Obviously, the pain piece, there's folks here at this conference who deal with chronic pain and use things like laser therapy and other modalities and not just a pill to control chronic pain. Obviously, this is a mind body approach as well. And these modalities are things that we also deploy to address the chronic pain. Because if you're not able to touch the patient and clean these wounds, then of course now you deal with the overburden of infection and bacteria. And so much of that, I even tell patients very easily, if I can't touch you, then I can't help you. And so we do take a very proactive approach to help these patients with comfort. And mindful, obviously, to morphine equivalence, making sure we're not creating an abuse situation, but all their modalities are deployed to actually reduce pain. Now, obviously, if we can control infection, we can also help with the pain situation. Um, and I always say as a mantra, if you can heal it, you can heal it, because the nervous system actually does a lot to coordinate the healing of this tissue. And we're basically regenerating tissue, soft tissue over hard tissue or bone or tendon. And that's sometimes what we have to deal with versus trying to do what a plastic surgeon does and move tissue from one site to another site. We're actually encouraging the body to regenerate itself. And it is programmed to do that. We just have to turn on the right genes and understand what's causing the senescence and reverse that. Um, some really other really cool innovations, of course, is with regards to the kind of natural things that we have access to. One of them is placental membrane products. And of course, it's a raw material that used to be discarded in a red bag. And thanks to policy about a decade ago with Obamacare, um, um, we were enabled to actually utilize this material to actually help with regenerative or regenerate for wounds. And so we deploy several different proprietary biologics and devices in our practice, and any wound care specialty clinic would have access to these modalities for patients. And luckily, several this is something covered by insurance, and of course FDA approved. Um, and so we have human allografts that we get the stuff from, or this is supplied by. There's also xenografts involved, so animals do provide regenerative technologies through their soft tissues as well. Porcine or bovine or ovine products come to market that still provide structure and a matrix to help the body um, encourage it for healing and to regenerate that soft tissue as well. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Um, so from my perspective, like how you said, a couple of points really stand out. The first one would be like about the nervous system going into the fear and flight mode, because this is something we talk about a lot. It's just not about cancer. It's just, whether it's cancer or somebody has obesity, diabetes, just a lot of chronic pain and not able to heal their wounds. It's at the root level is extremely high level of inflammation. And in cancer patients it becomes worse because when they go for chemotherapy, this is a proven fact that chemotherapy kills their immune system, so it also actually doesn't help their inflammation heal. And when the inflammation is high, the body is already in a fear and flight mode, because the word cancer itself is full of fear. It's a highly political issue. It's highly controlled by the pharmaceutical companies. As we know, the corruption is beyond imagination in the cancer industry. So just to touch on that a little bit. So when somebody has cancer and they're told by the doctor you have this many months to live or this many years, the body is completely in fear and flight mode. It goes into the parasympathetic mode. And when your body is in a fear and flight mode, and you're going through the chemotherapy, you're going through the drugs, you're trying to think you're healing yourself. Guess what? The wounds are not going to heal, because to heal the wounds, you need to be in a sympathetic mode. So that's something that really stands out. Second thing is that in cancer, or even when we have chronic wounds like fungating wounds that don't heal, for example, um, from the perspective of Ayurveda or holistic medicine, or in India for centuries and centuries, wounds are something that humankind has had since the day we were born. We came on this earth because whether we were hunter gatherers, we were cavemen, and we evolved to this society, we have always done something where we had small wounds to big wounds. Women had wounds through childbirth, for example, tearing and whatnots and bleeding. So we have always had wounds. But back then, we didn't have hospitals and ICUs and doctors and their needles and drugs and whatnot. So how did we heal our wounds? And that makes me go back to my roots of India and Ayurveda. For centuries in India, we would just use turmeric. That is exactly what we did. We would use turmeric paste, apply it on a wound, and it healed. Another herb that really comes to my mind is licorice. It has been used and highly respected herb in Ayurveda. Licorice is one of the most profound herbs for wound healing. It creates skin regeneration, it heals the wounds, it stops the bleeding if there is, and it creates new healthy cells. Okay, so licorice has been used a lot, I think, even in traditional Chinese medicine, but I do know for sure in Ayurveda for centuries, whenever they were really bad, small wounds to big wounds. The third herb that we have used a lot in India for wound healing is called Nerium indicum. It is, the Indian word would be carvera. It has been used alongside turmeric as well as this one, licorice, to assist patients with healing wounds, be it like small wounds, big wounds. And Carvera is one of the most respected herbs, especially for ulcers, wounds, bleeding wounds, and skin regeneration. So these are the herbs that were the main ones. The fourth star that you will hear a lot when you go to India, and you can see the trees of this beautiful herb everywhere in India, um, is neem, which is absolutely the miracle. Even I think personally, I think it's even more than turmeric. Even it's absolutely a miracle when it comes to any skin issues. I have taken neem when I was a teenager when I had junk food. I had acne, and my grandma, when I went to India, visit my grandparents, my grandma freaked out. She said, "How come you have acne? You have such a beautiful skin." And I was like, oh my God, that's because of the American junk food I've been eating in college. So my grandma said, you need to start on taking neem. She started giving me, she told my uncle, go and get some leaves from outside. And that's the beauty of India. You don't have to go to doctor every single minute. We have trees everywhere of these medicinal plants. And we literally have tree right down our next door to our home. She said, my uncle, go get some leaves for neem tree, and I'm going to give her a neem bath. And she, boiled the neem leaves, give me a bath with that water every single day. By the fourth day or so, my skin was back to pretty much normal. And then she put me on neem, eating neem. Neem is a bitter herb because it really cleanses your blood. So she put me on eating neem. So that's one of the herbs that is used extensively for all skin conditions, including wounds, and including wounds in those people like diabetics or who have really immunocompromised system. That would be the herb that we use. So, but licorice would be number one in Ayurveda. That's highly respected. And turmeric, Nerium indicum, which is Carvera, and then neem. And of course, you can always blend it with neem oil, which is also very available everywhere and applied on the wounds. It is also used in many holistic hospitals that still follow Ayurveda or Siddha medicine in India. They don't go to drugs. But if you were to have a wound in the hospital, guess what? You're going to have neem oil massaged on you. You might have turmeric and neem oil massaged on you, that paste. It also beautifies the skin. So it makes a lot of difference. Sometimes they will have it in aloe vera gel, because aloe vera gel is an excellent friend for any skin issue, just like neem is. So you can have licorice, aloe vera, or turmeric or neem all mixed together and massaging it on wounds. And this is really a powerful therapy. Don't underestimate it. It creates skin regeneration because in cancer patients who are going through chemotherapy, the whole point of chemo or drugs is to stop cell division, right? But if you stop cell division and you have wounds or bleeding ulcers, how is it going to heal? Whether you have internal wounds or external, it doesn't make a difference. Because once you stop this, when you're doing therapies, even if it's targeted, it's not that targeted. We haven't developed it to a point where it is exact. So whether it is targeted therapy or whether it is just something more general, but still directed as cell death, apoptosis, you cannot heal the wound. So what happens? And that's where I think a lot of holistic medicine has a place to come in, like your solutions or the Ayurvedic solutions that are absolutely safe. In fact, they will benefit anybody going through that immunocompromised state. Like cancer patients, and hey, you can apply this in the meantime. This has no side effect, no interaction with the drugs. In fact, turmeric would be helpful for your tumor, but are the doctors willing to use this in conventional arena? We haven't reached that stage. We still have to get it to that point where native remedies are available in hospitals all across the globe. And even if somebody wants to use the conventional treatment, they have access to these things because I can't reiterate it enough. Wounds are very chronic in cancer patients and in diabetic patients as well, but cancer patients especially. And in cancer patients, it's even more complicated because cell division is supposed to stop. So when you stop the cell division, you're in an inverse relationship with wound healing because wound healing cannot take place unless you have new cells coming out. So it's very that's the space where you come in, and where your product or your solutions can really make a big difference in the hospitals, especially for cancer hospitals.
Yes, we can't underscore the fact that we're reversing the word. The word is senescence, so we're reversing non-replication for sure. Another wonderful botanical source of healing benefit actually comes from plants that actually create cannabinoids. So everybody knows of marijuana. That is one of the plants that develops but many things create cannabinoids. It's not just the marijuana plant. Hemp, of course, industrial hemp, which is legal now in this country, is a source of cannabinoids, as well as, get this, orange peels. But also barnacles in the sea make and many different types of animals can make cannabinoids as well. But cannabinoid chemistry is something that's been very fascinating to me in the last 3 years. I was introduced to it actually during an MBA deliverable, but we have decided to embark on a discovery of how these botanical medicines in synergy or in entourage with these other herbs can actually create poultice and topicals and salves that can be applied directly to the wound beds in a safe and efficacious way. Obviously, the politics and the volatility of these markets here in the United States makes it very hard to promulgate this kind of medicine and practice, which of course is indigenous. And of course, we have this uphill battle of all the historic I guess, biases that have been introduced into Western medicine. But it is something of a passion of mine, and there are public domain testimonials more than we can count about patients that have decided to take matters into their own hands and to create a botanical application for their ailment. And many of them turn to, things like you had just mentioned, and then add, cannabinoids and terpenes, which are found in these plants. And they're simply anti-pesticides. So, anti-parasitic compounds and alkaloids and flavonoids. And there's all these supplements that are out there for other reasons that are currently FDA or FDA aware. I shouldn't say they're necessarily FDA approved, but they FDA is aware and is monitoring the supplemental market where some of these compounds are found commercially. And of course, under physician judgment in this country, you have practitioners, naturopaths, functional medicine physicians, allopaths too, who are open to these notions to actually putting these things together at the bedside and providing these therapies for their patients. And of course it's all the same chemistry, and I'll talk about the word biosimilar, but essentially we all have an endocannabinoid system in our bodies, and it's ubiquitous in all tissues, and it's highly concentrated in their skin, and it's basically paraneurologic system that many of us don't even know existed because it wasn't taught in allopathic programs. I've come to find it in the last 3 years, and of course, done a lot of study. And we're doing our own R&D, hopefully with the NIH, to actually truly study the endocannabinoid system in regards to skin pharmacology with wound healing. But there are definitely signal out there in many, 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 many decades of research regarding these compounds to actually benefit inflammation, pain, and infection, which were the three pillars that I talked about earlier. So important to getting the body to actually reverse the senescence and start healing and regenerating itself. And so I'd like to take the time to open up the floor to some questions. Please raise your hand and we'll be calling on you, sir.
Thank you. I have some question for Dr. Campbell and Dr. Gupta.
I'm a doctor.
You are not?
I worked in cancer research and I am a cancer survivor, and that's how I launched my business to teach people how to heal holistically from cancer and diseases that have inflammation, anything like that. So I teach about vegan food and lowering inflammation, healing from cancer, because I healed myself through my journey. So that's what it is. I used to work as a biostatistician in cancer research in Methodist Research Institute and University of Texas Oncology, and that's how I have manuscripts on PubMed and NIH and stuff. But I'm not doctor.
Okay.
Thank God.
Good.
No offense.
Okay. Dr. Campbell, do you speak French? Oh, you do not. Okay, it's okay. I will go because um I would like to know you said which clinic is in Montreal?
Denver, Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. Okay. Um, how do you plan to attract more specialists in the field? And what is the pathway to do that? And for um, Mrs. Gupta?
No,
Samyata? Oh,
Somya.
it they say Sanjay Gupta? No?
No.
It's okay. Um, I have one question regarding the dosage. You talk about turmeric and neem oil, because I live now in Canada, in New Brunswick, but originally from Congo, and we have also I can say traditional medicine. And the big issue we have in that medicine is the dosage of plants and stuff like that. And that is my question for you. You talk about turmeric and licorice, yeah. I would like to know how do you do to know that this person needs this dosage of herbs or things like that. Those are my questions.
Sure, I'll go first. How do we increase the workforce of wound care specialists in the country, but in this country, but possibly in the world? And I think attending conferences like this obviously is a big one to talk about what we do and generate an allure of how much of a gap there is, and of course all the wonderful things and that we actually have at our disposal to actually help patients in need of wanting to heal. Um, there's a strong chemistry, physiology, anatomy component to this. And so, my mission is to introduce the idea of wound care specialty in young youth programs, offer opportunities for STEAM and STEM kids to actually come and rotate through our clinic, um, encourage other programs out there that provide wound care services to do the same and be open to having observations. Obviously, approaching nursing and clinical medical programs to talk and continue to promulgate and be an advocate for the specialty. I call it a specialty like any other specialty out there. It's quite interesting that in this country, the American Board of Medical Specialty doesn't recognize wound care specialists as board certified providers. There isn't necessarily in the clinical scopes our physicians and podiatrists and physical therapists. In terms of the allied health folks, there isn't any one linear pathway to educate and develop a wound care clinician. There is in the nursing world. You can become a wound care certified ostomy and continence nurse, and then, of course, go on to be a practitioner of advanced practice in this country and perform wound care, get the same wound care certification that all of the other scopes can have. But again, there's no dedicated recognized taxonomy for wound care specialists. So we're ER doctors, we're internists, we're infectious disease. I'm a vascular trained general surgeon, emergency medicine, hyperbaric medicine, physical medicine and rehab, preventive health specialist. Anyone at this point can go and get a certification if you have and practice wound specialty if you have an unrestricted license to practice in all states of this country. Why we don't have this, it's very political, it's very competitive, but we fight for this as one of our primary missions to be recognized as a class of specialists and have a true specialty and recognition for board. Um, but again, it all starts at the grassroots level. We're all individuals in healthcare of service and want to be of best service to our customer or our patients. But I have it's an advocation, it's a dedication, it's a commitment, it's a specialty, it's a niche. And I think those who sustain in the specialty are those who are introduced to it in young in their training and come to love it and almost as anyone says it sort of picks them to do this and at least in this country obviously where word and lore and indigenous um, history in other countries, becomes the healers are it's generational and it's passed down. But I don't see that sentiment being promulgated here in the North, at least in the United States where I spend most of my time. But I do think that the more we can promote it, talk about it, the more intrigue and interest it becomes, and folks will begin to want to become a specialist and start at a young age and then commit themselves to a career in it.
So I really love your question about doses. I get a lot of questions because most of my group is, people who have a lot of inflammation or cancer survivors who want to stay healthy, and then they come to my website and they say, "Oh, I love your recipes. I'm trying your tips and it's working." Or people who are actually just going through cancer right now. But like I mentioned in yesterday's panel, they are just tired of the conventional system. They're exhausted. It's not working, and then they come to me. So they will ask me like, okay, how much doses and whatnot. If I'm taking a herbal route, how many doses I take of this, and I always say that depends on a lot of factors. You would have to work. So there are two answers to this. If you're just using doses, as in say turmeric or whatever, or licorice, you have a wound, you just want to apply that, we can go back to something more of centuries back, where our grandparents, grandmothers, or great grandmothers, ancestors of the ancestors never had a system of weighing the herbs or the spices that heal us. They would just look at the site of the wound, take the bit, mix it all, and apply it, and it's gone. So you would never see in any of the indigenous cultures, or even in countries where holistic medicine has been practiced a lot, like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. A lot of countries in Africa, Middle Eastern countries practice holistic medicine. The Greek and the Romans have practiced holistic medicine. Egyptians, of course. So you will not see, and of course, I want to mention Native Americans, shamans, or tribal, cultures, or indigenous. We were all practicing globally this holistic plant-based medicine, because plants have healing properties, and these herbs have anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, or anti-cancer compounds, and we just knew it intuitively because we were so connected to nature. And when we were doing that, we would just make a paste, take some herb, make some paste, and you know what? The child is crying from this wound, apply this. You know what? The woman has this kind of wound from the childbearing, apply this. The men were working out in the cave or whatever, and they hurt themselves, apply this. So they just knew it intuitively. There was no weighing of that. You just weighed according, see, get the concoction made according to the size of the wound or the healing that's required. When it comes to taking it internally, now in the modern times, it's a little bit different, because certain herbs or even certain antioxidants, like vitamin E, for example, or vitamin C, for example, need to be taken with consideration to the whole person. Because what does that mean? What condition is the person having that requires them to ask for this? Are they going to? Turmeric is just a spice. They can have it in recipes as much as they want. Okay, that our bodies know how to process the spices. That's not a big deal, and no one's going to take 1 pound of turmeric in a day. So we are pretty safe there, okay? Just a little bit of turmeric in a spice, in a curry, enjoy it. If you're a cancer survivor, cancer patient, you would take a little bit more, have some plant-based milk, have 1 teaspoon of turmeric in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. And that's exactly what I advise people, like it's called turmeric milk, golden milk, whatever you call it. So that's all safe. But when it gets to something like licorice, taking internally, or taking something like neem, it will depend on the condition. For example, if you're a cancer survivor, cancer patient, if your cancer is currently active, or you have severe inflammation, you're extremely obese, or you have diabetes, it will depend on that, because the dose that cancer patient would need would be something different, because neem is one of the best herbs that blocks cancer. It has been proven. And so if I'm a cancer patient right now, I have active cancer cells that are out of control. I would take higher doses of neem, turmeric, and many other anti-cancer herbs. If I'm diabetic, I may have to consult an Ayurvedic practitioner, because it also would depend whether I have other conditions in the body. You cannot take a herb that might lower your blood sugar, for example. So it becomes different. But for cancer patients, that would work great, because cancer patients usually have elevated blood sugar levels. So it would depend on the condition that you're going through. Is it right now, or is it in the past, or are you just taking just for general health? What other herbs you're taking, and what other medicines you're taking. Because if you're taking other medicines, some herbs can interfere, because these are medicinal herbs. These are not like culinary herbs that you're making use for pesto, for example. You can have some basil and mint pesto in your pasta. You don't have to worry about those. You can have it. But when it comes to medicinal herbs, some of them are really powerful, and that is why they work. But we have to take it in conjunction with what else you're taking. Are you taking some drugs? Are you doing both conventional as well as holistic route? Or are you just doing holistic route? And even if you're doing holistic route, what other conditions exist in your body? For example, if you just say, I have very thin blood, or have often bleeding, your blood is very thin, you cannot take vitamin E, even though it is one of the most powerful antioxidants. Somebody holistic would be the greatest fool to say, hey, you know what, take vitamin E, and they will be ruining your health, because vitamin E is a powerful, natural, healthy blood thinner option. So you have to think about what conditions you are having, why you're taking it. Is it just to maintain general health? Because in that case, if you say, "Hey, I really love being healthy and staying youthful and vibrant and looking great and whatnot. I want to take vitamin E." That's great, and I'll just tell you, you know what? The best way to take vitamin E is to have healthy fats, avocados, nuts, seeds. Have some healthy organic sunflower oil, organic coconut oil, and you'll get enough vitamin E. Organic hemp oil, so olive oil, you will get vitamin E. But if you are a cancer patient, because I have gone through that journey, when the doctor said, you need to take something blood thinner, you might have clots. After my surgery, they were like, you need to take something. I said, no, I'm not taking drugs. I knew better and I took vitamin E, and thanks to God, it worked, because I wanted to make sure I prevent my clots from coming. So it worked great for me. I took it by myself. I didn't ask any doctor. I can evaluate it myself because of my knowledge. So I took a high dose of vitamin E. It worked for me very well. So it would so just conditions, if when you're taking something internally, conditions, what condition do you have? And what is the state of your body? Is it inflammatory, or are you eating a vegan diet? Are you very healthy otherwise? And third thing is, are you just doing a holistic route, or are you doing both conventional or holistic? Because if you're doing some drugs, you will have to consult your practitioner. Like it could be Ayurvedic doctor, it could be an integrative doctor who integrates both and can tell you, hey, you know what, you want to take this herb, that's great, but then we have to lower this drug, or we might not be able to give you this drug because it might interfere with this, blah blah blah. So it is just when you're taking internally, it's best to consult an integrative or holistic doctor, because that will depend.
I'll also add the fact that there's some amazing technology in the pharmacogenomics world that's actually coming out that actually will help to determine what the ideal body dose weight per patient, because it's very custom to the genome and the single nucleotide polypeptides that affect our genomic pheno expression. So and how we respond to these synthetics versus these botanical compounds in either isolation or in combination. So the more we allow for our biochemical scientists and engineers to create these panels for identifying SNPs and the genotypical, genotype of, now that we have the human genome uh, mapped out, we'll be better suited as clinicians to translation scientists will be better suited to determine what the ideal dose is of these particular compounds.
To add one more point to really help you answer that question, because that's a really good question. I want to add one more aspect to it, because now we have evolved as a mankind where we have hospital institutions, the weighing system and whatnot, and like you said. But there was a time for centuries and centuries, all of us on this earth, our ancestors did not have these systems, and they were not weighing anything per se. So how did they know how to take which herb? Because the drugs were not there at the time. So they were really dependent on, that's why they respected nature so much, because they had a very good relationship. They were dependent on these herbs to heal them if something were to take place. So how did they know? So the answer would be, when we look back in time for centuries and centuries, all of these like shamans and indigenous healers, and if you go to the history of any country, be it any country in Africa or India or Pakistan, any of these countries, all of them will have a common theme where in groups of villages or communities, there would be a head person who knows more about herbs. And when a child or somebody is sick, they would go to this person, and that asks about, which one we take, what plant do we take, and they would make a concoction and say, hey, you take this. So they would have this person would have a very good, like a shaman or healer, would have a very good relationship with the herbs, and they have observed over the years what are the effects of this herb and that herb, and which one works for what, and they would prescribe it. So it was like having a doctor in a village, but not really a doctor that gives drugs, but more like giving herbs. So they would know the right dosages. But that's something we have evolved from. So just wanted to answer that back when you go back in time.
Thank you. Why I ask this question is because we are trying to make healthcare more integrated, right? Instead of uh, going like silo. And if
Standardize it to homogenize the practice for sure. Sure. They were taking higher doses than they needed to be taking. Mhm. Sure.
That's why I said, like, uh, there was to be no answer for dosage. The person needing the herb, wanting the herb, needs to go to the integrative practitioner and ask them, hey, I want to take this herb or I have this condition. What is the right dosage for me? So that way your doctor knows all of your condition and your weight and what else is going on in your body. And if you're taking other drugs and if the herbs might interfere with the drugs, and they can advise the right dose. Also, one more thing you can look in since you're developing a system is research papers because, for example, now we have this boom in herbal demand, right? So, for example, I can say in America, we have these standardized doses of turmeric along with black pepper and other herbs being sold for different conditions. But also, there's research that's backing it up that, okay, this much dose was given to these number of patients, and this is what worked. So, that's the part of the doctor to know, and when the patient needs it, they will again evaluate what drugs you're on, which one might interfere. Like, I gave example of vitamin E, for example. Licorice cannot be taken just because you want to take it. It has to be according to the conditions and whatnot, unless you're a doctor or you have profound knowledge. Like I took vitamin E on my own, but it's my body, so I just took it. So I was aware of it. But yeah, you will have to just consult a integrative practitioner or Ayurvedic doctor and work with all of the team, like a community. Yeah. Any other question? I think we're done.
Wonderful. Thank you for attending and staying with us this afternoon. If anyone would like to contact me specifically, you can do so at Dr. Tracy K. That's DrTracik at thewishclinic.com. I also provide expert consulting and advice with regards to anything wound related or cannabinoid pharmacology with regards to skin repair and wound healing. Thank you.
And to reach me, you can definitely find me on thegardenrecipe.com. And that is where I teach about vegan plant based recipes, harnessing the power of spices done with Ayurvedic style. It also features a newsletter which goes out focusing on spirituality, sexual trauma, healing our sexual trauma, sex and intimacy, sexual, mental, emotional, because we are a whole body. Until we heal our trauma, we cannot heal ourselves at a root level. So I write about all this on my website, thegardenrecipe.com, as well as health articles focusing on herbs and remedies and proven systems from all over the world. So you can check it out on thegardenrecipe.com. And if you need to reach me, please feel free to contact me from there. Thank you.
Great. Fantastic job, ladies. That is a wrap, my friends. Day 3 of Health 2.0 conference. Round of applause. I do have a couple of updates for you. So thanks for staying in your seat before I let you go. We do want to give a huge heartfelt thank you to our platinum sponsor, Flow Patterns, and bronze sponsors, Anise Health and Fitness, and to you guys. You're amazing, each and every one of you, sharing your story, participating. being here, putting in the time. So your enthusiasm and participation has just made this event a huge success, and we're so looking forward to seeing you at the next event. Speaking of which, I'm so excited to share with you, we've got the agenda up for the next event in Dubai this December, as well as next year back here in Vegas, 2025. In fact, if you'd like to take a peek at it, you sure can. Just head over to www.health2conf.com, and you'll have more details on all the great things coming up at our next events. Guys, it has been a pleasure being here with you, and I'm seeing these last few days. You are all such an inspiration. Thank you for spending the time again, and keep on doing what you do. Keep on helping the world one person at a time. I should say for you guys what it's like 500 at a time, and keep helping each other. So have a wonderful evening, safe travels home, and we'll see you at the next Health 2.0 event.